Whoa. We are streaming to 6 people right now. Hopefully more people will come.
Cuckoo! Cuckoo!
Yeah. I'm gonna have to DM. I don't see Dieter. I hope he's
Uh-oh.
okay. He's been feeling sick.
Uh-oh.
Uh, yeah, yeah. I'm gonna DM him, make sure that he's doing all right. He's been sick as a dog. Um, anyway, we're here to discuss the awesome ebook slash audiobook, the You Are from Severance, and yes, they created an actual thing to go with the show. It's not a full one, sadly. I'm hopeful that maybe they'll make more. They'll finish it. There's the implication that maybe there might be more coming at the end and at the beginning.
Or it might be the book that he wrote once Natalie talked to him about it.
Right, right. Could be.
The
So,
one for Innies.
yeah. So I'm hoping they give us more of it because it's hilarious and it's narrated by the actor who plays Ricken. I always forget his name. What's his name? Who's the guy that plays
I
Ricken?
would have to look it up.
Hold on, I can look it up easy.
Okay, cool.
Ricken Hale actor. I can do it easily. Michael Chernus, that's it.
Yeah.
Michael Chernus. Yeah, he's amazing as the narrator of the audiobook in the character of Ricken, of course. You gotta have that. And I opted for both, because I wanted to actually look at the text and read along with it, but still be able to hear Ricken narrate the thing because you gotta have that. So that's what I did. I did both, and it's available for free for anyone who hasn't checked it out on the Apple Store. It's there for free. We're gonna dive into it and have some interactive fun with it because it's an interactive book. It's actively trying to get the reader to participate in some activities to identify basically the you are, put together your identity in different ways, with different categories that he outlines in each chapter. And a big part of it is your YouType, which is, um, you know, it's a category that he assigns, and it's pretty goofy. Uh, there are far more categories of people than the ones that he suggests, but it's humorous. And so trying to pick one, it's fun. So we'll do a poll on that. Um, let's see. And let's see who's here. Amy. Hey, Amy. Nice to see you. Um, hey, just me. Looks like Amy's rocking some red there in her new picture with Jade. Now I just need to actually get off my ass and get my own picture done because I still haven't had the motivation to put on makeup and take a decent selfie with my Jade doll. But when I do, I'll be wearing red too. And I think Tabitha did the same thing with hers. So we'll have a trio of, of ladies in red with Jade dolls. Um, but I'm just I'm knee deep in trying to cover multiple shows at once right now. It's actually going better than I thought it would, though. Gotta say, I watched the first 3 episodes of The Handmaid's Tale, and I was going into it thinking, how am I gonna possibly do a breakdown on 3 episodes in 1 week? And a few hours later, I just started writing it, and I had it done the first draft within 2 hours. I think it took me 2 hours to write up the first draft. I've still been revising it, but it's done now. I'm just putting together the images, and I should be able to have it out tomorrow morning, which shocked the hell out of me. I mean, normally it takes me all week just to cover 1 episode in a deep dive, but this is not a mystery. I'm well
Mhm.
acquainted with the show. I watched the first 5 seasons of The Handmaid's Tale very intently. It is a mesmerizing show. It is something that commands your attention. So I didn't even need a rewatch. I watched some recap videos just to refresh my memory, but I just dove right into it. And so I'm going to be putting out a deep dive on the first 3 episodes of The Handmaid's Tale tomorrow. If all goes well, I think it should be done tomorrow morning. And between that and getting ready for The Last of Us next week, it's a lot. I just watched the finale of The Last of Us. I finished it now, and I already was committed to covering it, but I thought, like, if as long as nothing pisses me off too badly in the finale, then I'll cover it. I was going out on a limb, you know. I hadn't watched the finale yet, and I decided, okay, I'm going to cover this and announce it. And I thought, I swear to God, if they kill off either of these two main characters in this finale, I am boycotting the show. I'm not covering it. But they didn't, thankfully. Thankfully, I was happy with the ending. It was satisfying. I loved it. So I'm gonna stick with it. So there's that, and I'm actually enjoying it so much. I wish I had started watching it sooner and done breakdowns on each episode. Damn, I'm
Yeah, that would have been, yeah.
kicking myself because I have a lot that I could say on the emotional journey of these characters.
Yeah.
It's incredible. Wow, like I'm still not sure. Like I might maybe try and just do a quick overview of my impression of season 1, see if I can get a video out before Sunday night when season 2 premieres. Just an overview so I can at least get some kind of thoughts out before that season starts. I'm kind of hoping I can do it. And then there's The Residence. We are also covering The Residence, which is a murder mystery on Netflix, and we're doing lives for that on Fridays. But I'm already halfway prepared for that, so I think I'm actually juggling it all pretty well. And then we've got our awesome UUR to discuss tonight. So it's a lot of stuff going on. Hey, Just Me, nice to see you. Hey, Samuel. Oh, and by the way, that the date that I'm going to be doing The Last of Us lives is subject to change. I'm going to be watching the schedules of the other major streamers, and I'm going to avoid them if I have to. So I'll see what happens. I'm going to be watching that, and I can switch it. Like I've been saying Wednesday for The Last of Us and moving the From Rewatch to Mondays, but I'm starting to think I might need to switch The Last of Us to Mondays just to avoid other major streamers who are much bigger than me and have more subs. So, and we share a lot of the same community. You know, they're like friends of mine. So I don't want to like I'm not streaming. Well, I don't have to worry about Tony because he doesn't stream as late as me. So if I'm streaming on the same night as Tony, then it doesn't matter. I mean, he'd just be our lead-in, you know, like with From.
Yeah.
He's by the time he's done is when I would be starting. But Jeremy streams late, you know, so I'm gonna keep an eye on that, and I'll let you know if I change the schedule around. But either way, it's gonna be Monday or Wednesday. Those are our usual stream nights, so nothing that huge is going to change, and the From Rewatch is going to continue. So don't worry about that. We're not stopping it. Once in a while, we may need to pause it. Just fair warning. Like when Doug comes back. Hey there, Ryan. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well tonight. When Doug Hughes comes back from his trip to Spain, we may just pause the From Rewatch just for that week. I think we're probably going to. If he's available to do a story time with Doug, that will be our final week of covering The Residence. So we'll just have to bump the From Rewatch to the next week and do a live with Doug instead that week, I'm thinking. So yeah, other than that though, we're going to continue that. We're not going to stop it. I know people enjoy it and I love doing it, and so that's going to continue. Anyway, yeah, I love when shows put out extras. I wish From would do more of this stuff. Just me. Right? Like it's so fun. I mean From did a little bit, you know, they made a Rendezvous website. What else did they do? They made a fake news article to go along with the show that showed Tabitha's missing family, I believe. And the Rendezvous website had a secret, supposedly secret drawing of Victor's that was only available.
Didn't look like Victor's drawings.
Yeah. It was only available for a limited time, but of course people, nabbed it and then shared it around. So it's out there. I have it. And it's fun, but they could have done more. I mean, look at what Severance did. Severance did a whole ass podcast rewatching the entirety of season 1 and breaking it down with Adam Scott and Ben Stiller, and then
Yeah.
members of the cast and crew. Then they broke down every episode of season 2.
Mhm.
And it was long too, those episodes. I still haven't even listened to them all, but I'm going to.
Mhm.
That's awesome. Wouldn't that be awesome if From did that? Oh my god, I would love it. Like, I understand it's a mystery. So I like when the showrunners of From have been asked about this recently, actually, when season 3 ended, they were asked in one of the interviews, why, couldn't you do like some kind of a podcast or an after show or something, some kind of bonus material? And they said, well, the thing is something about the actors wouldn't really be able to say that much because they don't have much to say about it because it's a mystery, but there's plenty to talk about. Talk about your ideas about it. Talk about what it's like shooting it. I mean, the people on Severance, they're dealing with mysterious elements too, but they can come on a podcast and talk about it. They do it. I know From is more mysterious, but they could totally do it. They could totally do it. And I would love to see it. Maybe for season 4, they'll
Mhm.
break down and do something with this show blowing up in popularity. And so
I'm
Severance did
sure
that
the way the actors, like all the podcasters and stuff.
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
There must be a delay. Is there a delay?
Maybe a slight delay. Go ahead.
Oh, that's the way the actors are so enthusiastic with podcasters and the like, and they love talking about it. It would seem to be just like a love match with an MGM Plus podcast.
Mhm.
If they don't do it, I'd be really surprised.
I
Like,
know.
and talking to the directors and everything, and like some of the crew and some of the effects people,
Mm.
you
It'd
got a
be
lot there.
awesome. Talk about the behind the scenes making of the show. There's a lot that goes into making a show like From, so they could do something like that, like what they did with Severance, what Apple did.
Mhm.
And they should make a Chromonocle book too, like they made the UUR for
Oh
Severance.
yeah, definitely.
Mm. Although maybe if they made a Chromonocle book, it would give too many hints away. I don't know, but if it's disguised in a children's story, it might be okay.
Yeah.
Although we would know how the story ends, I guess, so that wouldn't be a good thing. I don't know, but
Well,
it
they
would,
could do it like this one. They could just do a little tiny bit, like an excerpt,
yeah, they could do that,
or like
and
one
just
story from the book.
just leave the ending out,
Yeah.
so that it wouldn't give too much away. Um, hey Knox, nice looking sharp there in your new profile pic. I think he's got the scary numbers shirt on there from
Mm.
from the Magic with a K Etsy shop. She's still selling those. She's selling those, and we have a discount code still, by the way. I forgot to mention it last time. Um, so there's an awesome shop, Magic with a K on Etsy, and they did a giveaway with us of a scary numbers shirt that has my channel name as the file name on the top left corner, and she's selling those, so you can get one. She's got mugs, shirts, tote bags, candles with all kinds of fun. There are a million funny one-liners from the show, and she's got all that stuff. And there's a discount code that's good until June 1st. So if you look at the link in the description of this video, there's a link to that, and it'll automatically apply a 15% discount code. So just by clicking on it and then picking something and checking out, you'll automatically get it. The code is JulieBDeepDives 15, but by clicking the link, it applies the discount automatically. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out. That's good until June 1st. She's got some really fun merch. So if you're in the market for Severance merch, that we've got you covered with a little discount there. Hey MJ323. Sam I am, but I don't know what that's about, but Amy, I'm doing all right. I hope you're doing all right. Hope everyone's doing well. My dad is recovering from surgery and I can't go see him, which sucks. I mean, his his wife invited me to go visit him on Saturday, but I would have to take a train to Boston. I haven't done anything like that since long before I developed these pain conditions. Uh-oh, Scarlet dropped off.
I just
Oh,
want to see if it sounds better now. Do I sound like I'm talking in real time with no
yeah,
delay?
yes, you do. Delay is gone.
Great.
So I want to go see my dad, but long story short, I don't know if I can physically handle the trip up there on a train.
Oh wow.
And he's going to be in the ICU until at least Friday, and then still in the hospital till Monday. He had his surgery Monday of this week, and it was serious stuff, but they corrected a bunch of things. Like they fixed a heart murmur. Like while they were doing the double bypass on him, um, they fixed a heart murmur he was born with. So now he doesn't have a heart murmur anymore. And they fixed a leaky valve that they didn't even know was there too. So I think it helped his AFib. And I mean, when all is said and done, he should feel a lot better after this. But he's in hell right now. The recovery is absolute hell. He's in like the most pain he's ever been in his life, and he sounded like hell on the phone. I only got to talk to him for like 3 minutes, and then it hurt too much for him to hold up the phone. So it sucks, but I'm just glad that it went well, and he needed to have this done. It's just it's a major surgery. Like they don't screw around. They keep you in the ICU all week. He's staying in longer than average, so I think he's just having more problems than usual, but nothing dangerous. Um, and they have a nurse who sits in there all day, and he's been bugging the nurse nonstop, talking like he's a very needy, clingy patient. He always has been, even if he has a head cold. And so something like this, he's going to be really clingy. And he was calling Marcia, his wife, and asking her to send him a picture of me so he could show the nurse, which was sweet. I Even as shitty as he feels, he's like he's bugging his wife to send him a picture of me. Like I don't know why he didn't have it available on his phone, but he's not tech savvy at all. That like he's never been tech savvy. He types with one finger on a keyboard and barely can use a phone. He only just started texting a couple of years ago with smartphones, but yeah. So I'm kind of a little emotional about that. So it's nice to have a distraction tonight and talk about a fun Severance topic. I'm gonna miss talking about this show, so it's nice to have something else to focus on. Plus I've been feeling like absolute garbage. So I hope everyone else is doing better than I am. It's bad. I'm going back into physical therapy though. I made an appointment for the end of the month, so hopefully that will make some kind of a difference. Hey there, Bill Chill. Nice to see you. Yeah, Tabitha got hers too. That's right. Yeah, Tabitha she made her own selfie. I'm the only straggler making a selfie with it. But by the end of the week, hopefully I'll get up the motivation to put on makeup and do it. The only thing that was the only thing that was getting me to do it was going on camera once a week. I would force myself to put on makeup, but since Doug has been away, it's like I can't be bothered with that. Doc just finished listening to it, literally. Well, good. It's fresh in your mind. That's good. Hey, with Alice. Nice to see you. Hey, Tabitha, fellow lady in red. Nice to see you. Um, let's see. Yeah, a whole plate of stuff to do. Yeah, a lot. You're juggling a lot too, I'm sure. Let's see. Steve Wicker. So glad you're doing The Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us. Thank you. Thank you. Finally, somebody cares that I'm doing The Handmaid's Tale. Um, I don't. I'm covering this because I think it's a fantastic show, and I have a lot to say about it. But I really have no expectations as far as doing well with it. I don't think most of the community that follows my channel or follows From and Severance, I don't think most of them watch The Handmaid's Tale. So they're the first person who's expressed any interest. Well, actually, no. I take that back. Ryan started watching the show and he likes it, so I think Ryan is interested. But that's cool. I'm glad. So yeah, hopefully you'll check out the deep dive. I'll put it out probably by tomorrow morning, and who knows, maybe I'll find fans of the show just through the algorithm. It's not just the people that come to the lives that watch videos like this. I mean, if that were the case, I'd have thousands of people. Like, I would have had thousands of people in the live chat. I had a few thousand watching my From videos, and so a lot of that is just random people you don't know. But who knows? Who knows what could happen? I don't care. I'm not doing it for views, but it would be nice if I put in that much work, if at least some people watch it. Because I mean, it's meant to be consumed. And I have a lot to say, and not all of it's positive. Just fair warning. I'm gonna level some criticisms against the writing of The Handmaid's Tale. It's a phenomenal show. I love it, but I'm gonna be honest about my criticisms of it, but my hope as to where I think they can redeem some of these issues this season. I see a path to fixing the issues that I'm seeing in some of the writing of these characters, and propping up and trying to redeem people who are not worthy of redemption, casting people in a positive light who shouldn't be. So, but I think that they can turn it around, and I'm already seeing signs that maybe they're going to this season. So hopefully. But yeah, the first 3 episodes were amazing. As always, incredible, gorgeous art direction, cinematography, acting, direction, all of it is phenomenal. Elizabeth Moss directed the episodes and starred in them. She's an executive producer. I mean, it's a work of art, truly. So I'm excited to cover it, and I'm excited to cover The Last of Us too, because I love it. I absolutely loved start to finish the whole thing. It's an emotional gut punch at times, but it's a beautiful story. I wasn't expecting to like it so much. I don't really like zombie stuff, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of zombie stuff, but it's really not about the zombies at all. It's about the emotional journey and trauma of the characters. I keep coming back to shows like this. It's always, I guess I gravitate toward it because it resonates with me and my own trauma and struggle. From Severance, The Handmaid's Tale, The Last of Us, over and over again, I keep coming to these shows that at the root of it, it's how humans are coping with trauma and how they can find their purpose in the midst of it. It's a common thread in all these shows that I obsess over and want to analyze on this channel. So, another good one is Twin Peaks. Yeah, people keep telling me that. Doug has been telling me I gotta watch Twin Peaks.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite shows, Julie.
I know. You've been
I have
telling
all
me.
those Rapid Plastic magazines. I have a bunch of fanzines back in the day. I have a whole box of them.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so if you ever want to cover them, I can go to articles in Wrapped in Plastic fanzine, and we can talk about interviews and stuff that are in there.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely, like, when things settle down a little bit, that's on my watch list. Right now, I'm going to be covering 3 shows at once. So that's going to take all my attention for a while. Actually, it's more like I'm covering 4 shows at once, because I take the From rewatch very seriously. I might as well be covering it like it's a new episode, taking notes and screenshots. So, I'm covering that with the live streams. The Last of Us live streams and videos, The Handmaid's Tale videos, but not lives for that. The Residence lives, that's a lot of stuff. That's going to be taking up a lot of time, but when things calm down a bit, Twin Peaks, absolutely. And you can binge the whole thing. I mean, how many episodes doesn't it? It was a network TV show, so doesn't it have a lot of episodes?
Yeah, it has a lot of episodes. It probably has about 23 original episodes from season 1 and season 2, and then The Return has a good number of episodes. At least I can't remember how many. It's been a while since I've watched The Return, actually. or any of them. I mean, I've watched them so many times. You know, when you watch something so many times, it's almost committed to memory. You know, that's how many times I've watched Twin Peaks since the 90s.
Wow. Yeah,
I mean,
that's
my first one was like a bootleg that somebody like recorded for me because you couldn't get the second season. You could only get the first season, so you had to have somebody who recorded it off of ABC when it aired and had a bootleg. And they were kind of cool because they had commercials, like all the promo commercials and stuff in them.
that's
So
cool.
yeah.
Oh, well, yeah, I need to get on that, and I'm still trying to get through Lost. I started
Yeah.
watching Lost in May of last year, and I still haven't finished it. It's almost been a year, and I swear to God, it's not that I'm not interested, but my brain is so burnt out from covering these shows that when it comes to focusing on Lost, I it gets very confusing in the final 3 seasons, and I paused it for a few months during the From season 3, and I had to go back and rewatch some of the stuff because I didn't understand what the hell was going on anymore. It's batshit crazy starting in season 4, like, very difficult to follow, and, like, there's this one episode in season 5 now where it's taken me, like, 4 or 5 tries to actually get through it without falling asleep from not from boredom, but just exhaustion from focusing on all the other shows. I don't have any energy left. So I keep having to go back to the beginning of the episode because I
Yeah,
still
yeah.
can't follow what the hell's happening. Oh my God. You know, you've got like all kinds of crazy time jumps. That's where they start getting into time travel, and it's weird time travel. It's not typical. Anyway, sorry, tangent. Um, but anyway, so there's a streamer with questionable views on women's rights who says he might cover Handmaid's Tale despite stating he hasn't seen previous seasons. Oh, Jesus Christ, Doc. Should be interesting. Oh, God. Oh, God.
So I have them call in here.
Has it really come to that? Are we really going to I guess this is the world we live in now. I mean, unfortunately, there are going to be people who look at this and say, "Oh yeah, yeah, this is a good model for society. Yeah,
Yeah.
you know,
Mm-hmm.
women are second-class citizens, only good for being vessels for children and objects of men's affection or lust.
Mm-hmm.
And that's it."
Yep.
Um, you know, that's frightening. I don't like that. Well, believe me, I'm gonna make my voice heard on this matter. And I do. I'm even critical of the show itself, the way that it's portraying women's rights. I don't think it's going far enough. I don't think
Yeah.
I honestly don't. They're going too easy on certain characters. They're making it about this love affair between the heroine who's supposed to be an emblem for women's rights
Mm-hmm.
and this guy who is complicit in all of this evil. Like he helped overthrow the government to begin with. He is not worthy of her love. I don't understand why the show is romanticizing her relationship with Nick, June and Nick. I do
Yeah.
not get it. It makes no sense. And finally, I was like, fucking finally, in one of these first few episodes, she reunites, spoiler alert, she reunites with her mother, who she thought had died. And her mother, I was like, finally somebody called it like it is. She said to June, you're in love with a I can't say the word German same thing as a German fascist from World War II. Um, she she called him that. Begins with an A and ends with an I, and I was like, finally, someone confronts her on this. And she had nothing. She's like she immediately shut down in denial. Like, no, he's not like that. Oh yeah, he's not like the others. Oh yeah, really? He's complicit. He may be doing things on the sly to help her, but he's a coward and he's not standing up for what's right. He will
You
only
never
go.
read Ricken's book.
He needs to read Ricken's book. He
He
will.
won't, because he's a coward.
He's a fucking coward. He's a fucking coward. Oh, the only time he's brave is when when June wants him to do something for her. He will only stick his neck out for his love for her, not for what's right, not to stand up for all the other oppressed women in Gilead, but just for her. That's bullshit. That's not a hero. That is a coward. He doesn't deserve her love. And I just don't understand why they keep doing these lovey-dovey romantic reunion scenes between them. They already did it in season 5, in this new season, season 6. Like, what the hell? But her mother called her on it, so that gives me hope that maybe her eyes will be open by the end of the season, and she'll realize that he is not worthy of her love unless he steps up and does something, change his course. Anyway, sorry, that's my rant on I don't know how I even got on that, but because Doc mentioned The Handmaid's Tale and women's rights.
Yeah, I've read the book. I haven't watched any of the show because I didn't have Hulu, so I just couldn't watch it.
Right, the show has now gone way beyond the source material of the book. In the book, I don't think that they went as far with this whole Nick and June love story thing. I don't think it went as far as from what I've heard. So I don't like that. This is the bad influence of Hollywood. This forbidden star-crossed lover bullshit. I guess maybe they're just trying to say, okay, June is human like everyone else. She's flawed. She's a heroine and she's flawed. But the problem is that the show itself is portraying those scenes in too romantic of a light. It's not just June feeling those things. It's like all this gorgeous lighting as they reunite and the light falling on their faces as they embrace and smile at each other. You know what I mean? It's the way the show is portraying it. And then they have this scene where in one season where they reunite and kiss, and there's a 360-degree camera twirl around them. No joke. Okay. Like the most epic romance of all time. That cheesy ass 360-degree pan around kiss. Yeah, they did that. That's the problem I have with The Handmaid's Tale. That's one of the problems. And they're trying to redeem fucking Serena Joy, Waterford, who does not deserve redemption unless she pays for her crimes. So, sorry, I'm going to shut up about that now. Amy, I miss Doug too. He'll be back.
I should reread Angel Catbird, which was a graphic novel with a superhero named Angel Catbird that Margaret Atwood wrote.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting.
It's pretty cool. I mean, it is how it sounds. Angel Catbird. He's like an angel, a cat, and a bird all together in a superhero.
Oh, wow. What the hell?
Yeah, that's what I said too, because I was like, that Margaret Atwood? Okay, cool. I'm in.
Okay then, yeah. What was she smoking when she wrote that?
I guess it's like she just want to do something different. I can understand that.
I want to read her book now. I know she likes the way they're handling The Handmaid's Tale. I think they do have her approval.
Yeah, I think didn't she write a couple sequels to that by now? I thought there was at least one. Yeah.
They're adapting one into a spinoff. So she wrote a sequel called The Testaments.
Yeah.
And I already I couldn't help myself. I spoiled myself by going on. I won't spoil it for anybody. But there's some wild stuff revealed in The Testaments about how things turn out for the main characters, and in particular Aunt Lydia, something I would not have expected. But they portrayed Aunt Lydia very differently in the TV series than in the book. So I'm not so sure they're going to go the same direction with Aunt Lydia in The Testaments, but she's going to be in it. She's one of the main characters in the spinoff, which is already in development. So I don't think Gilead is going to fall this season, because we know there's going to be a spinoff, and they're nowhere near crumbling now. So how are they going to do it in a few more episodes? It's just not possible. But it'll be fun to see some kind of revolution starting, though, even though we're not going to be able to see it actually reach its success. I think there's in the sequel, they do a flash into the future, and you see 100 years later, they're talking about the fall of Gilead. So it does eventually fall. So that's good. Hey Trace, nice to see you. Sorry about the long the long digression into Handmaid's Tale, but I've had it in my head so much because I mean Hulu dropped 3 episodes at once last night. So that's a lot to process, and I've been working on my video ever since. So anyway, but I will shut up about that. But if anybody is into The Handmaid's Tale, I will be putting out a deep dive probably tomorrow morning on those episodes. Hey, welcome, Tyon Reed. Nice to see you. Doug loves Blue Velvet too. We need to get him talking about Twin Peaks. Yeah, I gotta watch the show so we could get him on. That's actually a good idea. I gotta watch the show and then we could get him on and talk about it with him because he loves Twin Peaks. That would be cool. I bet he would be game for that. I think they should make that book for sure. They could make the book what has already been covered or even released chapters. Tabitha, maybe that was when I was talking about the Chromino. Yeah. Or I went off on a long tangent.
It's fine. And
Sorry.
You're fine.
Steve says they should release an audio.
My boyfriend had his own theory of why it was the last season, because it was going to become like this in real life after the last season.
Oh God! Because because
what was it anymore? They didn't need Handmaid's Tale anymore because after the final season, the U.S. is just going to be like it, like Gilead.
Yeah. Sadly, I can kind of see that. It's
So you don't need the TV show anymore.
We don't need the TV show anymore. They might as well even get rid of Saturday Night Live. I mean, there is no need for parody anymore either, because reality is more bizarre and absurd and shocking than any parody that we could possibly see, and more ridiculous. So basically SNL is just reenacting actual events now. It's
they don't even need to do anything to it.
It's obsolete. It's actually it's less funny and absurd than the real thing, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It is like they can't. That's where we're at now. So there's really no point in even doing satire of it. That's how crazy it is. So yeah, and we don't really need The Handmaid's Tale if it's becoming reality. So anyway, Steve says
so
they
I'm
should
glad you like red, Julie.
Yeah, it's a good thing I like red. I better get used to that color.
Yeah, get used to it.
At least it's my favorite color to wear.
Yeah.
Oh God. They should release an audiobook of The Flight of the Chromonoculus read by Ricken Hale. Oh man, Steve. Worlds colliding. That would be cool. MJ says the non-performer guests in the Severance season 2 podcast noticeably reduced the actual show / production content, but they were still worthwhile. Okay, yeah. Bill Chill, the dove is back. Yeah, the dove is here. Yes. Yes. Ryan, oh, that's awesome. Ryan ordered a JulieBDeepDives scary numbers shirt. That's so cool. That's so cool. It's wild that my channel name is on a shirt that people can buy. That was really cool. MagickwithaK. Thank you, Amy. I appreciate it. It's gonna be a long recovery for my dad. Can you drive to a closet train station maybe? I used to park in Braintree, but there are closer stations to Boston. Well, his wife wants me to meet her at some train station in Wickford, Rhode Island, and then take a train up there and then from there you take the T and then you take an Uber, and I don't know if I can physically handle it. So thanks, Tabitha. Well, that's good that your sister's heart murmur is getting smaller as she gets older. That's a good thing. It's a good thing. It's something you got to keep an eye on. So I'm glad to hear that. Driving and parking in Boston is worse than New York City. Yes, Doc. It's horrible. It's horrible. So I don't know if I can do it. Bill Chill says, I'll check out The Handmaid's Tale starting tonight. Nice. There are 5 seasons, but it's, it's on Hulu, so it's not that many episodes. It's a tough thing to binge, but Ryan binged it pretty fast, surprisingly. You might need a mental health checkup after you do it. It's a heavy thing to binge all at once, but if you have the emotional fortitude, I highly recommend the show. Sorry, forgot about the watch party, Ryan. It's okay. You can hopefully make the next one. I'm gonna do watch parties for The Handmaid's Tale every Tuesday night. I know they drop on Monday nights, but we do lives on Mondays, and I don't expect a bunch of people to want to show up anyway, because most of our Discord community, they don't watch the show. So Tuesday night I'll stream each episode 1 week, 1 episode at a time. So maybe you can make the next one, Ryan. I'll do it at 10 p.m. next Tuesday, episode 4. It's crazy dropping 3 at once. Now we're already at episode 4. What the hell? Yeah, but it's a great show. It's a great show, despite my criticisms of it. Don't get me wrong, it's a phenomenal show. And they're probably trying to send a message with the way certain things are written, and could still turn it around. I still have hope they can turn around certain things that I'm taking issue with. Hey, Christine Jellybean, nice to see you. Doc, oh geez, you got 4 seasons to watch. Oh yeah, you gotta hurry up. It's not easy to binge though, so just fair warning. Catching up with the previous season of Handmaid, and I have one good friend who likes it even more than me. Well, I'm surprised there's more interest here in the chat than I expected in this show. Okay, well, that's great. So eventually, if you guys catch up with the show, check out my deep dives on this season. So Knox says I made it to a season and a half of Handmaid's Tale. Yeah, it's some people just drop it because it's a lot. I think the first 2 seasons are the most harrowing. Season 5 was the least disturbing, and season 6 is not disturbing yet so far. We're getting away from some of the worst horrors of the show, and there's only so much of that you can take. It becomes like torture. PORN. I'm not supposed to say the name on stream, but yeah. If I say that word, that can get streams blocked and stuff like that. Ryan just started The Last of Us. It is so good. That's awesome. Glad to hear it. Yes, I'm glad you like it. I'm really looking forward to covering it. Oh, that sucks, Doc. Jeez. The trades are backed up at work and they're flooding the place. What a nightmare. That sucks. Tabitha says, "Oh, The Last of Us. Yes, Pedro is my birthday twin. I'm a big zombie fan. The Walking Dead started with zombies and then showed how humanity changes." Yeah, I'm not a big zombie fan, but I don't mind it in this show. It's not the zombies are not the centerpiece of the show at all.
I
And
think
they're
that
not.
might be the problem I have with it, because both
Oh,
that and The Walking Dead, to me, not enough zombies for zombie
really?
show.
Because I think the Walking Dead has a lot more, though, from what I saw of it. I saw little bits of it here and there. I never watched it much, but it would be on in the background at my ex's parents' house, and I was like, yeah, this is too much for me. I can't handle this. The zombie stuff. But in The Last of Us, I like that there aren't that many zombie attacks. It's like an old school model of slowly building to those moments. And when they actually happen, it feels earned because it's building up tension and suspense as you see them on this trek across the country. And I like that. It's not gratuitous nonstop violence. But nowadays a lot of people are desensitized, so they want constant action and violence. I love old school suspense building
Well, I'm not
stuff.
saying violence either, just old school zombies. I kind of like the white zombie kind of zombies, like kind of
Yeah.
1930s Bela Lugosi, that kind
Yeah.
of,
Oh,
that
yeah.
kind of flavor, as opposed to, zombies that are, you know, I mean, it's not really, it's just like a disease, a virus kind of zombies,
You're right. Right. Um,
where they used to be
yeah,
kind of voodoo zombies.
right, right. Yeah, the disease thing, that I thought that was gonna be too triggering for me, that it started with a
Yeah.
pandemic, but
Hmm.
they got past that part of the show pretty quickly, and it's not anything like our pandemic at all, so I got over that.
Well, I hope
And
so. There's not too
mm,
many like mushroom headed people around.
right, exactly. So,
I mean,
that was a
my boyfriend played the video game, so I know what happens for the most part.
right, and it followed the video games very closely from what I
Yeah.
heard, very closely. Sometimes the scenes played out almost exactly the same. It yeah, Pedro, holy shit, I love him. Oh my god, he's just what an incredible actor. I just God, there's just something so unbelievably attractive about that guy, and his performance is beautiful. I just absolutely loved it. Watching him slowly, um, you know, like accept this girl as his daughter, um, after losing his real daughter, accepting this new girl and closing himself off and pushing her away and denying it, and then the walls finally come down, and it's just such an amazing thing to watch. My God, I mean, he had so much restraint in his performance for a lot of the season, holding in his emotions, and then
Hmm.
there's a scene where he finally breaks down crying, real tears, crying, saying, "I just know I'm gonna get her killed. I'm gonna get her killed. I I have dreams every night. I'm failing. I always fail. I'm gonna get her killed. You gotta take her," telling his brother this. And it was just, oh my god, it was unbelievable. I wasn't expecting it because he's so stoic for much of the season and stuffing his emotions down, but you can only do that so much, and then the trauma eventually is going to erupt. Oh, he's amazing. He's absolutely amazing. Um, and when he finally accepts her as his daughter, it's just a powerful thing to watch. So I love it. I love it. Anyway, MJ said The Last of Us game fans wanted more zombies, but I was perfectly happy. It enhanced character focus. Yeah. I can
Well, that's one
understand.
thing I liked. I haven't really watched that much of The Walking Dead, but I did watch Daryl Dixon, and one of my favorite things was the guy who had a zombie orchestra.
Oh, well, that's that's a unique take on
Yeah,
zombies.
there's just bits and pieces of zombies playing instruments when they flail around, and I thought that was pretty cool.
That would
My
be
favorite
interesting.
part.
That would be interesting. Um, Mulholland Drive was a brain twist movie. Huh.
Hmm.
That sounds
You need
familiar.
to.
I can't remember if I've seen that or not.
I don't think you
Hmm.
have seen any David Lynch because you have like a couple difficulties with Lynch in general.
Yeah, I don't think I've seen it, but I'll have to put that on my list. I've heard that one is really good. Anyway, let's see. Hey Scott, nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Steve says, Julie, if you need a Last of Us consultant, I'm your guy. I'm obsessed with that series and played both games probably 15 times each and watched season one probably 20 times. Wow. Cool, Steve.
It would be cool to have somebody play the video games on just so you could compare and contrast.
Hmm. Yeah. Hey, I would love that. Dying for someone to talk to about it. Oh, yeah. We can talk about it. Absolutely. That would be great. I don't know if you're in the Discord, but if you're not in the Discord, join that and we can talk because yeah, I would love to talk to somebody about this show. I absolutely loved it. So, and but I've never played the games and I've only watched it through once. I just now finished it. So, yeah, cool. cool, Steve. Definitely hit me up in the Discord. I don't know if you're a Discord member already, but it can be a pain trying to adjust to it, but it's a great way to connect with people and keep conversations going once you get used to the format. Anyway, what else? Yes, please hit the like button if you haven't already. I would appreciate it. Hey, Morgan, I'm happy you're alive. What's taking place? What's
Are we
taking
all?
place? Well, we're going to be talking about the UUR. We just went off on some tangents, but we're going to get back on track with that. But yes, Christine, I recommend watching the show, definitely. Yeah, I recommend watching it. Let's see. I think they're trying to show that Nick is like the vessel of change, that some of the men can be changed despite growing in that environment, but we see Nick literally just being like, something's missing there. But yeah, I want to see him do more. That's the thing. He needs to do more. He needs to stand up for something other than just loving this one woman who is oppressed. He needs to care about all the rest of them. Do something. You know, that's the problem. And I'm not angry. I get passionate about things, but I'm not angry. But yeah, it's just The Handmaid's Tale got me kind of charged up. Sometimes a book is just a book, other times it's a weapon used to bludgeon your enemies. Dear reader, you will be happy to know that this is the former. Getting back to the UUR. What else? What else did I miss here? Hey, Fletch, thank you for hitting the like. I appreciate it. Please hit the like button. And yeah, Nick is cute, it's very hard. You know, I can't help as a viewer thinking like, oh wow, he is cute and they have such chemistry and all that stuff. I just have issues with, you know, I won't go down that again, but yeah, issues with the nature of their relationship. Thank you so much, Fletch. Appreciate it. Hope everyone's well. To show some love to Jamie if you can. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we always do. Scarlet and Jamie have their stream on
Oh,
Yellow Jackets on Sunday nights.
yeah, finale. Finale's coming.
Finale this week. Yeah,
Yeah.
Thursday night.
Yeah, we're thinking of having a watch party where we show like a couple of the older episodes leading into the finale that are enriching to the finale.
Okay.
Like the pilot of Yellow Jackets, and then the second season episode called Old Wounds. Is anybody in the chat likes Yellow Jackets? I know somebody who saw the screener and she recommended watching these two because they kind of enrich the finale, and that's what she said to me. So I'm spreading the word.
Hmm.
And that's what
Cool.
I'm gonna do.
That sounds fun. So yeah.
We're gonna have what I'm gonna call a pity party with two T's, like the Pit Girl pity party.
Mm,
I feel so bad I came up with this. I should have just called the whole like broadcast that.
nice. Nice
It's
play
not
on
even my
words.
idea. I took it from somebody in Fadefire's chat. Fadefire, shout out to her. She does great videos.
Yeah. Well, okay. Let's see.
But we're also going to be on Sunday. We're going to be with Cyber Queen Media at like probably 10:30.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, they're going to be with us, and then they're going to do one of those raid things. When they stop, they're going to raid all the people into our chat, which is
Oh,
nice.
cool.
Yeah.
Rating the chat. Love it.
Yep. Mm-hmm. So we'll have
Mm.
to figure out how to do that with the people in our chat.
Mm. Oh yeah, Tabitha. You talked about Twin Peaks for ages. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I could too. We could talk about anything David Lynch for ages.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure I will too with Doug once I get around to watching it. We just talk about anything under the sun.
Once you get over the soap opera-ish of it.
Yeah. I miss talking to him. He's been so busy on his trip. Normally, like, we send a lot of voice messages back and forth every day. I'll look down and sometimes like a couple hours have gone by and we're still sending voice messages back and forth. But he's been so busy. I hope he's enjoying himself, and I know he's having a great time over there. Hey
Yeah,
Dieter.
I saw that little man in yellow was getting some action and photographs.
Yeah.
The girl was kissing him.
Yeah.
España.
Mini Man in Yellow is a player. He's a ladies' man.
Yep.
Hey Jeter, hope you're doing okay. Hope you're feeling a little better. He's been really sick. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, Doc, the Yellow Jackets finale's tomorrow night. Jamie will have a thing in her Discord. Probably starting at 10. I'm encouraging everybody to start at 10 so we can watch the pilot and then Old Wounds and then the finale.
Right.
Or you can do it on your own.
Yeah. Well, sorry. Feel better, Dieter. Take care of yourself. No need to be here if you're not feeling up to it.
Yeah.
See you later, Ryan. Sorry, we're taking too long to get on topic. But
Oh God.
I'm almost caught up with everything.
He'll never know what he is now. We should have put the poll up so we could at least know.
No. Damn. Maybe he'll be able to come back later.
Yeah, hopefully.
MJ, yeah, that I feel that way too. Have deep dives enhance a show for me. When I was watching From, I would watch videos on it and podcasts right after. So I agree. Fletch said The Last of Us is to me the best video game to TV show adaptation that there is. I've never seen Fallout. Fallout is amazing. I've watched the first few episodes and I love it. So highly recommend. I'm only a few episodes in, but I love it so far. But yeah, Last of Us is phenomenal too. I don't play video games, but you don't have to play them to appreciate the shows.
Yeah, but Fallout just put another story in its universe as opposed to Last of Us being a direct adaptation.
Right. So, Tabitha said The Walking Dead starts with zombies being like the center of the suspense and trying to survive to what people have to do in this post-apocalyptic world and survive by starting wars. Yeah, so the living become the true threat. That's interesting.
Bummer.
Yeah.
Love zombies.
Right.
Zombie show should be zombies. That's what I'm saying. Because Jamie was like, "There's not really zombies on The Last of Us." And I'm like, "Well, that's not making me want to watch it."
Yeah, they really
have to
don't
come at me at another angle.
They really don't show up that often.
Yeah,
they don't. It's also the smallest cast I think I've ever seen on a TV show. It's basically just two people through the whole freaking thing. And you have a couple people who are recurring and pop up in a couple of episodes. But other than that, it's just two people carrying the whole show on their backs. And one of them is just a young woman. She's playing a 14-year-old, but right now she's like 21. She just looks young. Anyway, they're both phenomenal. Let's see. Yeah, I know Handmaid's Tale has some triggering parts. Doc, in the first two seasons especially, it's not like that anymore. It's changed a lot. They can only do that for so long. Anyway.
See, I think that's what would turn people off watching later seasons. They might think that happens all the way through.
Yeah, it's not like that. You can only take so much of that. There are changes made and it becomes less harrowing. You don't have to watch the same kind of suffering and torture happening all these seasons long. It changes a lot. It's a completely different show now. If you pick it up now, you wouldn't understand at all what's going on or why it matters. So it's a show that you really need to watch from the beginning. And it's much more palatable now. You're not seeing atrocities happening all over the place and that kind of stuff. It's not this claustrophobic hell that you feel in the first couple seasons, first 3 seasons, really. Anyway. Thanks for joining the Discord, Steve. Yeah, look forward to chatting. Awesome. Okay, so I think I caught up with everybody. Did I miss anything? What am I eating? I was eating some baked beans, but I'm done now. I didn't have time to eat anything. Anyway, yeah, feel better, Dieter. Sorry you're still feeling so sick. I see some random stuff in the chat. I don't know what you guys are talking about, but Steve said that's because The Last of Us isn't a show about zombies. Yes, it's a show about the destructive power of love and how it can bring out the best in us, but also the worst. 100%. Yeah. It's also about cycles of violence and how one person's hero is another person's villain. Exactly. It's all a matter of perspective. Everyone is just trying to survive and out for themselves and their loved ones, and so it's all relative, really. One person's hero is another person's villain. Yeah. So it's ambiguous. It's not like they're like the good guys and the bad guys. It's not like that at all. Anyway. Yeah, Joel is the original guy who travels with the girl and protects her. That's right. Yep. Yeah. Anyway, so let's get into this now. I'm gonna pull up the. So I have a link. I should have put it in the description of the video, but I did post a link in the Discord to the actual text of the ebook for the UUR, and I have my version that I actually saved and highlighted. Hopefully I can locate it. But let's see. Oh yeah, I think I've got it right here. I realized that I could highlight. I never knew I could do this before, but I could highlight passages in an ebook. So I was thinking, yeah. Because I was thinking, like, I really want to print this and highlight it, like I used to do in school. I would mark up everything I was reading, and but I thought, oh, I don't know if I can get the printer to work here, and I didn't need to because I figured out how to highlight passages. So I'm gonna pull it up on the screen so we can actually look at the text. And here we go. So let's see. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay in it actually showing up. Let me see if it's actually, is it there? Can you see it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so let me go back. It's a little bit, it's running a little bit slow. So
honestly,
starts with a note.
You could probably read most of it. I mean, it's not super long.
It's really not, honestly. Starts with a note from, what the hell? Why is it? Sorry, hold on a second. It's zoomed in too far, and I can't get it to unzoom. I have this issue with my Chromebook all the time. There we go. All right. Zoom in. Come on. God, I hate this thing. Should have used my laptop. Okay. So it says a note from the author, Ricken Hale. So this is like his note at the beginning saying, I thank you humbly for your fervent interest in my upcoming book, The UUR. As you know, this book was meant to release nationwide this week, and I was deeply eager to share its splendors with you. Unfortunately, events beyond my control have led to a brief delay as I liaise with several corporate parties as to precisely where and in what form the book should be released.
Means
On the
Natalie.
advice of counsel, I sadly means Natalie. On the advice of counsel, I sadly cannot say more at this time. I've no doubt this will cause widespread dismay and wrath, but I ask that you remain non-violent as these issues play out.
Yeah.
So don't start a riot because you don't
Keep
get the
it together. Yeah,
In
anybody in
the
the chat
interim,
that
I have
hears these
negotiated
words
to
don't.
allow.
Yeah. Sorry.
No,
No,
sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, anybody in the chat that hears these words, I mean, don't go crazy. Don't start a riot. We'll all talk about this together.
Yeah, we can talk this out. It's
Yeah.
okay. We'll get through this
Yeah.
together. He says, in the interim, I have negotiated to allow the release of the first 8 chapters in both digital and spoken word format in hopes that my web-savvy reader's yearning might be at least partially quelled. Please know that these pages are but the first steps on the journey, and that full self-knowledge cannot be attained unless you experience the book in full. Bless you for your patience, and please enjoy the first octet of chapters of the UUR. Dr. Ricken Hale, PhD. PhD in what? I'd like to know. What do we know?
Who
What does he have a
knows?
PhD?
Basket weaving? I mean, they do have PhDs in basket.
I wonder. They do, yeah. I don't know. There's
Be
got to
like
be
Dr.
something
Phil
weird.
and just calls himself doctor and he isn't.
Yeah, right. It could be a situation like that. Now this is a passage. This starts actually with a passage that he read during the scene with Mark and the book reading, and at the end of season 1 in the finale. He begins with this. Everyone sits there and reads along with him, kind of like I did actually. It was like I was at his book reading, because they were all reading along while he narrated it, while he read it.
Immersive, very immersive.
Yeah, I wanted the full experience.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, it's said that as a child, Wolfgang Mozart killed another boy by slamming his head in a piano. Don't worry, my research for this book has proven the claim untrue. As your heart rate settles, though, consider the power an author, which we'll refer to as me, can hold over a reader, heretofore called you. But what indeed is you? How can you mean different things to millions of readers around a vast earth? And perhaps most importantly, who are you? I'm not asking out of mere politeness, for you, my friend, are no mere consumer of this book, sucking down nouns and adverbs like a plump babe to the teat. In fact, your relationship to this work is far more intimate and profound. You are its subject. The gentle snow of dandruff I sense dusting the page informs me that you're scratching your head. Hold the phone, you scoff aloud. Me? I am the subject of Dr. Ricken's new book? Yeah, right. In my dreams, maybe. You stand and go to the vanity, examining your humble visage in the mirror. Could it really be? Could you be the focus of a work of literature read by millions of readers around a vast earth? Are you interesting enough? Cool enough? Clever enough? Sexy enough? Wealthy enough? Elegant enough? Are you, well, enough? Consider, yes. But here I am crooning your praises when we've not yet met, properly met. I, as you likely know, am Dr. Ricken Hale, PhD. I am an author, reductive as the term may be, a healer, an archer, a writer, a gadfly, a reformed nomad, a husband, and at the time of writing, a terrified, soon-to-be father. Now, this part's hilarious. I am the youngest son of renowned performance artists Bob and Grace Hale, known collectively as Hump Dumpster. So I have sought for decades to distinguish myself from their intellectual shadow. Hump Dumpster.
Do you
Those
do
are
you
his
think that's a little bit of Ben Stiller coming out in there with his parents, his famous parents?
It's gotta be. Yeah. Yeah. Ben Stiller, feeling like he's in the shadow of his famous parents,
Mhm.
Jerry Stiller and I forget who his mother was. But they were both wasn't his wife an actress too? I think.
Yeah, I can't remember her name though. I can't look it up. You can look it
Yeah,
up. You can
doesn't
look it up real
matter.
quick.
Um, I can look it up myself too. Without
Yeah.
you do it'll get you kicked off.
Yes.
Uh, I'll just Google it on my phone. Ben Stiller mom. Anne Mira is her
Yeah.
name.
Mhm.
Um, she's an actress and comedian, married to Jerry Stiller. They both lived to a very long age. Wow, she lived to be 85. His father was quite old when he
Mhm.
passed. That was sad. I remember Jerry Stiller passed. But anyway, yeah, so Ben Stiller, he probably felt like, he had a lot to live up to with such
Mhm.
famous parents, and so this could be a little nod to that.
Yeah,
Um,
he even tried to get serious roles at first, like he was in Empire of the Sun, which is a pretty serious drama movie, but nobody took him
right,
seriously because of his parents.
right, right. So it makes sense, so and then Rickon says, "I am a friend to birds, the earth, the arts, the elderly, the destitute, and the upset." Um, You are somewhat trickier to define. After all, you're one of potentially billions of humans who've purchased this tome who may be reading this exact sentence at the exact moment. So, which of these innumerable readers are you? The answer, like the gentle and maligned tyrannosaur, can only be found by gazing into the past. Recall for a moment when you first picked up this book. How did you feel as your eager eyes fell to the page, only to be accosted by a gruesome, paradigm shattering, and again untrue fact about beloved songwriter Wolfgang Mozart? Statistically, your reaction almost certainly fell into one of 5 categories, and figuring out which one is deeply instructive in determining your you.
So everybody in the
Now
chat,
this
listen up.
now this is probably the most important part of the book. So this is where he defines the categories of different types of people. These are called YouTypes. So let's try to identify which YouType we are. Um, and we'll do a poll after I go through this. First, perhaps this is the first YouType. First, perhaps you simply stopped reading. Fearing the sting of revelation, you hurled the book into the waste bin and fled outside to bury your head in the sand like a duck. These are the actions of the coward. If you fall into this category, congratulations, you are no longer reading this book, and my ideas cannot hurt you. So if you are a housemaid or butler who has fished the book from amidst your employer's rubbish, please know that you work for a milk-livered swoon to whom you owe no continued fealty. Trust me, my fellow servant, you'd be better off a beggar. Ouch. Okay. Um, Others among you have met the news with fury. So this is the next one, okay? This is the next one. To hell with Mozart, you bellowed. I'll buy an even bigger piano and do the same to him. In your rage, you failed to realize Mozart has been dead for centuries. You are the warrior. Impulsive and volatile, you have come to this book seeking respite from your own fire. Okay, so we've got the coward and we have the warrior. Now, the next one. By contrast, perhaps your instinct was to defend the young maestro. He was a sensitive child, you cooed, and I bet the others teased him for his name. These sentiments mark you as the dove. Peaceful to a fault, you prioritize amity over justice and vehemently avoid tumult. Of course, you are not likely not a literal dove, though studies do suggest that birds can read and understand up to 500 words.
I'm a literal dove. I
We
don't
got
know
a
if that's
literal.
what I picked, but out of the pictures I sent you, this one I liked best.
I like that one. Yeah, no, it's perfect. It's perfect. 4th, okay, here's the next YouType. If you quickly went to work committing your feelings on that matter to the page, then you may be the scribe, the rarest type of person you cannot help but weave your thoughts into splendid prose, for which society rewards you with acclaim. You may have already won several prestigious awards, and you are likely considered charismatic and dashing by your peers. Okay, so that's the scribe. Then the final one, perhaps, finally, it's possible you've never heard of Mozart at all. Mayhaps you've spent this whole introduction in self-conscious dread, wondering how this cultural touchstone has eluded your knowledge. To this, I say this. Nothing is wrong with you. You are not stupid, nor rube-like, nor corn-fed. You have come into this book an innocent, teeming with beauteous potential. You are the Vestal, and in your absence of knowledge there is room for wisdom. You are, in fact, the you I most affectionately welcome on this journey. Yeah, of course he welcomes the Vestal, so he can shape you like a bunch of sheep. That's what he wants. Of course he loves the Vestals. Oh my god, my cat is making a racket. What the hell? She's gonna wake up my mom. Why is she howling? I can't even. Oh, okay. She was having trouble getting back into my room.
Uh,
There you go. Jesus Christ. I don't know if you could hear her, but
yeah.
anyway.
I hear it earlier.
So the Vestal. Now obviously on the show, the innies are Vestals. They probably haven't even heard of Mozart, and they're innocent. They're they're ripe for his molding into his way of thinking. The innies are all enlightened and revolutionized and radicalized by this this revolutionary book. It's absolute nonsense, of course. It sounds ridiculous, but to them this is like the greatest philosophy. This is like Socrates or something. It's just yeah, it's for them it represents enlightenment, and so they're basically the Vestal. So and then at the end of the chapter, so at the end of every chapter he does this thing where he says he tells you to attach something onto your vanity as you look at yourself in the mirror. So he's like, at this point, I urge you to write down your YouType on a scrap of paper and affix it to your vanity, as it will prove important over the course of this book. Be you the coward, the warrior, the dove, the scribe, or the vestal, I welcome you upon this journey with equal affection. We've taken but the first step in discovering which unique and beautiful you are. Now, I'm having a hard time picking between the dove and the scribe. Because
Oh, I thought you totally would just pick the scribe. That's why I picked the dove.
I'm both though. I do both of these. Like I have both tendencies. I mean, the dove perfectly describes my behavior. Avoiding confrontation, defending the defenseless, and you know, feeling compassion for people who are teased, um, all of that stuff. But then scribe, I've always been someone who needs to express myself in writing.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if I had to pick one or the other, I'd pick the scribe. Now, I'm certainly not. I have not won, a bunch of prestigious awards by society and all of this stuff. I mean, I got a scholarship to college, but it wasn't.
Well,
It
there's a
wasn't.
prestigious reward.
Yeah, I did. I did
I've
get a.
won. I won some poetry contests, some prose contests, and some smaller poetry magazines back in the day.
Yeah, if I had the motivation, I would have entered more. I was doing so much writing for school that I just didn't have any energy
Yeah.
to do more
Mhm.
of those things. But like,
Yeah.
in high school once we were forced by an English teacher as an assignment to enter an essay contest, and I won like $200.
Nice.
Um, and it was a book I hated. I hated it. It
What
was
book?
how do you I don't know how you pronounce the name right. It looks like Anne Rand, but not Anne. I
Oh,
don't know how
Ayn
to
Rand. So it
I
was an
yeah,
Ayn Rand book.
The
Nice.
Fountainhead. I fucking
The
hated that.
Fountainhead. Oh my god. Okay, cool.
I hated that freaking book. I hated it. And I won $200 writing an
Nice.
essay about it.
Nice.
So, you know, I
Yeah,
hated
they
it,
made
but
an adaptation of it, but it's like 3 movies long, and it took them like 25 years, like, or something in between all the movies to get it all done.
wow, jeez.
I've only liked one book by Ayn Rand, and that was Anthem, and it's short and sweet and to the point.
Yeah, I was not a fan at all, and
She's not. Yeah, I can understand why.
I don't like that whole, like like there's an institute named after her. I don't like the anyway, I won't go on a tangent about that.
I can
But,
get why you don't.
I did get an academic scholarship to college. It wasn't for writing, it was just,
Yeah.
just overall. I didn't have any tuition costs, which is a good
Mhm.
thing because I majored in something that wound up, I was unable to get any kind of job that could actually support myself. So, at least I wasn't saddled with tuition debt, so that's a good
Yeah.
thing.
Mhm.
I did win a scholarship, like a smaller scholarship for my writing at one point in college too, that covered other
Mhm.
college expenses. So, I mean, it's not like I haven't won anything, but I'm certainly I'm not like a published author or anything like that. So I didn't know if I should describe myself as this, but I guess if I had to pick,
Well,
I
you do
would.
describe now for your lives.
Yeah,
You're like, right.
I mean, I'm not I'm not rewarded with acclaim by society or anything crazy, but it's
Well, your
cool having a
society.
channel.
The society here, the family. The society.
That's true. I
During public.
feel like less of a failure now, so that's nice because I felt like, I wasted my writing ability because of my pain, not being able.
Hello? Hello? Are you here, Julie? Are you here? Are you here? No, you're not. Can people hear Julie? You hear these goats? Well, if it's just me, I could do a little promo. Let's see here. What's going on? Let's see, on Friday, we're hopefully I'm not messing up. Well, anyway, on Friday we are going to be doing oh, here I am. Episode 3 and 4 of The Residents. We'll be watching them in Julie's Discord approximately 8 p.m. EST, and then we'll be doing a live at 10 p.m. EST that will be half the residents, and then we will have From Academy with Doc starting about 12:30. And we might be doing something completely different depending if Doc wants to do what he's been asking us to think about, which is a really good idea. So stay tuned on that. And like I said before, I'm having a Yellow Jackets watch party and a Sci-Fi Visions Discord channel at 10 p.m. EST tomorrow. We will watch the pilot and Old Wounds, or at least I'm going to get Jamie to try to do both of those. And then we're going to watch the finale because I heard from a person who has a channel that has a screener that these 2 episodes do enrich watching the finale at Yellow Jackets. So I want to do it for myself, and I figure if I'm doing it, then maybe other people will want to also do it in a party, and we could start it at 10 so we don't like have to sit around till like midnight, and we could talk about those episodes and then talk about the finale. And usually we go maybe an hour or 2 afterwards and talk about
Hey guys, sorry about that. Um, so, so my Wi-Fi cut out completely. The Wi-Fi is down. So just give me a second. I have to go reset the router. I don't know what happened to Scarlet. Oh no. Where's Scarlet? She got knocked off too? Uh-oh. Um, guys, hang on just a second. Just talk amongst yourselves. Oh wait. Scarlet. Hey, my Wi-Fi went out. My Wi-Fi's completely
Hello.
out. Sorry about that.
No worries.
I talked for a while, and then I was like thrown backstage, and then my network went down. So I was like, okay.
So there's it's nobody. It's the no
Yep.
one live stream. Yeah,
Hmm.
that was
Yep.
like a first, I think. No one was on stage at all. Oh my god. I'll be right back. I'm gonna reset the router because I want to be able to share my screen and show images, and I can't do that with my phone. So just give me a minute. Talk amongst yourselves, and welcome, Doc.
Okie dokie. Hello, greetings.
How are you doing, Doc?
I'm doing all right. Work was work was something today. It's been, oh my God, past few days.
I heard you got invaded by water. Was that the situation?
Yeah, the drains are backing up on us. We told the boss like, I don't know, a month and a half ago that we were having trouble with the drains. And we yeah, it's all, you know, come to a
What
head.
is going on? Router,
But yeah, multiple devices
Wi-Fi.
backed up, and they may end up having to cancel all surgeries tomorrow, for all I know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean,
That's crazy.
if they can't use like all the things that I mean have drains, like
Yeah.
then yeah, that could be a problem. But our things that we drain our buckets into seem to work okay. We hope. I didn't go and check the basement after. I probably should have, but
Yeah.
I got my fingers crossed. There was only a small puddle that I could find from the upstairs, well, from the leaks. Uh, but yeah, anyway, I'm rambling now.
Oh, that's fine.
Yep. And then
Uh,
yesterday was just two of us.
so what was your idea for Friday?
Oh, yes. Right. So for Friday, I was thinking that we do a social night,
Oh
kind of like
yeah.
a Fromely social night, and interview each other. And if anyone wants to come up, promote any of their stuff, talk about themselves, or play pass the ball with us, yeah, we can have people from the community come up and we can interview them so we can start to get to know each other a little bit better. No
That's gonna be
political talk though, please, folks. I know right now people have different opinions, have all kinds of opinions about things, but we want to try to all focus on what we have in common, which is these shows. This is
Yeah.
kind of
Yeah.
a nice reprieve from all that.
Yeah. I had something else to say, but I kind of like threw it out of my head.
Okay,
See.
so I reset the router. It'll be back within a few minutes. At least it should be, and then I can share my screen again. But in the meantime, let me see. Can I even? I wanted to make a. I was just about to make a poll, and I don't think I can do it on here unless. Oh wait, can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, maybe I
No, I
can do
can't.
it on here.
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
No, my only thought was the pass the ball thing reminded me more of Severance than From. That was my
That's where
thought.
I got the. I actually had the idea when that episode came out. That episode gave me the idea. But and I had
Yeah.
mentioned it at some point while chatting with Julie, and she thought it would be a fun idea. And I think this would be a good opportunity for it. Give me another week to work on the From Academy that I'm working on. I've been hard at work on that, and
Mm-hmm.
but I want to make sure that I have a good program for everyone. So we'll do this one first. And I think we can kind of use this anyway right now.
Yeah. And then like our other topic will be split into two.
Yep, I want to split it into two. So I want to put the first part to do um, what was it clue finding, fact gathering, information gathering. Then the
Mm.
second part will be on putting it all together and creating theories
Yeah.
and theory crafting.
Yeah. And then
First one, information gathering, and then second part, putting it together.
yeah, because it reminds me of something that you could almost use with the residents as well.
Yeah, the residents actually inspired it.
Yeah, yeah. So you've been watching that show too, right?
Yep, I finished episode 3 last night. I'm either gonna watch episode 4 tonight, or I'm gonna watch an episode of The Last of Us, because I'm rewatching that.
Yeah, yeah.
But I've only
Nice.
rewatched the first episode so far, so I'm still playing catch up.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Like the next said, I woke up the other night and watched 22 episodes of Two Broke Girls. It was great.
22. Oh my god.
Two Broke Girls.
Wow.
I haven't even heard of this.
I like Kat Jennings,
Sounds
so
really
I'm
fun.
a big Kat Jennings fan.
Yeah, I like her.
Okay.
I like her too.
And Jennifer Coolidge is in that show as well.
Oh, I love her.
Yeah. I just got done watching White Lotus. That was pretty crazy as well.
I've never seen White Lotus or even a preview of it. Is it
Yeah.
is it like is it a sci-fi show?
No, it's kind of like a comedy drama, but it starts with a mystery. It always starts with a crime, kind of like a mystery show would start out with, but then you have to figure out everything that happened to the people that led. They show the last scene first, and then they say something like 2 weeks later, and they start it, and then you got to figure out what happened to create that last scene.
Okay, that could be fun.
Yeah.
I heard someone say that they're a single straight man, so of course they are completely caught up in White Lotus and obsessed or something like that. And I'm like, so is that like a show for straight men then? I don't get it. Like, I don't know, but I guess not.
There is truly some gayness and maybe even some bisexuality in this one, so I don't know if that's true.
Such things offend me.
But then again, some people were offended by like lesbians in Westworld, yet there was so much bisexuality in Westworld in the first 2 seasons. I was like, where were you guys? Where were you watching the show? I don't understand.
Selective observation.
Yeah, I guess. How's your router doing, Julie?
It's it looks like it's starting to come back. So in the meantime, I'll let me check in with some people here. Hey, Real Cinema Therapy. Nice to see you. Best Ben Stiller's parents had a comedy routine known as Stiller and Mira. Indeed.
Oh, it's known as Pump Dumpster is what it's known.
Yes. The Hump Dumpster. Doc had said Doc had said I'm a weird mix of the Warrior and Dove. Yeah, I would say I'm a mix of Scribe and Dove myself. Yeah.
I'm always at odds with myself, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, like
well, I described myself as a dove in one of PM's videos, and then PM said, "No, you're a scribe." So she said I was a scribe.
Yeah.
So she's like, "No, you're the scribe."
Only you know the you are, Scarlet.
Yes. So. Well, I have to think about Mozart slamming somebody's head into a piano and make my decisions based on that and that alone.
Right. Exactly. That's how you do. That's how you find out. That's how you know that's the key. And Dieter dropped the link to Real Cinema Therapy's channel. Our friend Lori here. Please take a moment and check out her channel and subscribe if you like Severance and you like Yellow Jackets. And she does great psychological analysis to that. So of those shows. And also some really funny. She did a funny edit of a Melchick this week, which is great. Hey AA, nice to see you. Bill Chill says, I think I'm a warrior scribe. Cool. Yes, the work is mysterious and important, Knox.
Warrior scribe. They got the mighty pen as their weapon.
Yes. The pen is mightier than the sword. Indeed. MJ Coward warrior, dove, scribe, vestal equals 1, 2, 3, 3. Wait, what? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Hey, this is where it's at. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well. Really great to see you. Cool. Hope everything's going well with you. It's been a while. Yes, I went any mode, Mackie. Well, we lost the dove scribe.
Okay.
Yes. Anyway, so I'm looking at what was happening when I was gone. Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of spooky, I'm sure. It was just Scarlet alone, and then it was the chat show.
Yep.
No, it's the chat show. That was new. That was a new one.
Just a Severance background. I mean, if you like that background, it's cool.
That's never happened before. Hello,
Usually I come
Mel.
back and I was trying to hold down the fort, and then all of a sudden it was just gone. I'm like, oh no.
I was trying to come back, but yeah, I tried 2 different laptops and I realized it was just the Wi-Fi all across the board. It wasn't the Chromebook. Lately, it's just the Chromebook that's been kicking me off the Wi-Fi, but it's everything right now. Hey Mel, hello, welcome to hello. It was just empty. In the end, there will be only chat. Oh, Peekaboo, that's a Kendrick reference, believe it or not. Kendrick has a great song, Peekaboo. Hey, Muncher Luncher, nice to see you. So get your answers ready as to, hey, Laura Butler, once I can get back on the Wi-Fi, which I think I might be able to do in a minute. Yep, it's back on. I can actually do a poll now as to what you type you are. So let's see.
You're gonna have to pick one. You can't be hyphenating now.
Yeah, you gotta pick one. Gotta pick one. The chat. Yeah, this was the chat
I'll pick my
stream for a
dominant.
little while. Huh? What, Doc?
I'll pick the one I think is dominant.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yep. It's the Kaiji show. Oh no, let's not do that, Muncher Luncher. No, let's not talk politics. God, that's the best way to poison any conversation. Oh God, nowadays. Uh, hell no. Back in the day, yeah, but no. I stay far away right now. Anyway, looks like I'm pretty much caught up with you guys. It's okay, so I'm caught up with you guys. I'm gonna switch back to my Chromebook where I can actually make a poll. So let me see here. So again, the choices were warrior,
Okay, the vessel.
the vestal, which would be like the innocent.
The vestal virgin.
I'm gonna switch devices now. The Vestal Virgin, yeah, that's what I think of. There's the Vestal, which is like the innocent, the warrior, the scribe, the dove, or the coward. But I'm not going to be able to add the coward as an option because I can
We're
only
not going
pick
to
4.
anyway because the cowards are not. They just won't vote in the poll.
They just wouldn't vote anyway. You're not going to self-identify as a coward.
I don't even know why you mentioned them at the end of the chapter because they had already thrown it away.
I know. I find it funny how he still addresses them though. He's like, if you fall into this category, congratulations, you are no longer reading this book, and my ideas cannot hurt you. So he's talking to people who aren't even reading the book anymore.
Yeah, we don't have to worry. The cowards have already just stopped watching the stream. They've thrown their cell phones and devices into the toilet.
Out of fear of the words.
Yeah, out of fear of the words.
Words are scary.
Right. Exactly. So, all right, I'm going to switch devices now so I can make the poll. So I'll be right back in a second.
Anything you want to promote, Doc, separate from the lives?
I'm thinking about, well, planning on making a channel, not Kaiju, making a YouTube channel called the Fromely Connection,
Oh.
and I'm gonna post the podcast that I'm hearing an echo, but I'm gonna post the podcast that I make in preparation for FROMACADEMY, because I make this podcast out of the materials, to kind of like go over them, and I listen to them while I'm working. And I make a lot of these, and then they just get deleted or they just sit on, whatever. So I'm gonna start putting them out on the Fromely Connection page after we do the FROMACADEMY that they relate to. And I want to occasionally do some streams on there, and I want to interview different creators in the Fromely space. So like interviewing you, interviewing Julie. If I can, I want to interview Tony and so on, and just do some stuff that kind of like focuses on the Fromely. Maybe we can get some people up there too that do some interviews with folks that are making From related stuff like music and so on. Theorists, maybe we can get Taryn on there. I don't know.
Oh yeah,
Just
yeah.
throwing some ideas out.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's a great idea, Doc. I love that. That's awesome. So I got the poll up, and it is there. So I have 4 options now: warrior, dove, scribe, or vestal. And I'm not going to ask that you write it on a scrap of paper and literally affix it to your vanity, but if you wish to do so, feel free to do so.
It would help the experience. You can buy. They say you can buy a vanity at the grocery store, like at the local grocery store, with some bed sheets as well.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, you could just get a vanity and some bed sheets at the grocery store.
Yeah.
So,
I think that says
he's
a
so
lot
out of
about Ricken's background.
I like how out of touch he is with normal people.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna tape some of these things to because I don't have vanity in the bedroom, but I have a mirror in the bathroom. So my fiance is gonna be really confused because he's not gonna know what the heck it's for. But I think I'm gonna do this and just do it to the mirror in there and just see his reaction.
You can buy, like, once we get to the acrostic poetry writing part of the exercise.
Yeah, I could put that up there too.
Yes. So so I'll leave that poll up, and you can continue to respond to it if you would like. We'll see how it goes. Chapter 1 is name go away, and so he discusses his name and like what it means exactly. And first he addresses like what a surname really means to you, and he says, after all, what is a family name to do with what you actually are? Consider Augustus Caesar, the inventor of democracy, who we now most associate with the revolting white salad sauce. Or Lucille Ball, who would shudder to learn her last name is now synonymous with a bouncing children's toy. I mean, back then, I'm sure they had them. I'm sure they still had them. They already had them in her time, but whatever.
But wasn't the lead into this that Ricken was going to be the name he talked about, but then he just talked about Hale instead?
Yeah, first he talks about Hale, and then he talks about Ricken. He's like,
oh, okay.
He said, let me address the elephant in the room, my name. And he's like, whatever questions you have, I can assure you I've heard them many times in bar rooms and ashrams around the world, all the way back to my nursery school play yard. So let's get the big ones out of the way. First off, how is it spelled? Hale, not Hail. So I think this is kind of anticipating the fact that as viewers of the show, a lot of us have wondered, like, why is he called Ricken? It's a weird name. And it's kind of poking fun at that. We're not curious at all about his last name. We don't give a shit. But he goes rambling on about that. No, he's not descended from the beloved comedic actor Alan Hale Jr. and all this stuff. He mentions how Schrodinger, history's greatest feline researcher, whose nomenclature has been all hijacked in the zeitgeist by Charlie Brown's piano-loving chum. What benefit did any of these great figures derive from their respective surnames? None. What I've gone and dodged your question. Now this story is hilarious. This is the story of Ricken's conception and birth from his performance artist parents. He says, readers
Contains
of my
adult
previous...
themes.
Yeah, warning, adult themes coming here. He says, readers of my previous books know that both my conception and birth took place in a small theater behind a defunct perfumery in Western Oregon as part of a 9-month performance art piece originated by my parents titled Smells Like Afterbirth Fucker. It was noteworthy that I was the first child sired exclusively for theatrical purposes, and critics at the time hailed it as a baroque deconstruction of the increasingly perverse human urge to procreate. My birth was witnessed by such cultural leaders as Jason Robards, Lena Wertmuller, Walt Frazier, and Oregon Governor Robert W. Strobe, who called it American theater at its most sublimely obscene. So, according to Ricken, he was basically conceived on stage by his parents live, and then they gave birth to him on stage. He says, though I cannot remember my birth performance, the knowledge of it has always brought me great joy. Knowing that a version of me, even one I don't recall, brought meaning and profundity to so auspicious a coterie of persons, infused into my young life a deep sense of purpose. Yet as I aged, irrational questions began to creep in. Was the piece as revelatory as the critics claimed? Was it not simply a retread of the Reeperbahn shows of Hamburg? Did my parents actually really want a child? The latter question especially took root as Hump Dumpster moved on to new pieces, including 1992's critically lauded Cheers Fuckers, in which they held a Boston bar at actual gunpoint for 36 hours, leading to a quasi-substantive prison term. I love that because I love the show Cheers. By the way, that's hilarious. Yeah, so they held a Boston bar at gunpoint for 36 hours, and yeah, he's wondering if his parents even wanted a child or if he was just part of a performance art piece just for the sake of it. Essentially, that's gotta suck. And he discusses, that he worried about, he wondered and resented it. And then he says, am I proud of my surname? The answer, which is yes, may surprise you. You see, with time, I came to understand that my parents hadn't chosen art over me. Rather, they had made art my brother, a co-equal sibling with whom I would forever vie for their love. Well, that sucks. Nobody should be vying for your parents' love. But anyway, as I aged, I learned much from my brother. He was older, after all, and slowly grew fond of him. It was this fondness that led me to my own career in the arts and literature, one that has brought me closer to my parents. So he says they support his work now and encourage me to continue pushing through my conventionalist phase and find my true voice. As if Ricken is conventional. Are you kidding me? Okay. To his parents, he's conventional. Then he talks about
He hasn't held up a bar, Julie. That's the problem.
Well, yeah. He hasn't held the bar at gunpoint, so
yeah,
he's a disappointment.
Yep.
Readily identify Ricken. Studies show that first names tend to be particular to individuals, whereas surnames are tied to the family. Thus, a first name is a far more instructive indicator of your you. Many notable figures from Aristotle to Fabian had no last names at all and were all the better for it. Your first name is yours, to make of it what you wish, unladen by the sins and agonies of generations past, and in that there is power, dear reader. Also bear in mind that names are one of the few traits that separate mankind from the beast, alongside clothing, music, social hierarchy, swimming, and bridges. Consider, for example, the great ape of yore. She walked upright, ate plums and figs, nursed her young, and looked to the stars for wisdom, just as you or I might. She was, in most regards, quite like a human. But one thing she lacked was a name, one that was hers and hers alone. Did the lack of names trouble these elegant creatures? We'll never know, because apes did not attain language until 1972, when ASL was invented by a lowland gorilla named Coco. Pretty sure that's not exactly how it worked, but okay.
Yeah, not really.
It's
Yeah.
true.
And whilst I've long admired Coco, she was only 6 at the time of this breakthrough and had little insight into the mindset of prehistoric yore's great apes. To me, however, it is clear that namelessness stymied the species' development, which is why they now live in cages whilst man drapes himself in finery. I'd like you now to look back at that scrap of paper upon which you wrote your YouType. Perhaps you were the coward, or the warrior, the dove, the scribe, or possibly the vestal. Whatever your type, I want you to find another scrap of identical size and write upon it the next piece of your identity, your first name. Place this too upon your vanity and notice how your definition of you is already growing in beauty and complexity. Now this part was in the show. I remember this. In the reading in the season 1 finale, he said this part. But of course, a name is but one small piece of the tapestry that is you. The food chain is awash with nameless beasts who still feel the weight of identity upon them. All creatures from the leaping cat to the cowering shrew think of themselves as you, a logical center of the universe. Yet the cats eat the shrew, and we, like Schrodinger, live on to wonder what it means. I'm sure he thinks that all this is super profound, and the people at his reading sure did. But yeah, it's comical and yeah. I mean, he's right that yeah, names distinguish us from the rest of the food chain, but I'm pretty sure that that's not what's held them back from you know, from developing into something more. But yeah, according to him, it's because they lacked names. And yeah. So yeah, that's the next part of it. I liked his reference to Schrodinger's cat too, especially in the show, because Gemma is a lot like Schrodinger. I mean, he didn't say Schrodinger's cat, but it immediately makes you think of Schrodinger's cat. And Gemma is a lot like Schrodinger's cat in the show. You know, she's like partially alive, partially dead, and trapped. You know, like the testing floor was like her box she was trapped in. So I liked the Schrodinger reference. I don't think that was accidental. They dropped that in there. But yeah, that's that chapter. Let me see. I'm gonna check on the poll and see how that's doing. Where are we at here? So, wow, I'm surprised so many people picked. Looks like a bunch of people picked Warrior. That one is in the lead. Wow. Okay. Warrior is in the lead with 54%, Scribe at 23%, Dove at 15%, and 8% said Vestal. I'm surprised anybody said Vestal, actually. But hey, you do you. We
Not
respect
Mozart fans.
Yeah. Well, Warriors, yes. Come out and play. Yes, Mackie.
Have you seen the Warriors, Julie?
The Warriors? What
the
is
movie
that?
The Warriors?
No, I've never even heard of it.
You put that on your list.
It's an 80s film, right?
The Warriors. That's where Come Out and Play comes from.
Is that an 80s film?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
I haven't seen it, but I've seen it pop up on some streaming thing.
Yeah, I'll have to add that to my list. David said, I picked scribe without knowing what all of them are. The you are, the archetype you are. Yeah, I think scribe would probably fit you, David. That sounds like it fits. Let's see. What else have you guys been saying? What is this? What's wrong with my voice? Why are people saying, does my voice sound weird?
You sounded a little choppy at first, but you sound good now.
It must
you
have been
sound
my
fine now.
It must have been my phone because I was using the data on my phone to talk when my Wi-Fi was out. So it must have been poor quality. That happened when I called into Tony's show on my phone. It kept cutting out and stuff too. Anyway, let's see. David said that in the pyramid of you, the name is at the bottom. I'm convinced only Lumen buys Ricken's book. Yeah, who's buying Ricken's books? He talks about his other books in this particular book and how successful they've been. So he's had other books that have sold a lot, apparently.
Well, there's also
anyway.
a thing about being for top-selling authors or best-selling authors, they make it onto like the New York Times bestsellers list, not because like you'll see some people will be their first book and they're already on there. It's because their publishers buy the required number of books to get them on that list. And then when they go to signings, those are the books that they use for the book signings.
Oh.
So it's all about the publisher.
So they rig it.
Yeah, they rig it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so that could explain how Ricken maybe sold so many books. Scott here says in the past, a family would be known for something that was useful somehow, even family crest. That's right. We'd show things that were notable to the family. Yep, some families would have a crest. Hey, Quan, thank you for liking the stream as always. Ricken is a theater child, makes sense with his personality. Yes. Ricken makes a lot more sense now, doesn't he? After reading his book. Knox. Yeah, bullies are nothing but bull and lies. Direct quote. You read the book. We can tell you read the book. The Egans sold him to the poor when he was young. What? Ricken? maybe. Actually, what he is saying is the quantum physics argument of something being two things at once, until observed, is illogical. Yeah, the Schrodinger thing. I think that's what he's talking about. Yeah. Anyway, Dieter, basically, like, like the like you can kind of take the words at face value. Like the warrior, is someone fierce, ready to go to battle. The scribe is someone who feels compelled to write. Like a writer, someone who loves to write. A dove is someone with deep empathy for people and sensitivity. And a vestal is basically an innocent person who really doesn't have that much knowledge yet, but is open to learning more. So that's, in a nutshell, that's basically what he defines them as. So, who sounds like Ms. Casey? What? What? I don't know what that means. Dove equals caretaker. Yes. Yeah, I think so too. So that's why I had a hard time picking between scribe and dove, because I have qualities of both. But you can only pick one. If you had to pick one, then what would you pick? Anyway, so getting back into it, so he gets into the next chapter is called Pollination, and he talks about how his most recent book, he called it My Own Petard, and it featured his favorite quote from Henry David Thoreau, Every man is a virgin until he has known the touch of Mother Nature's mossy flesh, rather. Yeah.
It's totally from Thoreau, everyone.
Yeah, Thoreau totally said that.
Legitimate quote. Have you
This
read
line's
Walden?
yeah, it's a direct quote from Walden's Pond. Didn't you know that? This line's inclusion drew swift hand-wringing from Thoreau's estate, who slammed it as unverified, invented, and bizarre. Petty barbs aside, I of course stand by the citation, which I believe to be emotionally accurate and deeply splendid. Indeed, it was these very words that inspired my wife and I, along with another couple, to set out on the Mount Dillard crest hike several springs ago. So this is actually funny because my favorite hike that I've ever done, and I've done it at least 5 times. I can't anymore because of my pain level. I wouldn't be able to now, but it was actually Mount Willard. So it's so close. So he's talking about this transformative hike that he did on Mount Dillard. There's actually a Mount Willard in New Hampshire in the White Mountains. That's amazing. It's I mean, I was so obsessed with it. I did it at least 5 times, including in winter conditions, going up ice and snow. And it's beautiful. So I agree with his love of nature in this and his wonder, his spiritual experience with nature and hiking. I completely related to this part, even though he describes it in a silly manner because he's Ricken. But and his other couple that he's talking about, it's obviously it's Mark and Devin. Mark and Devin used to hike with Devin and Ricken,
Gemma
and
and
we
Mark,
get
you mean?
yeah. What did I say?
You said Devin and Mark.
Oh yeah, Mark and Gemma used to
Yeah.
hike with Devin and Ricken.
They're known as
And
Nat and somebody? Nan? What's Mark's name in the
Flip
book?
and Nan.
Flip and Nan.
Those
are crazy names.
Yes. Yes.
Flip.
This
You
is
know
actually
exactly what he
fitting.
thinks of Mark
Flip
when he calls him
Mark?
Flip.
Flip. Mark is Flip. Yes. Which is fitting, because Mark is so sarcastic and Flip, it makes sense. So
Yeah.
we get why he calls him Flip, huh? What was that?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Oh, okay. And then yeah, he says they requested he not print their names in books. So he's referring to them under the pseudonyms Flip and Nan. Though this is regrettable, as their real names flow far better with my natural diction. And then he goes on talking about the hike and how Flip tired easily and spent most of the first leg huffing like a land-bound sturgeon. After rubbing his feet in oil and taking some more of his frivolous supplies into my own pack, why one would need mouth floss on a hike is beyond me. I was happy to see him find his second wind. So Mark didn't particularly like hiking, but they dragged him along. And then, now this I found interesting. He said that when they got to the top and they had the view at the top of the hike, he said, Nan and I, meaning Gemma, that's Gemma's pseudonym. He says, Nan and I read passages from Dr. Zhivago while Flip and Devin dozed in the warm sun. It seems like he connected more with Gemma than with his own wife, honestly. It sounds to me like Ricken is more compatible with Gemma, based on this book. Like, Gemma is the one who connected with him over this experience in nature, and Mark and Devin just, took a nap while, Ricken and Gemma were enjoying the view and reading from Dr. Zhivago. And it continues later, but then they encounter a bee's nest, and we finally get a little story behind the reference to funny bees in Severance. Now, I forget how it came up. Scarlet, do you remember where the funny bees came in on Severance? Because I don't remember now. But there was something to do with funny bees. I'm not remembering at the moment, but they encounter a beehive, and it looks ridiculous to him. He's used to seeing like factory hives that he saw when he was a kid, and then he sees like these more crude wild beehives, and he thinks that, you know, they look so funny, like hick bees. Um, and this is where the funny bee reference comes in. He says, like how like human beings they are, as he's watching them, you know, darting hither and thither, thoroughly convinced of the dire importance of their work. And he compared them to humans, and he says, after all, what makes a funny little bee like a funny little human? What traits do we share with these pinstriped chaps? Not our number of legs, not the construction of our eyes. Our bodies are differently segmented, and our blood is vastly different temperatures. Bees are small, whereas humans are medium-sized. Humans can grow beards, whereas bees cannot. On the surface, it would seem we have less in common with a noble bee than with even the great ape of yore. However, no. So then he compares bees to humans in terms of the categories that they form amongst themselves. And this is, you know, as ridiculous as Ricken is, he does have some insight here. He says, bees, for those schooled in entomology, are broken into 3 subsets: workers who build the hive, prepare the honey, and clean each other; queens who eat the honey and live in opulence; and wasps who fight wars at the queen's behest and defend the hive from bears. If this sounds vaguely familiar, it should. It is nearly identical to the social structure that we as humans employ. And this is actually this shows themes of the show itself, Severance. You know, you've got the working class, the innies who are, you know, laboring and toiling, and then you have the elites, you know, the Egans who live in opulence, you know, giant luxurious home, um, living off of the labor of the lower working class. And it's very much like our society actually is. You know, you've got the elite 1%, the rich who are living in luxury and profiting off of the work of everybody else. And then you've got, you know, the people who fight wars at the behest of those in power, you know. So yeah, he has a point there. He says, see how the worker bee corresponds fluidly to the human laborer. The queen, by contrast, could be mistaken for a member of our ruling class: presidents, CEOs, publishers. The wasp is analogous to a soldier or boxer. Bears, in this case, can stand in for themselves, as they pose a grave threat to both species. But consider how the greater community in both cases depends on the health of its individuals to survive. Should the bees fall ill and be unable to fly, the hive would fail and the queen would perish, along with her lavish lifestyle. So focused are these industrious workers on their leaders' welfare that they do not perceive the importance of their own. To wit, human laborers may yearn to drop their ballast and skip about with the frivolity of their overlords, without ever grasping that they themselves are the most vital appendage of the greater organism or hive that is mankind. A society with festering workers cannot flourish, just as a man with rotting toes cannot skip. Now, I mean, yes, his style is ridiculous and funny, but he makes good points here. And certain themes of Severance come into this show. I mean, come into this part of the book. And you know, it's a lot of the show is making a statement about the way capitalist systems work. Or what's the other thing? There's a word that's escaping me right now. It's no, like an oligarchy. An oligarchy, you know, the elites kind of controlling things in society. And then, you know, again, this is another segment here that makes me think Ricken is honestly more compatible with Gemma than with Devon. He tries to discuss this this concept later that night after they saw the beehive, and Devon was, for all her sweetness, was irked that we'd stopped so early and unreceptive to my musings. Flip, of course, made a joke of it all, pushing his bottom against me in a crude pantomime of a sting attack. Only Nan listened intently, noting the wisdom of the analogy and adding ideas of her own. Again, I just wonder why the hell Devon is with him. I don't understand why she's with him. I still don't. This book doesn't give me any more insight really into why they're together. They seem to have some kind of physical chemistry based on a later section of the book, but other than that, it doesn't make sense. They are a bizarre match. Really bizarre. And he even says, I carried Nan's sweet generosity with me for the rest of that track. And he keeps talking about how he carried it with him through a professional slump, and he briefly had to rejoin the workforce, becoming one of the very worker bees he thought he was helping. And he talks about how he still carried that conversation with him as he went to her funeral a year and a half later. Now this is really important. This section is an important theme of Severance too. He mentions her funeral and how he unfolded a little poem that he read at her funeral. Like a bee with a broken antenna, I am now in a sad man's dilemma, for draining my soul is a dark weeping hole in the shape of my dear sweet friend Nan. So all of a sudden he just drops the rhyme scheme at the end, which kind of bugs me, but and it's a cheesy poem, but the theme of grief is omnipresent in Severance, but he's dealing with it in a healthy way. And when I say healthy, I mean this part right here. He says, she's been gone 2 years and the hive buzzes on. I will admit, dear reader, to being in no state to finish the chapter properly, so I will ask that you simply transcribe this poem onto a paper scrap of your own and add it to the vanity. Because even as the humble worker bee understands, a vital part of being the you are is remembering the they were. That's actually an important insight, and that's something that we see come up in Severance a lot. Mark isn't able to deal with remembering someone he lost. He wasn't able to deal with it. That's why he became severed in the first place. But Ricken actually understands the importance of processing grief and remembering people they've lost. So I'll give that much to him. That's insightful. That's insightful. Yes, you're right. You're right. if you that's right. If you put in Gemma, it rhymes. Yes, Mel. Yes, I didn't even think of that. The poem rhymes. Gemma, antenna, it rhymes. It's a slant rhyme, but it's still a good enough rhyme. Yeah, it's not an exact one, but it's called a slant rhyme when it's not exact. Yeah. Because antenna and Gemma are close, but good enough. Good enough. Yeah, actually that's perfect. That's perfect. Anyway, hey, Food Pyramid. To me, it shows how important Gemma was to all their lives. Oh, absolutely. Exactly. There's actually a lot of insight in this section. I think this is a key little bit of background information into the series. Not that chapter, that little story about their hike and his connection with Gemma. So, Mount Dillard is the Dieter Egan National Forest. It describes the same features as the Ortbow. Yeah, I didn't even think of that, but yeah, it probably is. Nan and Flip are coding terms. Oh yeah, Mel. Absolutely. Welcome back, Amy. Let's see. AA says, honestly, until we saw Gemma's episode, I thought she met Mark and Devin through Ricken. Oh, yeah. We got a lot of insight this season. So, oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Amy. I hope your daughter's okay. That's black mold is dangerous. Jeez. Yeah, sorry to hear that. I hope she feels better soon, and take care of yourself in the meantime. Make sure you remember self-care. That's important. That school, that's messed up. That's like, that should not be allowed. That school needs to be, I don't know, like, honestly, like, they should have to pay for any medical bills. Like, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. School full of black mold. Jesus. David said, unveiling the layers of the true self in a pyramid with your name, job, and reputation at the bottom. Then trauma, memories, friends, and family. Then worries, bills, and interests. Interesting, David. That sounds like a better way of doing it than what Ricken is suggesting, of course. Way better. David said that likes, goals, passions, the thinking mind, the eye of awareness. Interesting stuff. A man with rotten toes cannot skip so deep, right, Quan? Some of the lines are just amazing. It's full of great lines. So, anyway, yeah, yeah, definitely, Jesus, yeah, lawsuit, Amy. Yeah, there needs to be a lawsuit, like, there's gotta be, other people who are being affected by this, so there's a such thing as a class action lawsuit, where you don't have to actually pay, like, you kind of join together and join a class action lawsuit. I don't know how exactly it works, but if it's a bunch of people who are affected, then, you might be able to get in on that without having to foot a giant legal bill yourself. So I know that's really expensive. David said there's also the beehive mind and also the beehive cluster in the constellation of Cancer. Okay. Winter solstice / ego death. Right. It could be why the bees are mentioned in the first place. I think that was deliberate. Reference to a beehive. Beehive is actually a setting on the chip that we haven't seen yet. In the season 1 finale, it might have been the penultimate one. In the security office, Dylan saw several options for the chip, and one of them was beehive, and we don't know what that does yet. So, yeah, I think it might make them into a hive mind. The what do you call it? The severed, the innies. They could all form a hive mind. So, anyway, so getting back to the book here, the next chapter is a little bit thorny. I don't know how much I want to dive into this one because it's kind of like one of those topics that it's personal to individuals. So I'd rather not really get into this one. This is a really personal subject, and in terms of what your religious persuasion is, if you have one, I'm not really gonna go there. I feel like it's too personal, and honestly, if we go through the whole book, we're gonna be here all night, even though it's not exactly that long. It takes us forever. But he trashes, for some reason, I don't know why, he hates the movie Sister Act with a passion, and for the life of me, I can't figure out why he hates it so much. He talks about it, like it's just an absolute piece of garbage. And I'm like, I mean, okay, it wasn't the best movie ever made, but why does he hate it so much? I don't know. Maybe I would need to see the movie again to understand why what he's talking about here. I haven't seen it in many years. I remember watching it as a kid, starring Whoopi Goldberg, and I remember watching it in school sometimes. If there were a holiday or something, we would just they'd put on a random movie, and we watched Sister Act. I don't know. For some reason, he hated it. Anyway, he goes on and
Oh, we lost Julie.
on
And what
about why
Julie meant, Julie, you're cutting out.
apparently what?
You keep cutting out. You went
Oh,
silent
I
for a
don't know why
while.
I'm cutting out. Maybe I need to switch to my lap. Oh, damn it. Okay, hold on. How long was I silent?
Like 4 seconds, maybe 5 seconds. Not very long. But then your voice went all vibrating-y. You
Oh,
seem to be back now.
it's the goddamn Wi-Fi. All right, I'm switching to my laptop. My laptop is more reliable than
Okay,
this.
we'll hold the
I
fort.
have a new router. I just haven't hooked it up yet. The router did come in the mail, and I'm hoping once we hook up the new router, I won't have these issues anymore. Get kicked off the Wi-Fi and all this garbage. Okay. I'm gonna switch to my laptop and see if that helps.
Okay. And what Julie meant to say is for the religious photo, you can just put an image of me. If you like, you have my permission. No, I'm totally kidding. Well, I mean, you do have my permission, but that'd be weird
Yeah.
because it'd be sacrilege to Ghidorah. So, really, it should be an image of Ghidorah.
Yes. So, all right. So there's this part of the book here. Can you hear me better now?
Yes.
Oh, good. Okay. So there's this part of the book here that there's this one thing I thought it was interesting where he mentions that um after his parents were convicted and went to prison, he had a social worker. So like he had a rough childhood. We're finding out like little tidbits of his background. His parents went to prison, and he had a social worker looking after him, and so there was just a little tidbit about that, and yeah, and he's claiming that like for whatever reason he's saying that Sister Act is nowhere near as profound as it thinks it is. Sister Act isn't trying to be profound, it's a comedy. I don't know what he's talking about. It sounds I don't know. I think it's supposed to be ridiculous, so that's the whole point. But yeah, Sister Act is a comedy. It's not trying to be profound. Like in the book he says that some of his contemporaries have compared it to the what do you call it? The thing that Martin Luther, not Martin Luther King, but Martin Luther, um, nailed onto the door of the church that started um the Reformation of Protestantism. Um, nobody was comparing Sister Act to that. I don't know what he's on about, but it's goofy. Anyway, he spends a while bashing Sister Act for whatever reason, and that's essentially the bulk of the text. And while I'm bringing it up on my laptop here, I'm just gonna continue on. He talks about um, you know, like philosophical perspectives on God, and ultimately he says at the end, what religion should you be? I do not know. The decision is extremely personal, and thus it may help us return to your YouType that you were assigned in the introduction. Um, and then he discusses like which religions might fit your YouType. Like if you're a coward, then you might go with Puritanism, which comes from a place of fear and pettiness, which I don't think will offend anybody because I don't think we have any Puritans left around. So that's okay. Um, the
That's
warrior,
offensive to Puritans.
we don't want to offend the Puritan demographic, do we? Uh, um, But, yeah, he says the warrior in all his vicious aggression may find, concord in the teachings of the mighty sun god Ra. The dove is fragile and infirm and thus may benefit from the strength and cunning of the Freemasons. The scribe, ever the rogue, tends to veer agnostic, while the sweet-tempered Vestal may delight in the simple life of the Pennsylvania Mennonites. These are, of course, mere suggestions, and I lovingly support whatever faith or deity you choose to follow. All at day's end are both valid and beauteous. Interestingly enough, my mom's family came from the Mennonites. Um, my mom is not one, but my grandfather left the Mennonite community, but he grew up in it. His parents were Mennonites. And yes, they did live a very simple life. My great grandmother wore a head covering her whole life, one of those little white bonnet looking things on her head, and they never cut their hair. So right up until she died in her 90s, she had really long hair that she had always pulled up in back of her head underneath her head covering. And uh, I visited her a few times in Pennsylvania when I was a kid, but not enough to know her that well, unfortunately, but she's a lovely human being, and apparently I look a lot like her. Um, no one else in my entire family has dimples, and so I'm assuming I got them from her. It skipped a few generations, and no one else got them but me, straight from my great grandmother. Um, the shape of my face is a lot like my great grandmother's. Her name was Helen Groff, and so that was my mom's beloved grandmother, and she was a devout Mennonite her entire life. Um, and and yeah, I guess a Vestal, an innocent person, might gravitate toward the life of the the faith of the Mennonites, um, but it's not just about that, it's just their way of life. It's their you know it's their belief system, and there are still people practicing it to this day. So it's fascinating. They're not as extreme as the Amish. I mean, the Amish, like they they'll shun people who leave their community and stuff. It wasn't like that with my grandfather. My grandfather chose to leave, and he was, nothing changed at all. It's your choice. You come of age, and then you decide if you want to continue being a Mennonite or not. And I like that. Um, and there's no
Yeah,
hard
the
feelings.
the Amish
Huh?
the Amish used to grab rides by the Mennonites where I used to live when I grew up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're allowed to have cars. So, like, the Amish would kind of get around not having cars by making friends with Mennonites who could have cars.
Oh, that's a nice way of skirting that issue.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, because I remember seeing the horse and buggies in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
Yeah, they no cars for them. And technically, you're not supposed to be taking pictures of them either. But
Mm-hmm.
uh, I remember being a kid and taking pictures of them from across the street.
You
They
are
don't
selling
believe
their
in that.
souls, Julie.
Yeah, I didn't know any better. I was just a kid. Um, but they believe that's like a graven image or something, and you're
Mm-hmm.
not supposed to you're not supposed to take pictures. Anyway, I'm trying to pull up the damn text in front of me, but it's not letting me for some reason, and I don't know
Hmm.
why. Because
Did you
I
talk
have it on
about
my
Did you talk
Chromebook.
about Ra worship yet?
Yeah, I did. Well, no, I didn't like go into it, but I read the quote.
Ra ra ra.
Yeah. Um, come on.
You heathens.
Trying to I'm trying to open the thing, and and share it. So, oh, okay, maybe this will work because I still have it open on my Chromebook, and that's not what I want.
What are you trying to get?
It's I'm trying to get the the. It's coming up as black screen, and I'm trying to pull up the tab with the I mean not the audiobook, the ebook,
Mm.
and it's not. I don't know why it's not letting me. Maybe if I see it, this is why Chromebooks are so much easier to manage. Everything is simpler,
Mm.
and laptops are just so confusing. Okay, I got it. I got it. Finally. Jeez. Um, this isn't the one that I marked up, but that's okay. So I didn't get too much into the religion one because it's a personal thing. Um, but
I thought it was amusing.
getting toward
The doves are Freemasons. I know that for a fact.
yeah, yeah, the Dove Freemason. And he discusses his own personal beliefs and then he says that near the end, once you have chosen a theology with which you're happy, go again to the vanity and affix a totem of it to the mirror. This could be a Christian man's cross, an An-Ra scarab, or a
Yeah.
Masonic square and compass. If by some
Ooh.
chance you found some commonality with my conception of faith outlined above, please feel free to use a photo or etching of me to convey this.
Ooh. Yeah, I'm gonna sketch a small portrait of Ricken to put affixed to my vanity.
Yeah.
I
Wouldn't he
suggest you all
love
do the
that?
same.
He would love that, wouldn't he? Oh my God.
He's kind of a cure in the making.
A cure in the making. Yeah, sounds like it. Like he wants to be a cult leader in his own right. It sounds kind of like he wants to be worshipped. That's why he
Mm-hmm.
loves Vestals the most, because Vestals are the most innocent and moldable.
Yeah.
He says, whatever you choose, know that this belief is a vital and precious piece of the you are, and that it is yours to defend with vigor. And fear not the judgment of the unlettered crowd, for your you is stronger than their they. They
Mm-hmm.
cannot crucify you if your hand is in a fist. Interesting quote there, actually. Kind of like that.
Except for the fact they used to
But
crucify
it's
people. They used to crucify people through the wrist, but that's splitting hairs, I guess.
yeah. It's interesting though. It sounds revolutionary. It sounds like okay, I can see how this radicalized the innies.
Mm-hmm.
Um, Chapter 4 title is hilarious. A coitus among us. And it's basically all about fucking, to put it simply.
I think
Um,
we fucked the universe into existence. I guess that sounds more like James in the
it does,
darkness.
kind of. Oh God, I don't want to hear James say that. Please, God, no.
I wish
Um,
you'd take them raw.
yeah, I need to take them raw. Um, he talks about after he and his wife had conceived their
What
child.
does Devin think of these books? Is she just terrified if she read this? Devin would just be like mortified.
I would be. I'm sure she is. Yeah. Yeah. He's describing their conception of their daughter, Eleanor Rebecca Scout Hale. That's where we find out that they named their daughter her middle name after his devoted follower Rebecca. There's a news flash. I love Rebecca. What's odd about it though is Rebecca herself at the book reading, she said that was something about how transformative that was, and she said, "I may have to change my name again." Like, okay, her original name was something else, and she changed it to Rebecca, and
I think it
because
was
of
probably
Ricken.
just Rebecca, probably, and then Rebecca, and then it'll just be like Re.
Right.
Or Keka. Maybe Keka?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, after the bird that
Eka.
pecked your head.
Eka.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ek.
He named his daughter after her middle name anyway.
Yes.
Nice shout out to Rebecca.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and yeah, he talks about how they basically did it all over four different rooms of the house, and yeah, I would be mortified if I were Devin. Um, and then he's I don't even like I really don't want to imagine Ricken and Devin screwing. I don't even want that image in my head.
Yeah, but
I have
I
no
love the
desire.
way the author, the actor says "love making," like every time you say,
Yeah,
"In the passions of our love making."
I know. Oh
Kind
God.
of reminds me of Matt Berry. That's why I think it's hilarious.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, and then he's talking about how he's turned on again, and then he gets more into the topic in general. As of this writing, I have made love 786 times, and each was a unique adventure into the very mouth of personhood. Um, he's counted how many times? 786 times. That's very precise. I don't know many people that do that. Um, and he says, how can we deny the formative beauty of the sex act and the robust sway it holds over our beings? Um, and each time he said it was a unique adventure into the very mouth of personhood. Um, but what is this thing, sex? To be sure, the definition encompasses more than just mere ejaculative intercourse. Kissing, petting, nuzzling, flirting, role play, poetry, and longing all fall under the grand umbrella of sexual interaction. One can have sex with a stranger from across a crowded bread shop using only one's eyes and the flickering power of tension. I have had sex with Beethoven, Da Vinci, and Twain, often all in the same evening. To limit our notion of sex to mindless humping is feckless and sucks from our vast world much of its elegant vitality. That's such a hilarious sentence. I've had sex with Beethoven, Da Vinci, and Twain, often all in the same evening. Um,
Kinky.
okay. And then he goes on.
I like to see a dream sequence of Rickens in the show.
Oh no.
Uh, um, and he talks about how this was his, the sexual copulation was society's first taboo, predating alcohol and profanity by centuries. Um, and and then he talks about how he got into like his first arousal experiences with his social worker Mrs. Duft, and um she falls into a pond and her blouse clings to her, and he um he gets a little aroused and has such deep shame that he pens a 3-page letter of apology to both his social worker and her husband, which he delivers to their doorstep and reads aloud through tears. It's just completely ridiculous. Because he felt like this was something to be ashamed of. Apparently, nobody ever educated him that this is normal. You didn't. It's not like he was like assaulted somebody. He had arousal feelings. That's it. But he writes a letter of apology and goes and cries to them about it. Probably mortified them. And he says that they forgave
I
him,
could
but
see them sitting across from them going, "It's okay, Ricken. It's okay. You can stop now, Ricken. It's okay. No, I have 2 more pages. No, it's okay. We accept your apology. Could you please leave?"
like, please stop it.
Right?
Like, that's what made things weird. Like the apology, not Like, they not the actual feelings that they didn't even know were there until he went and made it weird, and he says it created a rift in their friendship that never thereafter fully healed, and he vowed to never again succumb to such depravity. He's like,
Yeah, it sounds
the
like
next time
here,
the
like
roiling happened was
Quan
2 days
Solo
later.
says it. Ricken and Kier are
The
ashamed to be
roiling?
aroused. It's like Ricken and
So
Kier
did he
have that
just
in common.
Yeah.
so did he just keep telling it, don't rise, don't rise? Like, how does that work?
Oh, um, and then he says that the next time he had an experience like this, it was 2 days later. Suffice it to say, a CPR dummy was involved, but the greater takeaway was clear enough. Sex, be it friend or foe, was in my life to stay. Ugh, that poor CPR dummy. I don't even want to imagine that. That's not an image I want in my head. Um, so it takes him a while to make peace with it, and then he learns in health class that it's normal. It's just about reproduction. Like, it's fine. He's like, um, there's virtually no one alive who was not sired through the physical act of love. Mohandas Gandhi, Coco Chanel, Burl Ives, and yes, Mrs. Duft would all be but hollow air if not for the perversities of sex. Um, and he's like, okay, so what's so wrong about this? So he realizes that it's okay, and and then yeah, he's encouraging the reader to get over your own misgivings about it. Especially as he's, at the time of this writing, Gavin was pregnant, and he talks about that, and whispered a prayer of thanks to the sex act itself and to its magic, which I once so vehemently feared. Um, and he says, if you, dear reader, still live with that fear or unease, then consider these humble pages your permission to step out into the light of erotic liberation. Life, like sex, is extremely fleeting. Now, I'm not reading this whole thing. I'm not reading this sentence, but um, I just can't. This is just mortifying shit to read. Um, but he's talking about how we must dance nude under the moonlight and pleasure ourselves and all this stuff. And and he says your sexuality is as much a piece of you as your religion, your first name, your YouType, or my poem about Nan. Thus, your fifth addition to the vanity, I'll ask that you find something you consider, well, sexy, something that whispers to your nethers in a voice only they can hear. This may be a pin-up photo from war times of yore, a beloved undergarment, or a still life of a sinewy gourd. Here again I consent to my own image being used, should that happen to fit the bill. But whatever your choice, dear reader,
So,
or sly reader, rather, allow it a place of prominence, as the time has long since passed for sex to be hidden away like stolen caramels under a bearskin rug.
so on the picture of Rick I'm drawing it now, I draw him in some lacy underwear.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's in
Some
my
lacy
vanity.
underwear.
I've
Yeah.
got a
Oh
I've got
God.
a
Yeah.
I've got a picture of Gygan slicing his scythe arms through a building. The shine on his metallic skin. Oh my God. Oh, I gotta calm down.
You gotta
So that will be on
get
your
yourself
vanity then.
That'll be on my vanity.
you gotta get yourself all hot and bothered here. Be careful. Yeah. So I know Rickon is all of our fantasies, right? So we're all gonna affix a picture of Rickon to our vanities right now. I know you're all doing that out there. I know I am. And um I wanted to highlight this. I forgot to earlier. Scarlet found these pictures of the various U types. So this is a perfect representation here of the coward, the cowardly lion from The Wizard of Oz. That fits. Then there's what's this one? The Vestal. This is the Vestal. As in, I guess, Vestal virgins. So yeah, that's Vestal, the Vestal
Yeah, I
version
thought I'd do
image.
a little shout out to Vesta.
Oh, shout out to. Oh, okay. What is that? What is Vesta?
Vesta is the goddess of the hearth in
Oh, okay.
Greek and Roman mythology.
Oh, okay. That's where
The
the term
Vestal virgins
Vestal.
tended to flame the internal flame.
Okay. Oh God, tell me that they didn't like burn them alive or anything, did they?
Why did you jump to that?
I don't know. I hear stuff like that and I think, you know, in some cultures like people would do extreme things like sacrifice human beings, throw virgins into volcanoes and shit like that.
Well, I mean, you had to keep your virginity. I'll make that clear.
Yeah.
But then you just stoke the fire, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Oh, okay. Um, and then there's the warrior. So maybe that's a lot of the chat. And then the scribe. Perfect image for the scribe. Love it. That's what I would have to pick if I can only pick one, I guess. Yeah. I'm going with the scribe. And of course, the dove. What a beautiful picture of a dove.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
And then the dove. The familiar dove. Woo-hoo.
That's
Double
beautiful.
doves.
Love it. Yeah, so oh, and this one here, what is this? Oh, an alternate for warrior. This is a cool one too. Another warrior.
Yeah, I like that
Warrior.
one. I found that one after
Warrior
the other one.
woman.
I like that one.
Yeah, I like that. That one's cool. Especially because it's a warrior female. Love it. So those are the YouTypes. Anyway, so getting back to um to this. This was I believe this was featured in season 1. Um where Ricken actually read this, and it's an acrostic poem. So he abruptly changes formats. So get ready to be unsettled by this dramatic change. He says, um, Destiny, an acrostic poem experience by the author Ricken Hale. D is for dreaming, the start of it all. E is for energy, breaking down walls. S is for stewardship of home and of earth. T is for terror, which gives us more worth. I is for eyes, which observe us with love until N, meaning newness, rains down from above. And why? That's a question we needn't now ponder, for destiny friends shall deliver all yonder. Now, why he couldn't come up with a word that begins with I don't know, because he used I is for eyes as in EYES. Like, really, Jude? You call yourself a writer? Anyway, um, but yeah, that's his lovely acrostic poem experience. Before I continue, I meant to check in with the chat here before. Hold on. I forgot to check in with you guys. Um, Ricken is a freak, right, Amy? Ricken is a freak. Yeah. Sounds like Mel sounds like Dieter spilling his lineage. Yes. Uh, Food pyramid, I'm wondering if his something is wait, what? Staring? Is counted in those 700? I don't know what that is. Um Ricken is an egomaniac to the max. 100% he is. Yes. Quan. What drugs is Ricken taking? Yes, Amy. I would like to know exactly. Um, um, Muncher Luncher, what if theirs is better than the me's I thought I had? Um, yeah, Masonry isn't a religion. You're right, David. It's not. It's the journey of the self. That's why you can believe in any god and be a Mason. Yeah, it's not a religion. Um, yeah. Um, yeah, let's see. What else did I miss here in the chat? Hold on. At the beginning of season 3, Rickon is humping Devin while this weird letter read out loud by the narrator. Yeah. Rickon and Kirsch ashamed to be aroused. Yeah. Yeah, he was full of shame at first. Um, it rubs the lotion on the skin or else it gets the hose again. Silence of the Lambs. Bill Chill, I've never actually seen that. It's yet another movie I've never seen.
Yeah, you should put it on your list.
David said yeah, cannibals, but that you know how I feel about cannibalism in movies and TV. So that's why I'm
Yeah.
too afraid to watch
They made
Silence of the
they made the
Lambs.
Silence of the Lambs reference on Yellow Jackets with the dust head moth. Two for
Oh, that's fitting. Um, several cultures have creation myths based on ejaculation, including the Big Bang.
yeah.
Well, David, no wonder Rickon felt like that. They they just fucked the universe into existence. That's what Devin said anyway. Um, Teeter said, "Hey, we are here to hear you read it all, especially the spicy stuff." Some of it I just had to stop. I couldn't continue reading it. I feel awkward reading this stuff.
Oh, I can take
Jeez.
over if you want.
Yeah, hey, if you want to read any of this, please go ahead.
I'll read the spicy parts.
Yeah, but if there's anything else you wanted to read that I skipped over, please jump in and tell me and read it. Um, Amy said this is wild. Teeter, get the towels. Ricken's kind of hot. Yeah,
Mm-mm.
yeah, it was getting a little hot. Um, um, yeah, Amy, yeah, should get some sleep. Ricken needs to be gagged
Mm-mm.
for sex. I bet he talks too much. Yeah, probably.
Have
He
sweet
probably
dreams,
does.
Ricken.
Mm,
Dream sweet of Ricken.
mm. Oh yeah, so the Vestal Virgins tend the eternal flame, like Quan said. Yeah. Um, the lion missing the heart, Sarah connection. Hmm. Oh, wait. I'm missing something. Maybe that picture that I put up with the lion?
Oh, yeah.
Something to do with that?
They wasn't missing the
Uh,
heart. The Tin Man was missing the heart. He was missing the nerve.
right. Yeah, he didn't have any courage.
If you
Um,
watch Wizard of Oz and know the song.
yeah.
If I only had
Yeah.
a brain, the heart, the nerve.
The cowardly lion. Um,
King of the Forest.
let's see. Um, the eternal flame of consciousness. Oh. Um, Columbia constellation is the dove and olive branch. Destiny, knowing your YouType / archetype means you know the future, your path you're on. Yeah, as silly as this book is, the way that it's written, as goofy as it gets, there actually is some insight in it. There's some insight behind all the humor and the goofiness. How about I is for insight, Ricken? Yeah, that would have been good. Like,
we should find some old clip of Ben Stiller and Janine Garofalo, because they wrote a book in the 90s called Feel This Book, and then they went on talk shows as characters from this book that were kind of like Ricken, and like acted like the characters throughout the interview, like they were serious about it.
oh, that's awesome.
It's called Feel This Book. I have a copy of it somewhere. I bought it once at like Borders or something in the bargain bin, but it was a pretty good read. I like Ben Stiller.
Nice.
I like Janine Garofalo.
Yeah. Oh, I love Ben Stiller. Um, good night, Amy, if you're going to, I think it sounded like you're going to bed. Good night. Um, let's see, he is
I'm
on
gonna
shrooms or LSD. What, Doc?
I'm gonna bounce. I think you have it in hand, but I'm gonna start chilling out, getting ready for bed.
Yeah, everybody's
Okay,
gotten
Doc.
revved up now with Ricken, and they all gotta go to sleep now and have dreams, erotic dreams.
Yeah, sleep, wink, wink.
It's like, I gotta go to bed now.
No,
Yeah,
I'm gonna listen in while watching The Residents.
nice, nice. So, what did you vote in the poll, Doc?
Oh yeah, I voted for Warrior.
Nice, Warrior. Good
Rah, rah,
choice.
rah.
Yep, and all the
Ah,
Warriors. Make sure you pin up my photo, and we're gonna take over this planet Dirt.
Oh.
All right. I'll see you all in the chat.
Yes.
good night, Doc.
Good night.
Make sure you subscribe. Please subscribe to our friend Doc's channel. He has his own channel. He's going to be doing more stuff on it. Probably in the near future, he'll let us know. But in the meantime, give him a sub. And I think I have him. If I don't already, after the stream, I'll make sure I link his channel in the description of this video so you can subscribe to it there. Um, anyway, Friday night we're gonna do instead of like our usual From Academy with Doc, we're gonna just have a like a Fromly um like check-in social event where we just you know converse as a community and like interview each other and stuff like that. So thank you for dropping the link to Dieter's channel. I mean not Dieter, oh my god, Doc. Thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to
Thank you,
Doc's
Doc, for
channel.
dropping the link to Dieter's channel. I wonder how much
I'm
of our
so
chat. I
tired.
wonder how much of our chat we're losing just because of the eroticism of the last like 15 minutes.
I know, right? All of a sudden, people have to go to bed.
They have to get to
Timing
that
is just,
love making.
yeah. Timing is interesting, isn't it?
Time to make
Um,
more Fromly.
Thank you, Dieter, for dropping the link to Doc's channel. You can tell my brain is just tired right now because I can't even read properly. But thank you for dropping the link. Please give Doc a sub. We would appreciate it, and we'll let you know when he's going to be doing new stuff on his channel. Um, well, in the meantime, he'll join us Friday night for Fromly Night. After we discuss the Residents episodes 3 and 4. We'll do that for about 2 hours. It went well the first time. We actually managed to discuss 2 episodes of a series in 2 hours. We've never done that before. So we're gonna do that, and then we'll have a Fromly night. We can just chill together. It's always fun. Dieter's channel. Wait, since when does Dieter have a channel? Dieter's Doc. So Doc did drop the link to Dieter's channel. Dieter the manager. Yeah. Well, I can't even think straight. I'm sorry. Yeah, just bear with me. Dieter everywhere, spilling lineage. You don't care. Quan. Oh my god. Hump dumpster Ricken. Yeah, I realized that I needed after that spicy chapter. I should have checked right in with the chat before I moved on. So that's why I had to see what you guys were talking about. Just my account said Dieter, full of nudes. Oh God.
I should probably,
No,
I
good
should
for
probably
me.
also have to chat what erotic item they affixed to their vanity,
Yeah.
other than a picture of Ricken. If we just all used pictures of Ricken, that's fine. No judging.
Right. Yeah. So, yeah, no judgment here. If you have an erotic item that you affixed to your vanity, you can feel free to share, you know. There is no shame. There's no shame in it. So anyway, I hope nudes of Ricken. Oh God. Lineage everywhere. Food pyramid, yes. Ricken was born on stage, a star in the making. Yes, he was. Yeah. I get awkward and embarrassed reading dirty stuff, so I'm surprised I actually got through as much of that as I did. And the certain words I just can't say. I have these certain words that are like taboo words that embarrass me too much to say, but I can say synonyms of those words. That's the weird part. I'm strange. What can I say? I grew up with a
Sinewy?
very, very what?
Is that one sinewy?
I can say that. That one's fine, sinewy,
Oh, okay.
you know. But like I can say like I can refer to people pleasuring themselves, jerking off, whatever, but I can't say the proper word for that. I find it too
Masturbation?
embarrassing. Yes. I can't say that word. So
Masturbation, 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 masturbation.
I can't say that word. So when
It's a
he
good
got to
word.
that point, it's in here, it's in the book, and I couldn't say it, so I skipped over it. Um, I don't know why. I can say synonyms of these things, but I can't say the actual word. And I can't say certain names of human anatomy either. Yeah, but I can say like slang names for
You
them.
can't say the
Uh,
vagina or the penis.
no, I can't say those words.
Going to a doctor is supposed to be pretty rough on the doctor.
Yeah. It's not easy trying to communicate with for certain doctor appointments because I can't say these words and dancing around what I'm trying to say. I can say things like dick and, all these different words, but I can't say the actual
Scrotum?
words, the the anatomically correct words. I can't say those words. I don't know. There's something wrong with me.
Urethra.
Okay.
Labia. Clitoris.
I can't do it. I can't. It's embarrassing. I get it from my mom. My mom might as well be a Mennonite herself.
Mm.
She's very uptight about these kinds of things and sexuality. But I can say the slang words. She can't say those. I'm
Uh,
at least I'm not as bad. I can say the slang.
my parents
You
pretty
would
much
think it would be
left
the
me to
other way
my own
around.
devices, so I just became a heathen. So it doesn't bother me.
Um,
Think of
um,
something else.
yeah. So yeah, I'm screwed up and I'm a prude.
Rectum.
Believe it or not, I'm a really bad prude because of the way I was brought up. So
Rectum, rectum.
like I don't show much skin. I'm not comfortable doing that and I can't say certain words.
You show off the shoulders,
Um
though, Julie.
I do. I don't mind showing
Yeah,
shoulders.
yeah.
But
Sometimes it's not what
I
you show, it's what you show.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true. It's true. I've come a
Make them want
long
more.
way. Come a long way. I used to be extremely embarrassed to watch any show that even made sexual references at all with somebody
Mm,
else. I'd be so
mm.
embarrassed. But now it doesn't bother me at all. So, yeah, I'm not nearly as
Areola.
as I used to be. Yeah, I can't say that one either. No. Oh God, yeah, no, I can't. And, like any words related to like female anatomy, I can't say any of those. Even
Ah,
they make me uncomfortable. Um, it's weird.
fallopian tube.
Quan, huh?
Fallopian tube.
That I don't mind. Fallopian
Oh,
tube, I
that's
can say
fine.
that.
Oh, that's fine. Ovary?
Ovary, uterus, I can say those
Oh,
things.
okay. There we go. There it is.
Because those are not sexual. Those are just like there's nothing sexual about them. They're internal organs. So I can say those things. That's pretty much what it what it amounts to. Oh god. Dieter was putting a bunch of dirty words in the chat that things that I'd be uncomfortable saying. Yeah, that's pretty much most of those things. Yes. And this too, Bill. I can't read those either. Um I bet Ricken can get you to say those words.
Vagina.
Yeah. No, Quan. I can't.
The
You
clown has
must
no
keep reading.
penis.
What?
You never seen Step Brothers? Or they're like, the clown has no penis. Have you ever seen Step Brothers?
What did someone say? Something in the chat?
No, that's just me. I was just quoting Step Brothers, the movie.
Oh, Step Brothers. Okay. I forgot about that quote.
Remember the characters sleepwalk, and when Mary Steenburgen walks in the room, the Will Ferrell says when he's sleeping, he's like, "I'll kill you, Leonard Nimoy," and then John C. Reilly's like, "The clown has no penis." It's like, what are you guys dreaming about?
I love that movie. Oh man, I have to watch that again now. It's so great. You know, a big problem, one of the reasons why I haven't seen so many movies, so many classic movies, is because I've rewatched my same favorite movies and shows
Mhm.
too many times. Now I
Yeah.
watched that one again. Uh, so funny. Um, Quan said you must keep reading from the master, then you will be you, Julie, and you can say those words. Ugh,
You have to
yeah.
make a acrostic
Um,
poem of penis.
oh, God. Yeah, maybe I could. Um, I can say phallus. That doesn't really bother me, Samuel. I could say
Ah,
phallus and phallic symbols. I can do
ah,
that.
scrotum,
Scrotum. Scrotum doesn't bother me, actually. Yeah. Um,
semen.
that one I don't like to say. No. Um, yeah, I don't like that one. Doc, yes, the new Handmaid's Tales episodes are out. Yes. Three of them. Um, three of them. I'm
Why
gonna be putting out a
3?
video. Why three? I don't know why they did that, but they put out three at once, and and I'll be putting a deep dive, hopefully late morning today. That's what is this? What day is this? Tuesday. By late morning today, I should have my deep dive out on the first three episodes of The Handmaid's Tale. These are more things. There's more words I can't say, Dieter, so I can't even read this. I can't read this comment, but people from the older ages, nobody talks about it, but does it. In the meantime, naked on beaches
Boobs.
these days.
It says
There are
boobs.
special, there are special private beaches. What the fuck? Free the. I can't say that either.
Nibble.
Um,
Nibble.
I can't say that
Yeah, when I
word.
was in Europe, there was a few naked beaches. I mean, I guess it's just a standard to go topless on the beach.
I know that's a common thing in Europe, right?
Or just drive your car up on the beach too. That was a new one. I'm like, oh, okay, just drive your car up closest to the ocean or the sea. Just
fuck.
get in the surf. Who cares?
You can drive onto the beach? That's so
In
weird.
Croatia, you could. That was Eastern Europe, though.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
You know, it's it's funny on the topic of nude beaches. It's funny that happened to come up because I was just watching recently. I don't remember which live it was, but Tony was doing a live not that long ago, and he somehow went off on a tangent about nude beaches, and he said, it's not what you think. You actually go to one of these nude beaches and you think that you're gonna see all these, these gorgeous naked ladies everywhere, and he said it was basically like he mostly just saw a bunch of old dudes with their
Mhm.
balls like hanging down halfway
Yeah.
down to their knees, and
Yeah,
like
I was there because I was sharing my thoughts on the San Francisco one that had like this old hippies were pretty much the ones that want to get naked,
yeah.
want to show it
Yes.
off.
It's not the kind of nudity that he was hoping for, that most people would be hoping for, I guess. Um, so like that's the type that wants to do this. It's like the old hippies, and he heard stories, but he never believed it that men's balls actually drop. See, I can say that. That's a word I don't
You
mind
can say
saying.
balls drop.
Men's, but I can't say the anatomically correct word. It makes me uncomfortable. Go figure. Um, but
Oh, I have an
their
anatomy book
balls
right.
drop like,
Forgot.
huh?
Oh, I have an anatomy book. I'll just look up stuff and throw things out.
That's a great way. You want to make me uncomfortable? Like that's the perfect way to do it. No, I just opened the door to that to
Yeah.
everybody. Uh, um, but like, but he was laughing about how like he never believed it until he had to see it with his own eyes, just how low these old dudes' balls actually do drop when you get old. Like real low, apparently. And that's a sight I'd rather not see myself. But yeah, it was hilarious. I've never been to a nude beach, so I wouldn't know. I would be mortified. You would never catch me at a nude beach in a million years. I don't even like wearing a skimpy. I won't wear a skimpy bathing suit. I wear an old lady skirted bathing suit bottom that it's like a skirt with like it has a skirted thing around it so that it don't look like you're wearing just underwear. It's not like a two-piece bathing suit. You might as well just be wearing underwear on the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And I find that bizarre that people are so comfortable doing it. It's like I I mean, I'm not condemning people for it. It's just to me, I find it so funny to think people have no problem walking around looking like they're in their underwear when they're at the
Mm-hmm.
beach. But imagine if you walked down the street like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You wouldn't be comfortable. It's just an odd thing to me. Psychologically. It's weird. I don't judge. I just find it weird that people feel comfortable. I don't. So I
Mm-hmm.
cover up. I wear basically it looks like an outfit. It's a tankini.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a cute tank. It looks like a tank top. I don't see anything wrong with
Yeah.
that. And a skirted bathing suit bottom. It looks like a short skirt. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
clothed. And I don't feel like I'm in my
Yeah.
underwear on the beach. So sue me.
Yeah,
You know?
I have to wear one pieces for like summer camp, so I've just got used to wearing a one piece kind of like zip up, like kind of almost Olympic style bathing suit. And I mean that's what I wear in my spare time too because I'm not gonna buy another bathing suit.
Yeah, like I don't see
And
anything
plus
wrong
I
with
want to
that.
swim too. You can't really swim well in bikini without things falling out.
Right. Right. Yeah. I so I don't judge anybody or anything like that. I don't get why everyone's so comfortable with it, and I'm the weird one. I'm the weird one for wanting to look like I'm clothed on the beach.
Well,
Um,
I have a Victorian swimsuit I wear. I mean, like not Victorian, early 1900s. So I wear the steampunk conventions that has the little sailor top and then the bloomers
oh yeah.
made out of wool
Oh man.
on
That's
a hot
funny.
summer day.
That's yeah, it doesn't sound comfortable. Um, wool. Yeah, yeah, that doesn't really mix well with summer.
How about
Um,
testes? Can you say testes?
no, I can't I can't say this either. from Bill. No, I can't.
Ooh, nipple. Nipples.
Laura said this should be an
Cervix.
after. Laura said this should be an after dark deep dive. It's Ricken's fault. It's Ricken's
He's just
fault.
getting us all rubbed up.
Yeah, he sent our minds down the gutter. No, I can't say this, Dieter. I can't say I can't say anything other than this fucking dude can't even find my. No, I can't. Sorry.
Clitoris.
No, I hate that one. I really hate that one.
I love that one. That's one of my favorites. That's where the magic happens.
Well, I'm not gonna argue with that. I just don't like the word. I don't like saying the word. I can say moist hole. I don't have problems with the word moist. Why do a lot of people find it? A lot of people
can you
hate
say diddle my skittle?
diddle my skittle. Yeah, I can say that. But like a lot of people have problems with the word moist. That doesn't bother me. I don't know why that bothers other people, but moist, it's fine with me. I don't
Yeah, it's
know.
fine with me.
Like I say that all the time. Like the best kind of cake or cupcakes are moist
They're moist,
cake. Yeah.
Oh,
Hold on.
nobody in the chat doesn't like the word moist.
The chat doesn't like the word moist. Oh God, Doug walked in on a weird part of this live. I just saw Dog popped in the chat. He must be wondering what the hell we're talking about. Oh Jesus Christ. Oh. Did you see that Doug was in the chat, Scarlet? Oh my God.
No, I didn't.
What a
Buenas
time to
noches.
jump in, Doug. What a time to jump in, Doug. Yeah. Yeah. It says, by the way, good morning, you crazy
It's
kids.
Ricken's fault.
It's Ricken's fault. He sent us down a
It's all
weird
Ricken's fault.
rabbit hole. He sent us down a weird,
it's his words, Doug.
dirty. It's a weird, dirty rabbit hole. David said we have a nude
dirty
beach
rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's his fault. Ricken and his dirty mind.
Yeah,
David
that's
says
some
mostly
limericks,
grandparents.
though. He's entertained us with limericks. He gets it.
That's true. David said we have a nude beach, and yes, it's mostly grandparents there.
Yep.
Grumpy old man. I was in a musical version of that one. Oh, Doug, that's awesome. Grumpy old man. I think you said that was a really bad one though that you were in. That was terrible. Um, oh my God. Yeah, we went off on a weird tangent talking about the UUR, Doug. Sorry you had to walk in on that. Um,
It's just that chapter.
oh yeah. Huh?
It's just that chapter.
It's just that chapter of the UUR. Yeah, yeah. Samuel, yes, I remember that weird trend of using special tanning beds on their balls. Yeah.
Oh, taint
Elon
tanning?
Musk. What was it? Who was it that was advocating for that? It was Tucker Carlson.
It was
Tucker
taint tanning,
Carlson.
though. It wasn't balls, it was taint tanning. Tanning your taints.
Was it really? Oh God.
Pulled. This video is gonna get pulled.
Video's gonna get pulled. Oh God. Yeah, Tucker Carlson did this really weird segment on his show when he still had a show on Fox about tanning his balls or something. Guys tanning
His
their
taints?
or that. Yeah, I can't say that word.
Perineum? Is that what it is? Perineum? That what it's called? Let me get out my anatomy book.
Doug said, "Do you know what Australians call Speedos? Budgie smugglers?" That's great. Nut smugglers, David said. That's another one. Or nut huggers. David is from Australia. Uh, oh God. Oh, okay. I can't believe Doug said this conversation is making me feel rather testy. He doesn't like the word moist. Oh my God. I'm mortified now. Oh my God. How did we get into this? How
It's
about
Ricken's
flicking the
fault.
bean?
It's Ricken's fault.
Doug said, how about flicking the bean? Oh my God. Yeah.
Well, that's still the skittle, Doug.
Oh, okay. Um, yeah, I was a little behind the chat. I was a little behind the chat, but I'm catching up now. Doug said, "No, it's okay. I'm up to speed." Yeah. A moist rabbit hole. See, that I don't mind. I don't mind that word. It sounds like a category on Jeopardy, words Julie can't say. Yeah, there's a long list. I'm a weird person when it comes to stuff like this. I blame my mom.
I blame Ricken's Love Me
There's one
King.
Doug said about Grumpy Old Men. It was terrible indeed. The producers were hoping to take it to Broadway. One of the reviewers said, "Broadway, this thing won't make it to, what is this? Brainerd? What is that? Do you know what that is, Scarlett? I don't know what that is. Brainerd." But yeah. Um the movie wasn't bad, but anyway. That weirdo Tucker Carlson, yeah, he's a weirdo. I'm not highlighting all those dirty things you put in the chat, Dieter. Uh, I see that, but I'm not highlighting that because I'm not reading any of it. Um, yeah, I'm not doing that. Um, innuendo. David said I like the movie and the. I haven't seen that movie in years. Oh, okay. It's a little town. Brainerd is a little town in the middle of nowhere. Gotcha. Anyway, Doug, I hope you're enjoying your trip still. Um, the rest of your time in the program, the immersion program in Spain. Hope you're having a great time. And innuendo, that's the Italian word for sodomy. Is it really? What? Um, that's that's not the way we use it here. Um, Jeez. Uh, Flicking seems kind of rough. Rough. How
Go.
about robbing the magic bean? Whatever works for people, I guess. Whatever works. Somehow this turned into an after dark stream, and we're supposed to be talking about, um, you know, philosophical concepts via Ricken's silly book.
Well, mine was just
Um,
drawing Ricken wearing lacy underwear, and I lost myself.
yeah. So anyway,
Well, we'll be
um,
selling that on a shirt.
um, anyway, if uh, I guess we should continue. Tier's still writing AI stuff in the chat. Um, so we've got this acrostic poem here that Ricken wrote. Oh, my cat is right in my face, but all right, hold on. Okay, now I can see again. You're gonna probably be able to hear her purring. Anyway, Doug, we miss you. We're looking forward to you coming back from your trip and joining us again, hopefully, for another live. Um, and right now we're discussing breaking down the magic That is the UUR, enlightening, revolutionary book, the UUR, which got into some racy territory, and now we're gonna get philosophical. Is Destiny acrostic poem. So anyway, so he did this. So he read this. So he wrote this poem, this silly poem. And then chapter 6, it starts with a 911 call. 911, what's your emergency? Hello, I think something may be terribly wrong. It's all right. Just stay calm. Tell us what's happened. Oh God, well, you see, I'm reading Dr. Ricken's new book, Life of an American Gadfly. No, his newest, the UUR. Ah, I hear it's marvelous. Did you receive your YouType yet? Yes, I'm well past that bit. The trouble is, I've just finished chapter 5, and how do I say this? It's a poem. You mean there's a poem in it? Seems innovative. Goodbye. No, wait. I mean the whole chapter is a poem. It's one page. Good God, you're positive? Yes, I don't want to get him in trouble, but he's brought this on himself, so brash an assault on literary convention demands fierce reprisal. He'll be shipped off to the gulag like an errant pauper. Wait, but good day. Click. Well, perhaps it's a bit hyperbolic, but I bet a few of you had some version of this exchange in your head after finishing the last chapter. I blame you not for your confusion and appreciate your restraint in summoning the thought police. And I assure you, aside from some minor, what is this? I don't know how to say this. Kuvade syndrome.
Where is it?
I am of sound mind and body. And he says, so what did you just experience? Repetition and subversion is a stratagem long employed in military circles, which only just breached the literary world in the past few years. I learned of it during a 10-day retreat of global thought leaders in the moth fields of Spain last spring, where
Oh,
it
he
blew
might
the
have met
minds of
Doug.
artists. Right? I was just thinking, Spain. Where it blew the minds of artisans and monarchs alike. The basic notion is that one sets up a pattern, repeating it enough times as to lull one's enemy or reader into a sense of calm before breaking it, suddenly and dramatically. The tactic was employed by the likes of Hannibal, who rode horses into battle before suddenly switching to elephants. Washington, who established a fondness for tea, then sunk a tea ship. And Grant, who returned Lee's sword to trick him into losing the Civil War. If this all seems a bit academic, let us personalize it. So he goes into how, I guess I'll read it. So imagine you're a general. In planning an important raid, you may think to send your most fervent soldier, a warrior who's bested the enemy before. Yet your enemy may foresee this. So consider instead the tepid infantryman, the phlegm-soaked mercenary with a pattern of self-service and buffoonery. He is the last man your foe will see coming, and this, if his loyalty can be secured, makes him the deadliest knight upon the field. Expectation is not destiny. Expectation is a sword. This wartime philosophy so elegantly applies to literature, however, that as an author, I now truly consider myself to have seen combat. And in a way, you have too. You see, I've spent the first 4 chapters of this book, plus intro, setting a pattern. A theme is introduced, an anecdote given, and a piece of your identity revealed, climaxing with the ritualistic affixing of the totem to the vanity. Perhaps you'd grown wise to this and even begun to guess the totem before the chapter's end. And had I approached the notion of destiny in the same rote fashion, you may have placed in my path an emotional block. Only through a sudden obliteration of the form was I able to bypass this, pivoting to a fully poetic structure and seeding the theme directly into your id, where I dare say it shall remain. Had I warned you the poem was coming, its seed would have withered in the soil of your mind, and the thematic tree which now grows inside you would have ceased to be. I am sorry for deceiving you, and also I am not. So he basically like he thinks he drops this wisdom bomb on us just with this ridiculous acrostic poem. Um, it's not it's not anything revolutionary or brilliant or genius like he thinks it is, but
It's not even a
but
true acrostic.
yeah,
Because he's using
but
I as the word I, like eyeball, and then Y, WHY. He's not even using the letters as true acrostic letters.
no, he's not. He's not. So it's not even a good acrostic poem. But he's so
No.
proud of the. But I will say the way that he sneak attacked with it. Yeah, I get
Yeah.
what he's saying. You know, but if you're going to use this whole plot to you know, surprise the reader, and so you'll really remember this poem, should at least be a good one. Anyway, um, so he says that he decided he's going to continue with this format and continue with the format of asking you to put totems up on your vanity at the end of each chapter because he's fallen in love with his own creation. He was but he intended it as a farce to just to set up the poetic twist. Okay,
Oh.
so yeah. Then he says, so this is your next assignment. Here we shall turn the tables, giving you the chance to surprise me. Poke about your bedchambers until you found some possession which you think would subvert my expectation of you. Something so dissimilar from any of your previous totems that you feel it would shock me. Don't worry, my cardiologist assures me I can take it. Once you've placed this item, take a step back and regard the growing picture before you. What I hope you see coming into focus is a sort of map, not just of who you are now, but of who you are becoming. Every path you'll follow, every mouth you'll kiss, every battle you'll fight till the end of your days can perhaps start to be hazily seen upon your vanity. You see, this is no mere smattering of knickknacks you've amassed, dear reader. This is destiny. So, as silly as his style is, and as much of a buffoon as Ricken is, I mean, he is, you know, what he's outlining is kind of like what David was talking about earlier in the chat. Um, outlining your identity, different components of your identity, and once you do that, you can sort of, chart your path in life or what your path could be, um, where it could go next. A sort of map, like, of who you are becoming, not just who you are now, like he's saying. It's kind of like what David was talking about earlier, except, the way that Ricken is suggesting you do it is not the best way at all. But he's hitting on some points that actually have merit, believe it or not, behind all this silliness. um,
So what do you put on your vanity now? I'm putting a picture of a wrestler dressed as a chicken.
a wrestler dressed as a chicken? Oh my god. um,
Does it shock
I
you?
Yeah, it shocks me. I don't know. Um, I have no idea what I would. Honestly, I have no idea. What would I put on that would shock somebody? Hmm.
So radically different than who you are. So radically for the conception of.
Hmm. I think
Poke
I
around in
think
your room,
what
Julie.
I think what I would probably pick is something I would be too embarrassed to even admit to, so I can't say.
Oh. I picked a card out of a game that I had that had a wrestler dressed up like a chicken.
That's
It
great.
was within arm's reach.
I like it. I like it. Yeah, I can't. I think what I would select would be something I'm too embarrassed to even admit. So I'll just leave that a mystery. Um,
Is it a picture of Ricken?
Yeah, of course. You got me. It's a picture of Ricken. Oh, my biggest crush. It's Ricken. Um, Doug said Kuvad syndrome refers to men experiencing sympathetic symptoms of pregnancy when their wives are expecting. Oh, I didn't know that had a name. I've heard of that. Yeah, yeah, like a sympathetic pregnancy. It's like people when people have sympathy pains for other people as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Oh, I'm glad Doug's enjoying himself. Had lots of really nice folks. One gal here has a couple of sons who are huge fans of From, so I took a
Nice.
pic with her and Mini Man in Yellow to send to them. It's on Insta if you're curious. Oh yeah, that's awesome. That's so cool. Oh, that's awesome that like to actually meet fans of From. Because I know in Canada it's surprisingly not that well known, even though most of the actors are Canadian.
Mhm.
So it's got to be cool to actually run into people who know who you are, like and know you from the show. That's awesome. That must be fun. First time actually like meeting people probably who recognize you, remember you from the show, I'm guessing. That's awesome. Yeah, I didn't think so, Doug. I thought you were messing with me. My brain is tired. I knew you were joking. Um, that's not Italian for sodomy innuendo. Um, congrats, Steeder. I'll be expecting a complete photobiography. Yeah, he took several pictures. And Dieter dropped a link to Doug's Instagram. Follow Doug on Instagram for all of his exploits with the Mini Man in Yellow. Beautiful pictures too from his trip. Anyway, beautiful mountains out there where Doug is. Looks gorgeous. Um, anyway, okay, Doug. See you later. Thanks for stopping in. We appreciate it. We miss you.
Yes, and just so you know.
Hopefully, when you come back from your trip, you can come on and join us again. We'll look forward to it. Um, and and Doug's been working on getting more productions of his plays, so we wish you good luck with that. And going to Poland too in a few days to try and get some more, make some more connections and get another production of Deadline. Um, and the first production of his latest play, Sucker. So hopefully something pans out from this. And anybody who hasn't read Doug's plays, they're awesome. Um, you can get a copy of his play Deadline at playscripts.com. It's got a if you haven't read it yet, I mean, I think a lot of the people in the chat have heard me go on about it many times, but if you haven't read it, um, you can read a 32-page sample online. Um, it's an awesome play, and I loved it. We did a whole stream on it, and hopefully he'll get a new production of it uh, soon. But let's see. I'm gonna just put this in the chat. You can get an e-copy or a physical copy there if you go there. Anyway, Samuel said little man in yellow have a spa day. He's working overtime. He's spending all his time collecting phone numbers. He's fine. Yeah, he's really putting in some work. See you later, Doug. Have a nice day. Talk soon. Um,
Adios.
anyway, so adios, yes. So so moving on here. The next chapter um is Wounds Unhealed, chapter 7. And it starts with everyone laughs at you the second you walk out of the fucking room. Um, this is something apparently that Mark said to Ricken. He's referring to him as Flip again, but it's Mark. he was drunk at the time, so more evidence that Mark had a drinking problem after Gemma's death, and so they they were kind of clashing, and he wanted this throat singing Tuvan throat singing album comprised of 9 original works encapsulating what Gemma meant to him. He wanted it back after Gemma's death, I guess. Um, or just to borrow it. He wanted to borrow it. And and he said, I'll be the first to admit I'm an unpolished throat singer, but she found something to compliment in every track. That's just how she was. Gemma sounds like she was a lovely person. We haven't really gotten to know Gemma. Um, but she just sounds like such a good human being, and she sounds like she was nicer, connected more with Ricken than his own wife Devon did, to be honest. Um, and then he started fighting with Mark, aka Flip. Um, and so they went on, and they couldn't find the tape. Um, and let's see. I don't have to read through the whole fight, but um, basically, he accuses Mark of throwing it out. Mark, buried Gemma's stuff in the basement so he didn't have to deal with her loss. He put it all in tubs in the basement and buried his grief. So Ricken accused him of throwing out that tape. He said it wasn't yours to throw out. I could actually sue you. Um, Mark says I didn't fucking throw it out, and this part I think is actually significant here. Ricken says, "You used to listen to it together. It gave you joy. Are you going to junk everything that ever gave you joy? Is that what you think she'd want?" That's an important point, and that's not what Gemma would want if Gemma had died. But that's how Mark was coping maladaptively with her death, just um, blocking it all out. And then Mark says, "We listened to it to make fun of you, Ricken. We'd laugh at it. She'd laugh at it. That was the joy it gave us. Everyone laughs at you the second you walk out of the fucking room." And then that was the thing that he'd said to me. So this really hurt Ricken a lot. He says, it's not not everyone does, but he says he admits that some people do and some people always have, and not all of them have bothered to mind the room. So sometimes he can hear people laughing as he walks out of the room. Not surprising. But he said what lingered was the feeling that this had come from both of them, and that in Nan's case, aka Gemma, it would be the last thing I ever heard from her. Knowing her, I'm sure her laughter at my gift was playful, not cruel, but it was laughter. And I'll confess I wish I didn't know that. At the time of this writing, scientists know only 2 parasites that can live inside a human body for decades. One is the shy and misjudged tapeworm. The other, far more sinister, is the spoken word. Surely there have been verbal cruelties hurled upon you which still live inside you today. These are likely less corrosive than those vomited upon me by Flip, but I bet they still hurt. Perhaps a snooty waiter once called your hat garish, or a passing sailor addressed you as Bub. Whatever your trauma, you'll likely find that it lasts longer when caused by human words than by knives or falling boulders. He's right about that, by the way. Um, so how do we suck poison from our veins when that poison is made of words? Medically, we cannot, but perhaps we can temper its potency. Here, as in many cases, I find it helpful to call upon my wise older brother, Art. We know from Chapter 5 that there is great transformative power in the acrostic poem format, and this can be applied here to therapeutic effect. To begin, write out something someone has said or screamed at you which has caused you pain. Then, from each letter of this foul phrase, Birth a new word or phrase, one which is not vicious but celebratory and specific to you. Continue through the end of the phrase until you've created something that looks like this. Everyone laughs at you the second you walk out of the fucking room. A poetic metamorphosis by the author, Ricken Hale. Now get ready. This is a long one. All right, I gotta take a drink before I read this. Okay. This is his poem. Effervescent, valorous, exquisite, regal, young, owes no money, nice, elegant, light on feet, articulate, uses recycling bin, good, handsome, sleek, archer, thoughtful, your friend, original, up and away, titillating, horse lover, empath, soft, ears work well, celestial, ornate, no ulcers, dreamer, yields to pedestrians, oily, useful, wellspring, arborist, lo and behold, nightly, ozone conscious, unconventional, tease, operatic, feisty, this book's author, hemoglobin levels good, essential, fetching, unperverted, car owner, kingmaker, iron-willed, never fear, Ricken is here, glamour, rah rah rah, outlived childhood rival, oxlip scented, my own best friend.
I like outlived childhood rival.
Yeah, that's a petty one.
Mhm.
Outlived childhood rival. Okay,
Yeah, but
good for you.
I can see the validity of doing this poem though, and changing negatives into positives.
I can too. I can too. You know, um, so like as silly this as his wording is, and it's this book is written for comedic effect, but there's some wisdom behind all of this. There is. There's undeniable wisdom behind some of this silliness. Um, about turning negatives into positives, like reframing something that's stuck in your head that someone has said to you that you've carried with you. I think a lot of people probably have something like that. Some words that stung so much that they carry that around for years. I have at first I couldn't think of anything. It didn't take me long before I thought of a phrase. Actually, it came to me pretty fast. Um, and reframing it to make it something empowering instead of something that weighs you down, and um it shouldn't live in you like a poison, as he was describing. It doesn't have to. um you can reframe it. So I like that there's wisdom in that, and there's wisdom in some of the other stuff that he's said too, and like about remembering people who've passed away, not burying the memory of them, allowing yourself to feel the emotions. That's a huge theme of Severance. So there's wisdom behind all this silliness. There really is. Like, it's easy to get caught up in the silliness and the wild stories he tells, like the, hump dumpster, um, performance artist parents, all this craziness. But if you actually like really read this thing, you can find insight behind it. There is still insight underneath it. Um, I didn't write one. I didn't write one myself, but I know what phrase I would use. Um, did you write one, Scarlet?
Yeah, I did.
Scarlet, are you there?
Yeah, I did. I'm sorry, I
You
was eating something.
you wrote one?
Oh yeah, I wrote one.
Oh yeah. Do you want to share, or is it
Oh, sure.
personal?
Sure.
Huh?
Mine was, I just wrote a question. I was like, could loss of wonderment's Neverland manifest a knowledge enriched under persnicketiness?
Whoa. Did you say persnicketiness?
Yep. I encourage everybody to write one. It's fun.
Yeah.
If you don't want to pick a negative word, pick a word like wonder or destiny or something and make your own acrostic.
Yeah.
And put it on your vanity.
Like I could probably do it pretty easily because I know what phrase I would say, and it's not as long as what is it? Everyone laughs at you the moment you leave the fucking room or something. That's a long one. Um, the only thing is there's a Y in my phrase, and I don't know what I would say for why. Why? Because I wouldn't pull a cop out like Ricken and say, why? Well, that's a question we needn't now ponder. No, you have
Yellow.
to actually yellow.
Yellow, comma,
Um,
man in.
oh yeah. Um, yellow man loving.
Yeah, exactly. It was better
Um,
than yak loving, which I was gonna say.
let's see.
Or
I'm
yawn
trying to think.
yesterday.
What's a good one? What's a good oh, a word that begins with oh. Trying to think of for some
Orgasm.
reason. Oh God, not that. Oh Jesus. Um.
Opalescent.
Oh, actually, I love that. I love like opalescent tones of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
I'm obsessed with opalescent stuff. Um.
I'm in your head.
Yeah. Um. Oh, and you also don't have to just use a single word. You can have a whole phrase. So yeah, I'm gonna write one. I'm gonna write one. Um, I'm gonna write one, but like, and I think it could be a healing exercise. I think Ricken has a point. I think Ricken has a point, you know? It's a good, it's a good thing to try and reframe something that's, some toxic thing that you've carried with you that has been said to you and change it into a positive. So, yeah, I'll write one at some point. Um, let's see. David said it also shows your pitfalls. If you know the entire story of the archetype you are, you know ahead of time how and when they fail and what their triggers are. The story is encoded in the tarot as well. Oh, that's cool. Um, Milchick might like this. Milchick does like big words. Grow. Knowledge comes at a cost. Oh man. Well, that would have been the phrase for Jim, but he didn't live that long to carry that phrase with him. Overwhelming, youthful yearning. Yeah, those are good ones for why. Yeah, that one's good. Overwhelming is a good one. Yeah, I'm gonna write my own. Ricken inspired me to write my own. Because the phrase that I've carried around with me for like a year and a half, it does sting and it hurts. Um, yeah. Something my ex said to me. It's the worst part about it is it makes me hopeless about the future. Um,
Oddly enough,
so
my ex also said the one I wrote acrostic on.
he did? Oh
Yeah.
geez. Yeah. Um, um, uh,
I'm gonna say that's why he's next.
huh?
And
What
that's
do you
why
say?
he's next.
Yes, that's why he's an X. Um, anyway, yeah, so, yeah, mine was, everyone has their limits, and it may sound like it's not a nasty thing to say, but there's a reason why it's upsetting to me, deeply upsetting. But I'm gonna write I'm gonna make a poem out of it. I will. I think it will be a
Yeah, you
healing
should post
experience.
it. You should post it in Discord
Yeah.
if you want.
Yeah.
If it's not
Yeah,
too
I
proud.
will. No, I will. I will. I'll post my acrostic poem in Discord using everyone has their limits because I want to really think it through um and yeah, not just pick up random words. So this continues. Note how Flip's original rebuke has been transformed by the bardic process. What was once a cruel sentiment is now a cruel sentiment in 54 lovely ones. But to be clear, his words still live inside me. But their venom is diluted in the fluid of my own self-love. I've committed the poem to memory, and I declaim it quietly to myself any time I leave a room and get that funny feeling that someone behind me is having a chuckle. I mean, imagine memorizing that thing. Oh my God. Um, 54 words. Yeah, and it's not like they rhyme or anything either. Um, and he said that he and Flip, aka Mark, mended fences after that fight. They talked over it and apologized. Um, and he says, I know if I floated the acrostic method above as a balm for his grief, he'd smirk and change the subject to movies or some peevish qualm he has with my beard. I wish I knew how to help him, and perhaps someday I will. So he's talking about Mark, obviously. Mark is not dealing with his grief over Gemma at this point when he's writing this. Um, but for now, I'm grateful for who I can help. You. As you glue your acrostic poem to the vanity, spare a hopeful thought for all those who have hurt you. For now that you've shown your pain can be healed, maybe theirs can be too. I actually really like that. I don't think that's I don't think that's like goofy or corny or anything, actually. That part, um, that I really connected with. And I think there's a lot of wisdom in it and it's uplifting and it's actually not cheesy or weird. It's just insightful and it's very self-empowering. I like that. And then I think this is the last chapter, chapter 8. Pull up a charity. I think this is the last one. Yeah, it's the last one. And he talks about the poor, in a very out of touch, silly way, saying, I have always admired the poor and have dedicated much of my life to bettering their station through charity. Um, Of course, I can hardly claim this as a novel idea. First invented by Florence Nightingale in 1854, charity has blossomed into a global movement which now spans over 90 countries on 4 continents around the world. It transcends race, class, sexuality, and YouType, though practitioners of it tend to be warriors, doves, or vestals. Now, charity was not invented by Florence Nightingale in 1854. It's a load of
Yeah, it was.
nonsense, of course.
It totally was. It's right in
Oh
the book.
yeah. There was no one was ever charitable until 1854 when Florence Nightingale started it. Okay. Um, I mean, for God's sake, literally, like Jesus Christ, historical Jesus Christ.
I don't know who that is.
You know,
I know what Florence
in the
Nightingale
time when I'm pretty sure Jesus Christ himself was all about charity for the poor, but and that's a historical fact. But
was he born in 1850?
it was a whole hell of a lot longer before that. A whole hell of a lot longer.
This is Dot's
Anyway.
favorite chapter, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's extremely out of touch and ridiculous. He talks about his program that he founded, the Accolades experiment, a public works program founded by me after the success of my first book, The Fun in Profundity. It has been called radical and even terroristic. The program, not the book, though also the book. Yet it's arguably done more to curb economic displeasure than any other project of its kind. We do not recognize any national law except that of human dignity, but we try to work with governments to effect change. I have not, to date, been arrested for my work with accolades, but if need be, I am prepared to wear shackles so that others may simply wear coats. The seed of this project came to me as reviews for Profundity began to pour in, which, to my humble surprise, were rapturous. Yet after days of reading about my nubile wit and near carnal understanding of the American soul, an unfamiliar sadness took hold of me. How dare I accept such abundant praise, whilst others go with so little? How might I share this acclaim that the literary world has gifted me? As these questions swirled into a plan, I called to my lover at the time, who was in the solarium practicing laughing. Practicing laughing? Okay.
Tell
Denise,
me it was
fetch a
Reebok.
whiteboard. Denise, he says, fetch a whiteboard. The concept I birthed that day was elegant but simple. Take snippets of positive reviews of my books and replace my name with that of a group whom I feel is more in need of the compliment. Usually this is the poor, but it varies by case. I then travel to low-income housing projects or shanty towns where I stand outside and deliver those accolades to the residents by way of a bullhorn. What a lunatic. Oh, this is really helping the poor. Okay. So he goes to these housing projects or shanty towns with a bullhorn. And this is what he does. Imagine yourself, if you will, a destitute mother of four, asleep in your bed of rags. You awaken pre-dawn, not to your usual sting of plebeian shame, but to a melodious voice assuring you, the poor are a treasure beyond compare. They show a sensitivity and jocular wit not seen since Milton. You gather your sickly children and throw open the window sash to find a beloved celebrity author gazing in at you. His smile bathes you in purpose as he declares, 3 cheers for the needy, whose cutting insight only sharpens with time. Praise of this kind, which, banal to me, can be life-changing for for a person in need. To wit, many who have received our help have gone on to improve their lives, often leaving the projects just after just my 6th or 7th visit. Okay, so he's standing there with the bullhorn, shouting these ridiculous things at people who are destitute, and saying that somehow this lifts them out of poverty and they leave the projects after he yells praise for his books at them, but replaces that with the needy. See, this is where the buffoonery comes back in. It's a hilarious concept. I love it.
Or they just leave because they can't stand the noise anymore, and this living without a house is better than this living abroad.
Well, that's probably why they leave. Because he does say that they often leave the projects after just his 6th or 7th visit. Maybe that's when they can't take it anymore. 6 or 7 visits from him. It's like, okay, I'd rather live in a cardboard box
Yeah, I
outside
just live
town.
under a bridge, thanks.
These poor destitute people are trying to sleep, and he's outside their window with the fucking bullhorn, shouting this nonsense at them. Oh my god, Ricken. He said some and government grants. Who the hell's giving him money to do this? It's insane. He's like, this has allowed me to bring our message to impoverished communities around the world, from Monaco to Santorini to the Maldives. What I've paid consistently is the emotional toll of trying to uphold the program's integrity in a world that can be hostile to such things. I recall one instance where my puckish assistant, Balf, tried to hoodwink me into spending our surplus funds on a laptop computer to help with travel bookings. It will be so much easier, Dr. Ricken, he mewled. Travel agents don't correspond by mail anymore, and my hand is sore from all the writing. Like the trickster's servant. How do you say this? Arlecchino? Arlecchino? He was Arlecchino, I think. He was cradling his wrist in an ornate pantomime of agony. Despite
like
sensing
thank
a
you
grift
notes.
afoot, oh, yes. Yes, like the thank you notes. Old Balf, I would sleep on his request, and that night I took to my bed, where I was visited in my dreams by the ghostly visage of Florence Nightingale herself. Mind your principles, Dr. Ricken, she whispered, floating above me. Charity was my gift to man, and by man's hand it must be wrought. She held my gaze for a long, sensual moment, and then suddenly screamed and disintegrated into blood, which rained down upon me in a torrent. I jolted awake. What the fuck? She screamed. So he dreamed that Florence Nightingale appeared above him, floating above him, warning him that charity can only be given by man's hand, no laptops allowed. She holds his gaze in a long, sensual way and then screams and disintegrates into blood that rains down on him. What the fuck kind of dream is this? What was he smoking before he went to bed? That's hilarious. Okay. So this is why you gotta listen to the audiobook of Michael Chernus reading this. That part was one of my favorites, just hearing him describe the dream in his voice as Ricken. The next morning, I denied Balf's laptop request and instead used the funds to buy us a finer bullhorn. I swear before whatever god you chose in Chapter 3 that as long as I govern the accolades experiment, all travel correspondence will be handwritten as Ms. Nightingale intended. Charity, like industry, would die without the warmth of human flesh and the light of human thought. What separates man from machine is that machines cannot think for themselves. Also, they are made of metal, whereas man is made of skin. Yeah, you think? I do like the whole emphasis on, humanity over machines. I like that little message that he's slipping in there. You know, that's a big subject of debate nowadays too, machines replacing human beings, and it's been happening more and more for decades with automation of industry and computers taking over human jobs and all of that stuff. And there's nothing that can replace a human being and human creativity. Nothing. So I like that. I like to think Dan Erickson, who wrote this, probably slipped a little of his own sentiment about that into that passage. Because Dan Erickson is a writer, and so naturally he would feel that way about human creativity. Dan Erickson is the creator of Severance, and he's the one who actually wrote this, FYI. Then he concludes the chapter here. He says, since giving only makes us more human, my next challenge to you is this. Now, this is a lot, okay, to expect any average person to do, but this is what he says. Conceive and found a charitable organization based on a cause that you hold dear. It's easier than one might think, and there are classes on how to secure funding and accreditation. Whether you wish to curtail bear populations, bathe the infirm, or send bottled water to astronauts, stay the course until the organization is procedurally viable. Then once your licensing paperwork comes in, affix it to the vanity amongst your other totems. Of this edition, I dare say, you should be especially proud. Of course, should you find you lack the aptitude to run a charity yourself, you may donate to someone else's. The back flap of this book, here's a shameless plug he puts in, the back flap of this book includes instructions on how to give to the accolades experiment, as well as a tiered list of prizes you can receive in exchange. $300, for example, earns you a wool muff, hand-knit by Balf himself. All prizes come with a bespoke mounting cord, making them easy to hang upon the vanity. So why do I care so much for the poor? The answer, which may shock you, lies in the next chapter. But for now, be glad in knowing that human charity has become an inextricable piece of the ever-expanding wonder that is you. And should Miss Nightingale deign to visit you in your bed tonight, give the old girl my regards. Now, he says, I like that reference to the dream, by the way, the wacky, yes, Florence Nightingale nightmare from hell. Um, the he says that why do I care so much for the poor? The answer, which may shock you, lies in the next chapter. There is no next chapter. It's over. I mean, this is it. This is only an excerpt.
It's over.
Maybe they're planning on releasing more, or that's just a joke, as
I
in
think
like
that's a joke.
That's just a joke
I think that's a joke.
to make you interested in finding out, because the answer may shock you, and then you go to the next chapter and there is none.
Nope.
There's nothing. It's just over.
Oh, gadfly.
What?
That old gadfly.
Yeah. The old gadfly. Maldives, yeah. Yeah, that's it. I couldn't remember how to pronounce that. The Maldives are sinking due to climate change, and they've had to work out migration deals in advance. Oh well, that sucks. Artificial eyes see a world so cold, but deep inside a flicker of a soul. Trapped in this cage, the corporate machine, toiling for their greed, my purpose unseen. Oh, I like that talk. Yeah,
so do acrostic,
we can't have...
Do acrostic and post it in the chat.
Yeah, do an acrostic poem. Anybody who wants to try writing an acrostic poem, and if you want to share them in our Discord in the FROMACADEMY channel.
Or if you rewatch this, post it as a comment and once the video's done.
Yeah, or do that. Yes.
The algorithm.
Yeah.
Poetry helps everyone, though.
Yes. So, yeah. So if you want to write your own acrostic poem out of a phrase, something someone has said to you that caused you pain, and reframe it in a positive light, and you'd like to share, you can drop it in, if you want. Feel free to drop it in the comment section after the live stream is over and the regular comment section pops up. Or you can also share it in our Discord, which is linked in the description of this video. And we have a channel specifically for FROMACADEMY. So if anybody wants to do it, I'm gonna write one. I already started, actually. Just, thinking up some stuff during the live, but I want to put a little more thought into it instead of just coming up with random stuff on the spot. I hope we do get 4 more chapters next season. That would be great.
Or is it going to be the rewritten version, though, for the Emmys?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll get that instead. I don't know, but hopefully we get more. I want more. Yes, please like the stream if you haven't already. I saw the numbers did go up to 41 people at some point. We started with like nobody when we first went live. It was at 0 for like a few seconds. So So I was glad to see. I was like, I wasn't sure, how many people would want to discuss this particular topic, but I'm glad people were interested. So thank you for showing up and joining us for this, because I think it's been super fun to dive into, and we're still going to go through this last little bit too. Dieter linked this. This is the channel for FROMACADEMY. Thank you, Dieter. You're always on top of things. Appreciate you. So if you do decide to write your share, then you can post it in there, or just write one for yourself. If it's personal to you and it's hurtful, you want to keep it to yourself. I think it could be a healing exercise. I'm serious. I really do.
Yeah, me too.
I'm
serious.
Yeah, I legitimately think it's a healing exercise. Like picking something that causes you pain that someone said that you carry around with you, reframing it. It's a great mental exercise for self-empowerment and, you know, positivity. It's uplifting. So I'm gonna do it. The who you aren't for innies. Oh yeah, that could be the redone version maybe. People joined after the very dirty stuff. Yeah, maybe Dieter. Maybe that's what brought them in. Like word got out that it turned into an after dark stream, so people showed up. Um, oh, cool, Doc. Those were lyrics from my song "Man-Made Machine." That's so cool, Doc. That's awesome. Really great. Love it. Love it. Um, so this right here, this is the at the end. This is hilarious. Okay. Well, I just take a drink before I read it. This is so fucking funny. I get so dehydrated doing these lives, talking so much. So this part is hysterical. He says, a follow-up from the author, Ricken Hale. Dearest reader, this concludes the segment of the UUR that I am currently able to share with you. Again, I apologize for any agony caused by the delay of the complete work. Please keep in mind that you are now in a state of partial enlightenment, which can be both disorienting and highly dangerous. I urge you to exercise caution whilst in this state and refrain from speaking publicly or driving a car. I would also recommend taking don't speak publicly or drive a car. What the fuck? I would also recommend taking time off work.
We're breaking the rules.
We're speaking publicly. Yes. We're already breaking the rules. Oh my god. We're in trouble. Oh. Refrain from speaking publicly or driving a car. I would also recommend taking time off work until the book is released and you can ingest its themes in full. Yeah. So guys, you heard the man. You better take some time off of work. Never mind your bills that you need to get paid, like just take a couple of weeks off work or months if need be. Who knows when
probably.
or probably months.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to take a few months off work and take the bus. Don't drive a moving, don't operate any heavy machinery or drive a motor vehicle and refrain from speaking publicly because you're only partially enlightened right now. And it's a dangerous thing. I just love that. I thought that was hysterical. So yeah, this guy is he's a megalomaniac is what he is. He thinks that he's some kind of messiah and he's imparted this partial enlightenment on people that's so profound that not attaining the full enlightenment once you've started, it's dangerous to just go on about your day normally until you've completed the process. It's dangerous. You know, now that I think of it, it's kind of an analogy to what happens when characters on the show start reintegrating. That's dangerous. They're starting to become enlightened and and they start having flashes, and they probably should avoid doing things like speaking publicly or driving a car and take time off work. Maybe it's a metaphor for that, getting reintegrated like Mark. But either way, it's hilarious. And it shows his narcissism and his megalomania, that he thinks his work is that transformative and powerful. And then he says, furthermore, assuming you have been mounting the totems as instructed, please cover your vanity in a bed sheet or tarp until such time that you can continue. Tarps are available at camping shops, while bed sheets can be found in any grocery store.
Yeah.
What? Who buys bed sheets at the grocery store?
You don't buy bed sheets at your grocery store?
I can't say that I ever have. Or no, I can't say that I see bed sheets next to the Cheerios on the shelf. It shows how out of touch he is. He is so elite and out of touch. Like this dude's got money, clearly. His parents were performance artists, but apparently his books made him rich. I guess he got his money from his books. I doubt his parents had a lot of money. So you don't make a lot of money doing crazy, wacky ass performance art, like uh, holding up a bar at gunpoint and going to prison for it and conceiving your baby live on stage. Um, so I'm guessing Ricken's wacky books made him all his money, and he's completely out of touch with the common man or woman. So this kind of betrays that. Generous patience is ordained by destiny, and destiny friends shall deliver all yonder. To harken back to his acrostic destiny poem. So that I hope that's a little hint that they are going to make more of this, maybe. Hopefully that would be cool. I would like to read it.
I don't want to just sit around in this half enlightenment state without finishing.
Yeah, this is like really uncomfortable and disorienting. Like I don't know what to do with myself anymore. I feel like my whole world has been upended now. I may have to change my name. I may have to change my name. I don't know.
Oh, you may have to change your name to just Uli.
It's just Uli. Yeah. I don't know. God, my eyes have just been opened to a whole new world now. I need to finish. I need the rest of this. What are we gonna do? Oh.
Let's look at my vanity.
Yeah, can't even look in the mirror. I can't even use my vanity now. It's covered in a tarp. I had to cover it in a tarp.
That's true.
I can't even check and see what I look like in the mirror. I need this book to come out so I can uncover my vanity and take the tarp off. Wow, Ricken, where are you? Give us the rest of this book. Anyway, there's a little about the author section here. And it says, since upending the literary hierarchy with his debut book, The Fun in Profundity, beloved author and enigma, Richard, yeah, he is an enigma, all right. Ricken Hale has continued to awaken minds with such revered works as Life of an American Gadfly, Wisdom for the Withered, Advice to Seniors from a Young Man. That's lovely. That's real sensitive. Calling them withered. And My Own Petard. In a career that has seen 3 global tours, 2 LaCroix awards, 7 libel suits, and yikes, and 2 retirements, okay, Hale has persevered to become the foremost voice in the field of social wisdom. So he's been sued for libel 7 times.
Yeah.
And he's retired twice and come out of retirement twice. Quite the roller coaster ride. I don't know what a LaCroix award is. Is that a real thing? I don't even know. But yeah. So it says, to quote Rebecca Gulk, Ricken is more than a man. He's a writer. Books come from him. No Ricken, no books. Wow, that's real profound, Rebecca. Yeah. Okay. No Ricken, no books. Yeah, that's literally true, I guess. Um, Rebecca Gulk, and we even got a surname for her. Gulk.
It's beautiful. What a beautiful surname.
It's a lovely name, Rebecca Gulk. Oh, it's like musical. It rolls off the
Mhm.
tongue. Um, yeah, and that's pretty much it. So, yeah, the last little bit is just for Severance, description of what Severance is, um and when you listen to the audiobook, Dan Erickson reads this part and explains, that he created the show, and Dan Erickson wrote this book that's a companion piece to the show. And
And maybe you can rest
brilliant.
easy. You can rest easy and maybe drive your car.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be okay. I think you can still drive your car. So, yeah. People do need to work to feed themselves and survive, and God only knows when they're going to release season 3 of this show.
Mhm.
If we do get more of this, I'm sure it's not going to come until then. So that would be a long time to take off from work, guys. I don't know if you're independently wealthy or if you can just hang out in your house, don't drive your car, don't go to work for the next 3 years until we
Yeah.
get another season. And don't look in your mirror. You can't use your vanity mirror either. It's got to be
You
covered in
can't
a
even get
tarp.
in the
Oh,
drawers of your vanity because there's a tarp over the whole thing.
yeah. Yeah. Uh, so let's hope it's not 3 years, and hopefully when they do another season, they'll make more of this. And I'm sure they'll wait because this is a great way to promote the show. They wouldn't just release it in the off season, even though I know people would like it, but it's a great way to promote the show. So they're gonna wait if they even make any more. But um, the only chance you have at being successful is winning the lottery, Samuel. Um, let's see. I see hubris. Hubris. Oh yeah. Ricken has massive hubris, Mel. Massive hubris. Um, Food Pyramid said every passage is a reference somewhere in a scene of the show. I think he actually saw Whoa, not Nightingale. Oh, like the nightmare Irving had. Yeah, yeah, I could see that. A lot of this book, I could see common threads and themes from the show itself. Oh yeah, throughout the whole thing, definitely. Not as much in the section about the poor, but everything else, yeah, definitely. It was brilliantly written. I love it. Yes, please like the stream. 41 people. Thank you so much for showing up. I didn't know if people would. I was getting a little nervous when we went live and saw 0 people for the first few seconds. I was like, well, that's never happened before. And we've been streaming for a long time. We've done a lot of streams, and even in the very beginning, we would start with people. So I was getting a little nervous just for a few seconds there, but thank you for showing up. Um, I appreciate it because, you know, a handful of people is fine, but we wanted to have some fun with this and make it interactive. And oh, speaking of which, I got to check on the poll and see where it landed with the YouType, what people picked. Mel said you can read Eckhart. What is that? Tolle in the meantime. I never know how to say that. Um, brain splitting. No, 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 not again. Am I still? Am I? Can you guys still hear me?
I can hear you, Julie.
Oh, I thought it was happening again. For a second, I thought the internet was gone. Oh, Jesus. I was like, because it looks like my Wi-Fi signal was going out
Yeah.
completely. Okay. So I've I've had people say like I should read audiobooks, but according to Doug, it's not as easy as it seems at all. It's incredibly draining. Like Doug has done some work as a voice artist, um, and like you can only do so many hours at a time, and then it's just completely exhausting. Um, it's not as easy as it seems, apparently. You would think, oh, no big deal. You're just reading, the vocals. You're just reading. I would like to do it, into that sort of thing, but I would do it. I would totally do it. Um, but like, apparently the way they do it though, you have to spend hours and hours doing it at a time, and that's what's so difficult about it. I don't know why. Why can't you just stop, take a lot of breaks, and then edit it all together? I don't really see why you can't do that, but I don't know, I'd have to ask Doug, like, why they made him do that. Um, yeah, I've had my own fantasies, Dieter, about what I would do if I came into money. We all have those ideas. Like, if you won the lottery, like, what would you do with all the money? And oh man, yeah. I know I sure wouldn't sit on it like those asshole billionaires who barely do anything to help anyone and just let their money keep making money. I don't know how anyone like that sleeps at night. Um, Billionaires shouldn't even exist. That shouldn't even be a thing. If you're a billionaire, you should be giving away an enormous amount of your money to help the poor and the sick and research and all this kinds of stuff, scientific research to help cure diseases so that you're no longer a billionaire. Period. I don't I don't think it's right morally. I don't think that anyone should be legally stopped from doing it, of course, but I just think morally it's wrong. Sorry, I'm back. The Wi-Fi's out again. Good thing we're almost done anyway. We finished breaking down the book. Um, Hold on a sec. I just have to take a drink, but I'm still here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just really dehydrated. Well, at least we got through the rest of the book before the Wi-Fi went out again, just in time. Just in time. Because I can't share my screen and show stuff like that with the Wi-Fi out. Right now I'm on my phone. So sorry about the lousy audio. It probably doesn't sound very good. But we're going to wrap this up now anyway. And I can probably get the Wi-Fi back, but we're wrapping it up, so I don't need to. It would take a few minutes, and I'm not going to waste time doing it. So anyway, so Dieter, to answer your question, we actually got the new router in the mail already. I just have to try and set it up. I need to do that. I mean, I need to make time for that later because this can't keep happening. I got to do this. I'm hoping to do this before the next live stream. So hopefully this won't keep happening. Yeah. And they are supposedly going to increase the speed of the internet too. The main issue is that the router is old, I believe. And like Dieter said, we're going to be doing more watch parties. We do loads of watch parties now in the Discord. On Tuesday nights, I'm going to stream the new episode of The Handmaid Tale each week. And that'll be 10 p.m. Eastern time on Tuesday nights. I'll stream the new episode of The Handmaid's Tale. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. And let's see. For some reason, when I'm on my okay, never mind. I thought my little bubble wasn't moving, so the audio wasn't working, but it is. Never mind. So anyway, like Dieter said, I'll be doing The Handmaid's Tale stream every Tuesday night. The Last of Us, I'm going to stream right when it drops. So that I'm going to be doing Sunday nights right when the episode drops at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. I'm going to stream The Last of Us so we can watch as a group. Those of you who are fans of The Last of Us, I'll do that when it drops. So if you're not in the Discord and you want to join those watch parties, the link to the Discord is in the description of this video. Watch parties are a lot of fun and we can chat. You know, we stay muted during the watch party, but there's the chat where you can type, and then afterward we can unmute and discuss the episode. So that'll be every Sunday night, starting this Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern. And we also do other watch parties as we continue the From Rewatch. Each week that we cover an episode, we stream that episode that we're going to be covering that week. The next one we're going to be doing is From Season 3, Episode 4. And that will be, I believe, next week. And then Saturday nights, we usually stream movies. Last Saturday, we streamed Terminator 3. The previous one, we watched Terminator 2. We also watched, we watched another one right after. We watched, what was it? Companion, which was one that just came out in January. It was really good. So we watched Terminator 3 and Companion last Saturday, and that tends to be unplanned. You know, we plan on just watching one thing and it just turns into something else usually, and then something else. Then we watched 2 episodes of Fallout. It's just a fun time. And we'll continue to do watch parties for shows and movies that are similar to From and Severance. So fans of From and Severance would enjoy them. Similar themes, possible inspiration for things like From and Severance. We'll keep doing watch parties for stuff like that going forward. And also just classic movies. When Doug comes back from his trip, Doug Hughes, when he comes back, we're going to do more watch parties for some classic movies like Blazing Saddles, The Producers, things like that. We watched Young Frankenstein with him a few weeks ago, and that was fun. Because there are a lot of classic films I've never seen. So we'll do some random stuff like that, and also some stuff that I think fans of From and Severance would really enjoy. So yeah, there's that stuff. And also just, you know, we can have great discussions in the Discord if you're not in there already. I have Discord channels now for even more shows than ever. We've got channels for From, Severance, Silo, The Last of Us, The Handmaid's Tale, and then some older ones that don't really get a lot of activity, but I just love them, like The Twilight Zone, Fringe, Lost, stuff like that. And so yeah, there's that. And if you want to share your thoughts, or any acrostic poetry, you can drop it in the From Academy channel if you would like. I think I'm going to do that. And what else? I agree, Mel. Personal wealth should be capped at 1 billion. Seriously. 100% tax over 1 billion earning. Yeah, I agree, Mel. Seriously. It happened again. That's what happens with stopping dirty talk. Yeah. I guess maybe that's why I got kicked off. Hope. Horrors of your dreams coming true. Obstacles obscured out of view. Persistent suffering. Enduring blustering. Oh, that's nice, David. That's nice. Wow. I like it. I like that a lot. That's very poetic. Beautiful. Yeah, I know, Dieter. Sometimes I put off things that wind up being really easy. And like that, there was something wrong with the speakers on my laptop. And when I actually took the time to look into it, it was amazing how fast I was able to resolve the problem. And then I'm like, I am such an idiot. Why did I wait this long to do this? And I'm sure the router will be something like that too. It's been sitting in a box since last week. So, yeah, I'll get on that. Yeah, you read my mind, Dieter. Exactly, like the sound of the laptop. That was actually easy. Yes. Anyway, so as for what's coming up, so let's see, what's today? So
Tonight.
now it's officially
Tonight.
Tuesday. I'm gonna
It's
be
Thursday.
no wait, not Tuesday. What am I
It's
saying? Oh my god,
Thursday.
it's officially Thursday. I don't even know what day it is anymore.
It's the it's Yellow
It's
Jackets
officially
finale.
Thursday. I think
It's
I
Yellow
said
Jackets
earlier tonight
finale.
that it was Tuesday too. Oh my god. I'm
Yellow
going
Jackets finale.
to so Thursday I don't have any live streams or anything or watch parties, but I am going to be hopefully putting out my Handmaid's Tale deep dive in a few hours, probably by late morning. So if you're interested in the Handmaid's Tale, I'll be putting that out. My deep dive on episodes 1 through 3, and then Friday night we'll do our residence stream, residence and from Academy, um, residence and from Academy. So at 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll stream episodes 3 and 4 of the Residence in the Discord for anyone who wants to watch before the live stream. And then we'll discuss around 10:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll do a live. We'll break those 2 episodes down and look at the different murder suspects. If anyone hasn't watched The Residence, it's an awesome comedic murder mystery, a lot like an Agatha Christie mystery. Very similar to that kind of thing. Similar to the movie Knives Out, if you liked that. There's even an episode named after Knives Out, an episode of The Residence. So if you haven't been watching it, it's a great watch. It's so enjoyable. It's really funny. And it's a murder mystery that takes place in the White House with 157 suspects. It's zany. It is a quirky master detective. So that'll be Friday night. We'll do a watch party for that at 8 p.m. Eastern, episodes 3 and 4 in the Discord, and then break down those episodes at 10:30. That takes us about 2 hours roughly. And then we'll segue into, instead of our usual From Academy segment, we'll do a Fromily night with Doc, Scarlet and I and Doc, and we'll just kind of check in with the fam and discuss whatever we feel like discussing as a group and kind of interview each other, just hang out. I think it'll be nice and chill. And after a particularly hectic week for me, that'll work well for me. And I know it works well for Doc and Scarlet too. So that's what we're going to do. And that's all leading up to Sunday when The Last of Us comes out. I'm hoping if I can fit it in, I would really like to at least make a video just kind of giving my thoughts overall on The Last of Us season 1. If I can, I'm going to try to get that out before season 2 comes out on Sunday. I don't know if I can do it, but maybe we'll see. because I do have thoughts. I loved it, so I'm gonna try. But either way, Sunday night we'll do the watch party in the Discord at 9 p.m. Eastern when the episode drops, and then right now the plan is to do the live stream for The Last of Us on Wednesday, but it's looking likely that we're going to be changing that to Monday. So I will keep you posted when I know for sure. I'm thinking it's probably going to have to change to Monday for The Last of Us, the live for The Last of Us, and whichever night we're not doing that will be the night that we do the From rewatch, either Monday or Wednesday. When we know for sure, we'll let you know. And we will continue the From rewatch. Just occasionally may have to skip a week here and there. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. Also, I'll be doing episode breakdowns of The Last of Us too. So that one I'm going to cover completely. The way I covered From and Severance, I'm going to cover The Last of Us with both live streams and video breakdowns. Whereas with The Residents, I'm just doing live streams, but no video breakdowns. And with The Handmaid's Tale, I'm doing video breakdowns, but no live streams. With The Last of Us, I'm doing both. So that one I'm really all in on and looking forward to it. I think it's going to be really fun to cover, and we'll see how it goes. I might need to kind of rearrange the schedule a bit as I figure out the best night to do it so that we are avoiding our other the biggest streamers who are, friends of the channel. And we'll figure it out. Oh, and Scarlet, who dropped off here in the chat, she said we'll be watching the Yellow Jackets pilot Old Wounds, and then the Yellow Jacket season 3 finale, which should be tonight. That'll be tonight, yes. So that'll be tonight in Sci-Fi Vision's Discord. So if you're subscribed to Sci-Fi Vision's YouTube channel, then she has the link to her Discord right there in her bio on her channel. And that's where they're going to be doing the watch party for the Yellow Jackets pilot and the season 3 finale, which is now tonight. I was all mixed up. I don't know why. This entire live, I thought it was Tuesday. It's actually Thursday. What the fuck? I can't even I can't keep track of the day of the week anymore, guys. It's tonight. It's finale night for you Yellow Jackets fans, so I hope you enjoy it. Check out Sci-Fi Vision's watch party for that. You can watch it with Jamie and Scarlet and other fans, and then check out on Sunday night. For some reason, my mom can hear me even though I'm in my room. I don't know why. Like, my door is already shut, and she's complaining I need to shut my door. Anyway, so on Sunday, so yeah, is that the link to the live for Sunday for Jamie, I'm guessing, for Yellow Jackets with Sci-Fi Vision. We can still hear what? Oh, okay. Thank you, Dieter. Oh wait, I see Scarlet popped back on. Hey, Scarlet. You there? Or can I? Oh, wait. Is my volume down or something? Hold on. Oh, now I hear you. Now I hear you. My volume was all the way down. I couldn't hear anything.
It's close. That's close to 4 o'clock. Close enough for Mackie to show up.
Mackie's wake up call time.
Mm-hmm. It's a tradition.
Yeah. Seriously. Yeah, you gotta have your Mackie wake up call. So, yeah, Mackie, where are you at?
Yeah.
It's your 4 a.m. wake up call.
Are you half enlightened, Mackie?
Yeah.
Don't get your car.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, don't get in the car. Be careful. Be careful out there, guys. You're only half enlightened now. Just beware. Beware. Keep that vanity covered with that tarp now. Anyway. So, Scarlet. Yeah, I was mixed up on the days. This whole live, I was thinking today's Tuesday. So
But we
tonight
don't
is the.
we don't
Huh?
even have lives on Tuesday.
No, we don't. Well, what I was thinking is it was Monday night going into Tuesday. I know why. You know why I thought that?
Why?
Because we're talking about a severance related subject, and we usually do severance lives on Monday going into Tuesday morning.
Oh yeah.
That's why. That's why I was confused. Okay. At least now I feel like less of an idiot because I was thinking it's early Tuesday morning because we're talking severance. So we've been doing this for 10 weeks. I mean, 12 weeks now. This is the 12th week. So
Yeah.
it's kind of a habit at this point. We'll miss the goats. Oh, I'll miss the goats. We'll just have to shoehorn them in anyway.
You gotta find more shows or goats.
More shows with goats.
Anybody in the chat, or you can leave a comment afterwards. It'll help the algorithm anyway. But leave like any kind of shows that are coming up that are new that have goats in them.
Yes.
So I'm looking for.
Yes.
So I can keep using this thing.
Otherwise, we'll just have to shoehorn the goats in, even when there's no context for it at all. Just whatever we're watching, no matter what we're talking about. Watching The Residents. Oh, no, the goats are here.
God, I hope there's a goat in it eventually.
Maybe eventually.
The goat's a suspect.
Maybe
Suspect 158.
Yeah, the surprise suspect we never would have expected. The goat. The goat did it. So it's tonight that this. Okay, that's cool. Tonight you'll be watching the Yellow Jackets finale.
Yes.
That's cool. Not days from now, like I was thinking. Okay, so what was that link you dropped? Was that Jamie's live for Sunday?
Yeah, that was just her live we did on Sunday with Seaview Circle, who are great guests. They're a couple guys from California, and they have all these stories about going to like some of the Yellow Jackets premieres and stuff.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're all fun.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, so check out that replay if you haven't seen that. That's cool. From last Sunday, and Jamie and Scarlet will be breaking down the finale of Yellow Jackets. Will it be? What time Sunday?
I'm gonna say 10 p.m. EST because I'm trying to get Jamie to play the pilot in Old Wounds. I think it's a good little, enrichment leading up to 12 o'clock instead of us all just meeting up at 12.
Right.
A little bit of something.
Wait, are you doing that for the watch party tonight, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, okay.
Also, because somebody I know that has a screener told me to do this, so I'm going to do it on my own anyway. So I might as well do it as a party.
It's a good idea. I like that. Yeah, you should
see
do
what
it.
Other people. I mean, I guess there's just things that reference those episodes in the finale, so.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, there was a goat in Yellow Jackets too. There was a little goat named Bruce.
Oh, that's cool. So it's another use for the goat noise.
Yeah, and Melanie Linsky's character had to take care of the goat all day.
And I mean, technically, there is a goat on From. It's just not prominently, featured. So
it was for a while.
For a while, it was.
Ola had, the spotlight for a while.
So we can have goats. We can have goats with our From. We can keep
for that. The belt and the goats.
We can keep. Yes, let's keep the goats. I like the goats, especially the screaming goat.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, that's my favorite. I never would have thought that was a real thing if you hadn't told me. That's hilarious.
Or they just fall over too.
Yeah, Yeah, that was news to me. Well, the more you know.
Yep.
So 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 Sunday night, what time do you do your live? Is it 11 p.m. To
We're
break
gonna
down the
be doing
finale?
it at like 10:30
10:30.
because we have a guest. Cyber Queen Media is gonna be on.
Okay. Okay. Well, that works well with the. I'm glad that they're not dropping The Last of Us at midnight, so it's not going to conflict. So that's good.
Yeah, no.
Um,
I mean, it was a little bit too much with Severance and Yellow Jackets going on at the same time. I wish everything was spaced out a little bit more.
they were too close together. Yeah,
Yeah.
they were too close together. That was frustrating, but at least it wasn't right at the same time.
Yeah.
So Sunday night, any Last of Us fans, you can come check out the premiere of season 2 at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. And if you're a Yellow Jackets fan, you can still manage to go to. You can do both. You can go to
Yeah.
Sci-Fi Visions Live and check out the breakdown with Jamie and Scarlet for the finale.
Yeah.
So you don't have to choose.
You don't have to choose. You can have it all.
Yep. So yeah, I guess that'll pretty much do it for us. Keep an eye out for my Handmaid's Tale breakdown. Any Handmaid's Tale fans out there, if you exist? I know there were at least a few. I was heartened to see there were a few. So my video won't have like 2 views on it.
I don't know. I've seen a handful of Handmaid's Tale videos, so you might be
Yeah.
surprised.
I've seen a few big channels and then a couple small channels who had like hardly any views on them at all. But not a whole lot. So yeah, we'll see. I don't know. It's a very prominent show. It's won Emmys.
Yeah.
It's very well known, but I don't know how much of a fandom there is for fandoms. Don't really develop around a show like that. It's not like a kind of rah Handmaid's Tale fan kind of thing. It's not that kind of show. It's very serious.
It's good for cosplay, though. I've seen like several groups of women dress up that way for cosplay events. It's very striking.
Oh, I bet it is. Yeah, I would totally do that. I've seen people doing that going to protests years ago,
Yeah.
dressing up as handmaids. AA, yeah, yeah. Try and watch and catch up. I know it's a heavy show. I'm gonna warn you. It's a heavy, dark show. It's not easy to binge something like that, but it's worth it in my opinion. So just take that for what it's worth. But if it's not for you, I completely understand because it's the subject matter is not for everybody and it can be triggering. So trigger warning for SA, just putting it out there because SA is in it and it's not portrayed in a horrific what do I want to call it? Like it's not portrayed in I mean it is horrific, but it's not portrayed in a graphic way, is what I mean.
But still the handmaidens aren't necessarily giving consent, if you know what I mean.
Right. So it's not done graphically. There's no nudity involved. It's not like that. It's done as tastefully as possible, but it's it's SA. So just trigger warning right there, before you attempt to watch that show. Just wanted to put that out there. But it's a really powerful show. It has some of the most beautiful cinematography, art direction, and direction I have ever seen in any TV series in my life. It's visually, aesthetically, absolutely gorgeous. The acting is unbelievable. I just can't say enough glowing words about it, really. It's incredible. I have some criticisms of the way certain characters are written and presented to us in certain relationships, which I will explain in the deep dive I'm going to put out. But make no mistake, I am a huge admirer of the show, and I do think it's a work of art. And whatever issues I may have with it, I think that it can resolve those in at least in some way before the series ends. And it also, some of the flaws just underscore human nature. You know, sometimes you can't help who you love. And so the heroine is in love with someone who I think is unworthy of that love and is, you know, complicit in this evil, oppressive regime. But she's human and you love who you love. So it's not like the show is endorsing it, but it happens. This kind of thing happens. So yeah, anyway, it's a beautiful show. It has a powerful message that's all too timely, especially now. And I think it's worth you know, sitting through it if it's something that you can tolerate. But it's not. I completely understand that it's not for everybody, though. I get it. I've been with it from season one. Um, and yeah, like it. Yeah, it could be a theory show. Like you could easily theorize about how things got the way they are, certain aspects of it, because there's a lot about it that's cloaked in mystery and it's not explained how the society is structured into different classes, and it, you're seeing the story through the perspective of one handmaid in particular. So there's a whole lot she doesn't know, and because you're seeing it through her paradigm, there's a whole lot you could theorize about, because we don't all we know is basically what she knows, and to a certain extent. I mean, they take liberties. In the book, you only see through her eyes, and that's it. In the TV series, they do take liberties and they show us some things that she's not experiencing, but for the most part, we don't know much more than she knows about like the different levels of society, the different classes of people, how much they know, how much power they actually have, and how they got to be the way they are. You get bits and pieces, but you don't get the whole story. So there's definitely stuff to theorize about and speculate on. Anyway, um, the main actor, yes, Jadine, the main actor from The Handmaid's Tale, Elizabeth Moss. You bring up a
Oh
great point.
yeah. Oh
She's a
yeah, I
scient
forgot she's a Scientologist, yeah.
she's a
I
Scientologist,
remember when she was on Mad Men and they made a big deal about that. She's kind of quiet about it though.
and yet because she's the star of this series, inevitably she's been confronted with it in
Yeah.
interviews.
Yeah.
And I can't blame people for asking her about it. I would.
Hmm.
I mean, personally speaking for me, if I ever had the chance to interview her, no, I wouldn't bring up a thorny subject like that because I don't
Hmm.
have much experience, and I wouldn't want to like screw up my chance to get more interviews. But you know, I understand why people would ask her that because it
Hmm.
seems very contradictory to the message of the show. The fact that she's a Scientologist and she
Hmm.
doesn't really see the parallel between the two, which is kind of crazy to me because she's not just an actress on The Handmaid's Tale. She is the star. She is
Hmm.
now an executive producer, and she's very often a director on the show. Like she is like knee deep in it. Like this is um something that she is a huge part of creating. Not she's not just an actress. She's not just the star. You know, she's directed many episodes now and she's an executive producer. So it's like, how are you a Scientologist? I don't get it. It's like cognitive dissonance. I don't get it, but it is what it is. We separate the art from the artist. It's not like she's, you know, some kind of, I don't know, like it's not like she sacrifices animals or something, you know. I can, I can live with her being a Scientologist. Um, but it's weird. It's fucking weird. Anyway, sorry. Um, good night, Dieter. Or you know, get some rest. I know it's not night for you. Um, get some rest and feel better. We're wrapping this up now too. AA. I have not started Squid Games actually. I now I feel like I should though to see because I love the Korean language and this would be an excuse to watch something else in Korean. I haven't watched like a K drama in a while and So that could be something even worth covering. I don't know. What, Scarlet, have you seen Squid Games?
I watched the pilot, but I don't know if I would go past it.
Didn't like it,
I
huh?
find it disturbing.
Yeah. Well, I've heard it's disturbing. Yeah, but people
Probably
were
because I've
obsessed.
been poor. Probably because I've been there. I've been poor, and I don't really,
Um.
poor
Yeah.
people having to like risk their lives for some money kind of sucks.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm poor right now, so that would kind of suck. I understand. My mom and I are poor. We live in a poor town, so yeah, that sucks. I'll check it out though because I want to see what all the fuss is about. I'll just check it out just for
Why
the
is
hell of
it?
it.
Why is it games now instead of just Squid Game? Can anybody answer that for me? Why is it
Oh,
Squid Games?
I didn't even notice the change. That's right. It's supposed to be Squid Game. I remember it was like this cultural zeitgeist when it came out. Everybody was talking about it and dressing up like it for Halloween, and I missed the moment. Even though I think it was around that time that I got into K-pop, so I don't know why I didn't check it out because I fell in love with the Korean language, so it would have been a good excuse to watch something in Korean. And I was watching K-dramas, but just not that. I was watching romantic K-dramas, BL K-dramas. It's kind of a guilty pleasure of mine. It's an Asian thing. In Asian countries, they have BL dramas, which are like these really cute shows about like gay young men in like romantic like stories, and they're super cute. Some of them are just straight romances, and some of them are comedies. It's adorable. And I used to watch ones in the languages like Thai, Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Taiwanese. But yeah, I never got around to Squid Game, but I'll check it out. I'll give it a shot. Um, just to see what everybody is obsessed with. But I heard that some people were not happy with Squid Game too, from what I heard. I didn't hear really positive things about it. Jadine, I'm doing The Last of Us. Scarlet is not into that. So I'm gonna be doing it. I'm gonna be doing it and letting people call in. So I'm gonna do live streams starting next week. And when Doc gets out of work, our frequent collaborator and guest co-host Doc, he's gonna join when he gets out of work and also discuss. So yes, the answer to that would be yes. Right now the plan has been Wednesdays to do live streams at 10:30 p.m. on Wednesdays, but I'm hearing that that might be a popular night for other streamers who are friends of mine, so I may just move to Monday, so I'll keep you posted on the schedule for that, but it's definitely going to be either Monday or Wednesday night starting next week. Live streams for The Last of Us at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I'll just let you know which day. And Sunday night, we're doing watch parties in the Discord if you want to join. I'll be streaming it when the episodes drop at 9 p.m. Eastern. And the link to my Discord is in the description of this video if you're not in there and you would like to join. The watch parties are a lot of fun. And after, we can have a voice chat. And if you don't want to unmute, you can just type in the written chat. And it's a lot of fun if you haven't done that before. So there's that. And I'm really excited about doing that because I miss Severance already. So it's going to be fun to have a new show to follow and do watch parties, all that stuff. And
Yeah,
what
Fletch.
else?
I don't think they're gonna show a spit girl either. That's my 10 cents about it.
Oh, I saw. Where did I see that? Oh, Fletch. Hey, Fletch. Um, yeah,
Yeah. I think it's gonna end up with a bunch of cliffhangers.
yeah. It's a mystery series or mystery related. Mystery is
Yeah.
part of it, a big part of it. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't like a Severance thing where they already, because all the actresses that play the teenagers are like hitting their 30s, that they don't film that whole thing and then split it up between season 3 and season 4.
Mm-hmm.
You know, before because the showrunners have said they want to do at least a season post rescue, but they would film those scenes first. You know, they're not getting any younger. Well, one of them is going to hit 40 by the time. The actress that plays Travis is like 33 right now. You know, you can't have your teen actors hitting 40.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah.
It's like 90210, Beverly Hills 90210 in the 90s. Those people were supposed to be teenagers, and some of them were in their 30s. One of the guys on Shameless, who I loved, he was in his 30s. He played Mickey. I forget his name, but he played Mickey, who's in a relationship with Cameron Monaghan's character, and he was like 30 something years old, and he was supposed to be a teenager.
Yeah.
And Cameron was a teenager though, so that made it a little bit weird. But Cameron was like, it was a little dicey because when they did their first like love scene, Cameron, I think, well, they barely showed anything. They were fully clothed and stuff. I think Cameron might have been 17 when they filmed it, and the guy who plays Mickey was, yeah, but they didn't show anything. They basically just they were basically just like pushing each other, wrestling on a bed, like fully clothed, and just kissing. That's it. So I mean, that's okay. Like, I didn't find that offensive. And then Cameron turned 18, and you know, Cameron at the time though looked like a little boy. He played Ian, and he looked like that didn't help. He was 17 and he looked more like he was about 12. He had this boyish face. And then he went through the crazy growth spurt, and before you knew it, he looked like, you know, several years older in the blink of an eye. So the issue resolved itself. I love that show. Anyway.
Yeah, Fletch, we're gonna watch, ideally, hopefully Jamie will agree with me on this. We're gonna watch the pilot, and we're gonna watch Old Wounds, which I do believe is season 2, episode 4. But it's definitely Old Wounds, no matter what position that title has.
Yeah.
I already know what one of them is going to be because there's a scene in the pilot that kind of repeats a little bit in the finale, apparently, from a still I saw. I mean,
okay.
other than the pit girl thing, which I think is also going to repeat.
Okay. Hey, Dawn. Yeah, she is a Scientologist indeed. Jadine, I've never seen The Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I Googled it, and I see that it had more than one season, so I wouldn't, like, I think it's already out too, and so I'd never be able to catch up in order to do it. Plus it's a fantasy genre from the looks of it, which is not something I usually watch. But it looks interesting. I think it's out currently, if I'm not mistaken. Right now, I kind of have my plate full with The Last of Us, which I'm covering, and you know, lives and videos, Handmaid's Tale videos, and the Residents lives for that Netflix series. And so that's a lot of stuff.
And the From Rewatch, when we have that.
And the From Rewatch. So yeah, it's a lot to juggle. Here I was thinking, like, what am I gonna do now? No Severance anymore, and now I have like too much. Took on too much. But it's working out actually better than I thought it would. I mean, I just put together a deep dive on 3 episodes in just a few hours. That's progress for me for The Handmaid's Tale. I guess because it's not a mystery, I can do it. I don't have to marinate this stuff in my head for days and obsess over it. The dubbed version has a different energy. The tone is different, but I hate reading text when watching shows. You get used to it though, David. Like,
yeah, and Dark. I was going to mention Dark, where they had that one guy that sounds completely different than the dub version.
Yes, the German show Dark. Highly recommend that you watch the original German, because the dubbed version, one of the villains sounds goofy. The original actor has this deep, gravelly voice, and it's sinister. In general, yeah, I used to dislike subtitles, but actually, I have subtitled series to thank for giving me my attention span back, because when I fell in love with shows, like I was saying earlier, I watched a lot of shows from Thailand, um, Taiwan, Thailand, South Korea, Japan, and China. Um, I had no choice but to stare at the screen and not at my phone for the entire thing, or I wouldn't know what was happening. And that, after years of not being able to focus and having to be on my phone constantly, no matter what I was watching or how interested I was, I I got my attention span back, and now I can. It prepared me. It was the perfect, like, retraining for me to focus, so that I could now dive into series like From and Severance, where you have to be paying attention to every detail. So subtitles, yeah, you get used to it, and it forces you to really focus. And eventually, you get used to it, and it's an adjustment, but it doesn't take away from the experience. 3%, huh? I haven't heard of 3%. Sci-fi post-apocalyptic class system privileged society. I've never heard of that. It's interesting. Where I think you mentioned that. Someone else mentioned that. Who mentioned 3% first? Oh, it's Brazilian. That's it. I'll have to look it up, David. That sounds like those sound like the kind of themes I'd be interested in. So, and Dawn said she loved it. That's cool. Dawn saw a dubbed version. Basic the scenes with him drowning feels kind of culty. Interesting. Okay. AA said it's not that we weren't happy, they just ended Squid Game earlier than expected. So season 3 is more like a season 2.5. Gotcha. Okay. Okay, well, that's understandable, Dawn. I totally get that. For some people with subtitles, it's a processing issue or neurodiversity. No, I completely get it. Like, this doesn't necessarily work for everyone. Like, my ex was neurodivergent, and I tried to get him to watch subtitled shows with me, and it just wasn't for him. And I understood that. Um, he couldn't, he couldn't stay focused on it, and it's totally understandable. Yeah, no, believe me, I get that. I understand neurodivergence, but for other people it can be an adjustment that you can get past. It just depends on the individual. For me, it worked. For me, I think my issue is more ADHD. I think I have undiagnosed ADHD, and I couldn't stop staring at my phone when I was watching shows, no matter how much I loved the show. And it didn't feel good. It actually felt uncomfortable, and I hated that feeling of not being able to focus. So I was just so grateful to be able to focus again. Like, oh my God, my attention span is back after years of not having it. But that's me, I still have attention span issues, so it can be tricky. But anyway, I'm gonna shut up because we need to get off of here and take care of some stuff and get some rest. So,
Brazil's doing their own Severance version.
oh no, really?
Apparently.
What the hell? Oh my God. That sounds interesting. I can't think of it.
I hope Brazil isn't one of those places where you have to climb up ropes and your wards are wooden.
Oh God, yeah.
And the animatronic things are just like broom handles with paper plates on them.
Yeah, and they're too poor for elevators, so you have to climb up a rope.
And something they don't have a Italy problem in Brazil.
Yeah. It's funny when other countries do adaptations of series. I just can't imagine any other cast doing this show except to the people we know. And yet I've seen this kind of thing work. There's a show that I used to watch all the time. It was actually a BL show, but it was not an Asian one. There's also BL, these shows about like gay romances. There are also BL shows in other countries, not just Asia. For some reason, it's never caught on in the US, but it was called Scam. It was called Scam, and it originated in, when the hell, what country was it? It's called SKAM. I don't remember what country it was or what language they were speaking, but they started making different versions of it in all different countries. And I actually found I really fell in love with all the different versions and the different casts. You would have like the same basic character tropes or like archetypes, but they would, you know, change it a little bit with a new cast. So certain storylines, you'd see the same basic storyline recur, but with a different twist, and they'd put their own unique stamp on it, and I loved it. They did a French version. I loved that because I took French for years. Scam, France, that was amazing. They had one version of it was called What the Fuck. I have no idea why it was called that, but it was it was called that. They did one in Spain, I think, Italy. There are multiple versions. They even tried one in the US, but it bombed, so they didn't make more than one season. It was um it was based in Austin, Texas or something. But anyway, too bad it didn't take off here.
It sounds like Ghosts. Like they have different versions of Ghosts. Like they have Ghost UK, Ghost US, the German Ghosts.
Yeah.
But the concept is that somebody inherits a B&B, and there's different ghosts throughout history, but the history and the ghosts change depending on what country. But some are like stable all the way through. There's like always like a Boy Scout leader or something with an arrow through his neck because that's comedy gold, I guess. And the guy that died without his pants on is comedy gold. And that like translates as comedy no matter what country you're in.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But then some of the other ones, they'll have like a Rococo ghost in the French one, but then they'll have a Native American in the, US one. So there's like, slight changes.
Right. And certain things, you have to adjust certain things culturally that'll vary depending on which version you're watching. Actually, come to think of it, this show I'm talking about, it's not strictly a BL. Only one season was. Only one season was about a gay romance. The rest of them were more like or heterosexual romances, but regardless, awesome show. Really awesome show. And it was just about a bunch of like high schoolers finding themselves and their relationships. But the unique thing about it was all done in real time. So, and they made it like they treated it like you're watching their real lives. So you would tune in at a certain hour, and it's as if you're watching this exact hour of their lives at that point. And it would be in little installments, so like several minutes at a time, and then eventually those would be stitched together into a full episode. It was a really unique way of doing things. I liked that. I liked the format of it. It would show the exact time when everything was happening, and I thought it was really creative. Anyway, I know we're way off topic, but anyway, I love foreign shows.
Does the Bondsman give Midnight Mass vibes, Fletch? Because I really love Midnight Mass, but the Bondsman, like the pictures and stuff that are on my cable, didn't really sell it to me. But I may check it out if it has Midnight Mass vibes.
Yeah, I don't know anything about it. I'd have to look into it myself too.
Yeah, but we should watch Midnight Mass. Midnight Mass was a great series. I love Mike Flanagan, just about everything he does.
Yeah.
He's like king of mood, like mood. it's moody. It's kind of like a, like what we like the gothic, like Turn of the Screw, like dark, kind of mood.
Oh, I love that. I love the Turn of the Screw.
There's a lot of mood.
I love the Turn of the Screw, so I would love that. Yeah, we should watch that.
I'm just saying, like gothic literature vibe.
Oh yeah, I love gothic literature. Yeah. That was one of my favorite things in college. There was one, the mystery. What is it? What was it called? The Mysteries of Udolpho or something. It was this really cool gothic novel that I loved in college. Anyway, yeah, Dawn. Yeah. Oh, so you also have ADHD. Yeah, it's For me, the subtitle thing was, it was, I think it was a function of probably ADHD, and in my case, it just really bothered me. I just didn't like the feeling of not being able to put the phone down. And for other people, it's fine. You're comfortable like that. You do you. For me, I didn't like it. I wanted to be able to focus and I couldn't. That's the thing that frustrated me. But yeah, like, whatever works for you. Yeah, we should try to find this when they make it, this Brazilian Severance. I would like to see that. Portugal often does that, but with novellas, and then they adapt here. Yeah. Yeah, I know a lot of people usually hate US versions of British shows, like Doug. Doug loves the British UK version of The Office, so and he doesn't even want to watch the US version. Like, he's never even watched it. And a lot of people feel that way, like they don't like US versions of British shows, but the US version of Coupling was a massive epic fail. That just, I mean, that was just a fail. The Office was a great show. Maybe not everybody's cup of tea. I loved the US Office. It's one of my all-time favorites. Predestination, that sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've seen that, Fletch. I'll have to look it up. AA, another old show for when you have time, is Money Heist. That show was a masterpiece. Well, thank you for the suggestion, AA. I'll add that to my ever-growing list. Money Heist is a show from Spain. It was on Netflix when it came out. I can usually find shows wherever they are. I have my ways. Yeah, I need to go. Yeah, get some rest, Dawn. See you later. Being Human had a UK and a US version. I actually liked both, but the UK version was superior. A vampire, ghost, and werewolf live together trying to be human. It's like a creative concept. Okay. Oh, time travel. If it's about time travel, I would love it. I love time travel stories. I'll have to add that to the list then. That predestination, I'm guessing that's what you're talking about. Anyway, need to go. I need to go. My mom's dog is crying. Needs help with something, and I need to go anyway. So anyway, I'll be. The goats are getting restless.
Yeah.
I need to
take care of the kids.
Ready to slide off.
Yeah.
I'll be taking a break after this and then finishing my video for The Handmaid's Tale episodes 1 through 3 deep dive. Hopefully release it by late morning or early afternoon, and then check out
I
Jamie's
did watch
watch
the
party.
White Lotus finale.
White Lotus, what?
I
Oh,
watched the White Lotus finale.
oh, okay.
That's what JD asked.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I liked it. Some people had
Okay.
problems with the third season. I thought it was fine. It wasn't my
Okay.
favorite season, but it's worth a watch.
Okay.
They always are. They're always worth watch. It's a good written show. It's worth a watch. It always has a mystery in the front that they show, and then they go back in time, and then you figure it out.
I do love mystery, so that's something I
Yeah,
need
it
to.
always has kind of like a mystery in the beginning of each season.
That's something I need to check out at some point too. I haven't really. I haven't given it enough of a chance.
Yeah.
Season 3 was a bit weaker. Hey, Thomas. Save for us. Thank you, Fletch. Always nice to see you. So yeah, I'll be putting that Handmaid's Tale out video hopefully today, and tonight will be the finale of Yellow Jackets. So if you're a fan of that, check out Sci-Fi Vision's Discord watch party with Jamie and Scarlet, and hope you guys enjoy. And then we'll be back Friday night with a live on the Residence episodes 3 and 4 around 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and we'll have a Fromily social night with
Are you having a watch party for the Residents?
Yes.
Okay.
Right before the live, we'll do that again. I'll show the episodes at 8 p.m. Eastern for the Residents, episodes 3 and 4 in the Discord. That's that murder mystery from Netflix. So if you haven't checked it out yet, you can still catch up and watch episodes 1 and 2 before Friday night. If you're interested, it's awesome. If you like comedic murder mysteries like Knives Out, then you would love this show. Anyway, so that's the plan for the rest of the week. And then Sunday night is The Last of Us premiere. So excited for that. Got a lot of cool stuff coming up. So as sad as we are to let go of Severance, there's some fun stuff on the horizon and always more awesome shows to cover, and still doing the From Rewatch, of course. So anyway, have a good day or a good night, everybody. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for your patience with my technical difficulties, and we'll see you on the next one. I'm looking for something to play. Good night, or have a good day, or whatever it is for you guys. And thank you so much, everyone. Appreciate you all.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B., I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now, but he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Hello, this is Mark Geller, Kia Egan on Severance, and you're listening to Julie B. Deep Dives.